if I can't compete, take a chance this time. For now I'll pour you a glass of cheap wine and place your hand under mine, and we'll be fine. Oh, I need you, but you're terrified. Play your games until I'm paralyzed. Don't tell me to let go, 'cause there's more you don't know. So I'll be yours, but you'll have to come take me, 'cause I'm not just a
Hello, hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Race to World First. My name is Aya. I have a cat here. What a way to open it. Welcome back to the Team Liquid Race to World First. Of course, before we do get started, my name is Aya. I'm here with Kalamazzi and Automatic Jack. Have to give a lovely shout out to our sponsors, of course, Coinbase, as well as Alienware, Philips Hue, Blacklyte, Monster Energy, Zenni, RaiderIO, Wowhead, and Warcraft Logs. And this year we are partnering once again with the Santa Monica Animal Shelter. Hello, how are we doing? How are we feeling?
Doing great and excited, and servers are up earlier than we expected.
Quite early.
That was surprising. When was
Good
the last
morning,
time-
Cal.
Yeah, good morning. Yeah, he was walking in
I
the
walked
building.
in the door and they're like, "Hey, servers are up, by the way. You don't get to eat. Let's go. You eat later." All right. Well, okay.
No
all right.
food for you.
It's
Hey, now
okay.
you know how we feel on the morning show.
It's good though. Usually we're waiting like 2 hours for these to come up on the
Yeah.
first segment, right? So
Yeah.
Let's go.
It was good. Yeah, we had to kind of rush a little bit this morning, but we're here. We're on time. We look good. And we've got some things to cover, of course.
Always.
Always.
It's a new season, new race,
season.
and a lot of new stakes too.
Absolutely. Let's take a look at the raid and the bosses that we're going to see, of course, coming up here in Manaforge Omega. Do you guys have your favorites yet?
The one we haven't seen, maybe? Dementius, the last one. I mean, it looks good, right?
Yeah.
We haven't really seen it a whole lot yet. Nexus King looks good. There's a lot of bosses that could be really good depending on tuning. I think tuning is one of the focal points of this raid. Coming out of Liberation of Undermine, tuning was iffy, to say the least, when it came to Mythic Progression.
That's charitable.
Yeah, I mean, this raid, though, looks to be fun and exciting, but that can all change if tuning is where it was last time with sticks and things. That would be a little sketchy.
I'm really excited for that Demon Hunter boss. I don't know about you.
That makes one of us.
That yeah, a little bit too much movement for you or something like that?
Yeah, yep. It
I
was
thought
like,
you'd like some 3-target cleave.
it's like they took Heroic, which was a really fun boss, and said, we're not going to change much, just turn it up 100% and make it not enjoyable. That's what the boss ended up being. Yeah, it was great.
I already switched to Drakthir and everything for the movement stuff too.
Well, that makes a little bit of a difference then.
Yeah.
All right, well, let's take a look at our boss progress. Of course, we're not going to have any progress just yet because we just started. But here are the bosses that we're going to see, all 8 of them. Of course, Plexus Sentinel being that first one. Do we want to talk a little bit about maybe the kind of the order that we're expecting them to go in?
Whew, yeah, I
I
mean,
think the only variety is between Soulbinder and Araz, right?
I believe so.
As far as options go.
Yeah, so the last few raids have been, I believe, the first 3 or 4 that you can split off into a different one. I believe. But at least 2.
Well, we'll find out with our boss web, won't we?
Perfect.
Oh, there we go.
There we
My
go.
bad. It's between Lumathar and Soulbinder.
We can obviously skip Soul Hunters if we want to. But that is...
Well, let's talk about that because I'm seeing some controversy around the word optional.
I think the word optional should not have been used when that boss was first described.
It was a bit of a miscommunication for what they were trying to get across. The point was, on farm content, you could skip the boss and still go to like Nexus King and Dementius, and basically once you kill Fractalus, you can go to Nexus King and Dementius. You don't have to stop and fight Soul Hunters if you don't want to. But they also made some very big changes recently to the Soul Hunters encounter. The boots that they drop that power up your artifact legendary Reshi cloak, now increases in strength based on the difficulty of the Soul Hunters fight. So if you kill the Soul Hunters on Mythic, I think it's a 50% buff to your cloak. But on lower difficulties, it's like 20, 30, 40 or something.
I believe so, yeah, starting at LFR, which is not out this week either.
Right.
So it does make things interesting. On top of that, it's a tier boss, which tier not... I mean, you can get heroic tier. You can get heroic tier shoulders, open myth items in your vault, but I think the question is, in a World First setting, let's say you're the first hero to kill Forge, Weaver, or Raz, do you pull Soul Hunters, or do you go to Fractalus?
You might get better loot out of Fractalus. Well, you might get an easier kill out of Fractalus that'll help you kill Soul Hunters, I should say.
You think Fractalus is going to die that easily?
That's why I said we'll
okay.
see, because they buff the health of Fractalus by like over 100%
Yeah.
since we tested it on PTR.
It has like 2 mechanics.
And there were some mythic mechanics that weren't working properly when we did our PTR testing. It was only working for some people.
That's what I
So
heard.
That'll be the interesting part of which boss do they go to first, and the easier one, of course, to help them get the loot that they need. So I don't think Soul Hunters is going to be any optional thing for Race to World First. I think it was just kind of a miscommunication around their point, where
enough.
we have raid skips, but then it also just means that you can go kill Fractalus or Soul Hunters.
So comparatively to like previous tiers, how much would you say in terms of like how much knowledge we have going into this tier versus previous ones?
You mean like, as far as like prep is concerned and all
Yeah.
that? I mean, it's hard to say. I feel like every single tier, the analysts get more and more, like not involved, but they get better and better.
Yeah.
And you're always looking to improve, right? There are some bosses this tier that I feel like the bosses in general this tier feel a bit easier, I guess. Not as complicated. I mean, I feel like if you're looking at
Careful.
Lumathar, yeah, well,
Yeah.
Lumathar compared to like Rick Reaver, which is number 2 or 3, depending where you went. I mean, unless the tuning's way off, it doesn't seem that complicated, right?
Maybe, but I think at the start of every when you go to PTR, you figure out the mechanics, you kind of see what's going on. It's not unlike a cross-country race where you go and see the hills, you see what's going on around you. But it's a lot different when you're racing and running uphill with 100 other people all around you. And then you start seeing the route getting trod down and like roots getting exposed and things around you that you have to start dodging on demand. So tuning is, of course, the biggest factor because you can know what mechanics get thrown at you, but then how you assign cooldowns, assign defensives to survive it. When on PTR, it does no damage, and you get like 2 or 3 heal a fight, and then you need to 4 or 5 heal some fights with like perfect defensive usage. It becomes an entire other game.
Yeah.
I do think, to answer your question though, Aya, that their preparation is at an all-time high. A lot of classes did not get reworks relative to most other seasons. So a lot more classes are like well figured out, well optimized, not all of them. And it's the end of the expansion, so it's kind of like the full culmination of all the analysts and all the practice, all the continuity of these raid teams.
Yeah. Sorry, I just went into a deep, dark place.
Yeah, you kind of looked off to the side for a little bit there,
Yeah.
like your eyes kind of misted over. Was everything all right?
No, we'll talk about it later. All right, well, let's take a look at some gameplay. We've got the Raiders logging in, ready to go. I'm seeing some loading screens. And here is THD first in the building. I got here so early, I thought I was going to beat THD, and he was right there
Nope.
playing, oh God, I forget the name. The other MMO.
Lost Ark?
The Uwu one. No. Oh, no. Lost Ark.
Yeah, that's what I said.
Oh?
Oh, is that what you said? I heard all stars. I was like, well, I don't know what that is, but that's not what he was playing. All right, anyways, real quick, of course, before we do get started here, we, of course, are sponsored by Alienware, one of our amazing partners. It would not be possible to do the Race World First without them, and they are being so generous this tier, and you can now enter for the Alienware on Alienware Arena for a chance to win an Alienware monitor. It is a 27 4K QD OLED gaming monitor, and you can check that out over at tl.dg/AlienwareRWF.
I got an OLED monitor. In fact, a different Alienware, not as nice as this one, very recently.
Oh.
And it was my first time getting an OLED.
Did you buy it yourself?
I did.
With your own monies?
Yeah.
Ooh,
I
so
did-
that's how you know it's good, chat.
I didn't
Spend your own
realize.
monies.
I didn't realize how good an OLED monitor was.
There
until
is.
I
Yeah.
got it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Zyro was in the back messing around with the settings with the
Yeah.
what did he call it?
The digital vibrance.
Yeah, the DigiV.
So if you go into your NVIDIA control panel, it's like adjust 3D settings or something like that.
Yeah.
You change the digital vibrancy from like 50% to like 70, 75%. It looks insane. It's so good. Try it out.
I had a 4K monitor that wasn't OLED before, and I swapped to a 2K OLED monitor. It was like better than the 4K.
Yeah.
It's insane.
One of my monitors
Pops.
that I
It does.
use at home that's like a
Plus, sorry, if you pair it
go
up
ahead.
with an Alienware PC,
Oh, good plug. Good. Yeah, they gave us the A51 PCs. I sat next to it this morning to show the size comparison. It goes to my shoulder. I've never seen a PC that big in my life. I don't know how I would even physically pick that up. It's probably super heavy, but no, I was gonna say I have this
That's what you
monitor
have
that
Ethan
I've
for.
literally had since 2011. I got it for Christmas in high school, and I still use it to put on like chat and Spotify and stuff.
One of those big ones, like the big bulky ones.
It's really thick. Like, at this point,
Yeah.
I have monitors that I can replace it with, but I'm kind of still using it just to see when it's finally going to die.
Okay.
Because it's just funny at this point. But yeah, here we go. We are looking at THD's POV. If you're just now tuning in, the servers just went live. So we've probably got a couple of things to do on our to-do list this morning. Do we have any idea as to what they're going to do first? I'm not seeing any vaults being opened just yet.
yeah. So I doubt that they're going to take any vaults, although they might have looked at the
Give
vaults.
us a look. I want to see it. I don't think so, because he just logged in.
because-
He hasn't looked at it yet, right?
They might have looked, but not actually taken anything.
God.
Because whenever you take your vault, then you're awarded a +2 dungeon, which
Yeah.
is fine if you want to log in and just start doing dungeons. That's great.
Yeah.
For these guys, what they're almost certainly going to do is get some of their helpers, have some 10s or 12s or something along those lines, run with them, and then once they complete that 10, 11, 12, they're awarded a key. I think it's one lower.
I believe so.
So if they do a 12, they get awarded an 11 for chesting it. So they might do like a 13, so they get a 12, something along those lines. That's going to be their goal later on down the line. So they're not going to take any vault until much later.
Okay.
But now they're just getting all their splits together.
I was
so
going to say, it looks
Right.
like we're starting
Yeah.
splits right off the bat.
Yeah.
Well, we have a handful
Normal.
to get done.
Looking
yeah,
at
so.
Plexus, Sentinel, normal.
Yeah.
So we are doing normal splits and heroic splits and
Yep.
LFR splits.
I don't know.
That's a joke.
I don't. It's even open.
I was kidding.
I think
No.
week 1 is right.
I
I
thought-
wing 1.
think week
I've-
1 is.
I've seen both. Yeah.
I'm pretty sure week 1 is, but
I heard all difficulties, but I think you're right. I don't think it's...
They've
At-
gone
at
back and forth
best-
on it. I'm pretty sure actually.
at best it gets you Soulbinder, right?
Nazindri, I think it'd be
wish
the
they
first
would.
3.
It's the first 3.
I don't
Probably,
see...
yeah.
And I think Nazrini gives you gloves, right?
Could be a thing. Yeah.
I think there's a tier.
I believe
drop
it is
off
tier,
of it.
yeah. I don't know which
Yeah.
one exactly. It also drops the staff, which, so, I mean, there is a set bonus this raid, which you haven't talked about a whole lot. It's the Void Glass Shard set, which is a weapon, and the Diamantine Void Core Trinket, which a lot of casters, I assume some healers maybe as well.
Yes,
Zach, look
it's
for.
a mastery with an with a proc intellect effect.
And a shield. Don't forget the shield, Jack.
So, well, that's not the trinket. That's part of the weapon.
It's part of the set, Jack.
no, the set buffs the shields.
I'm getting both day one. But it's one big thing to me,
Calm
all right?
That's
down,
true.
fighting
That's
cat.
true. Actually,
no.
Cal,
Jack's fighting against the staff for healing is already angry, all right?
oh, I'm not getting
The
that
staff is
staff.
stealing my healing. I don't want to.
Oh, I'm not getting that staff for a while. I know I have to pay my dues.
That's fair. I mean, the staff does drop from Soulbinder, which is what we assume the third boss, second or third, depending how you want to go at it. There's been a lot of talk, not saying Liquid at all, but a lot of other guilds are actually looking at doing Mythic splits potentially this raid, which is really interesting.
I think that's such a huge storyline for this raid.
Yeah.
Like, think about where the last 2 Race to World Firsts have been, and the amount of difficulty for even earlier bosses for World First guilds. This translates into making those bosses, obviously very hard at the start, instead of having the first 4 bosses get steamrolled in half an hour. But at the same time, it also means that a lot of Mythic and even Hall of Fame raiding guilds are going to start struggling in week 1 against a lot of those bosses. So to counter it, they start doing Mythic splits to try to optimize their gear a little bit better, but it also kind of makes the race a lot longer for them.
Yeah, I mean, looking back at Undermine, the tuning also on Reverb, on Styx, on Sprocketmonger, they all got nerfed week 2, right?
Mhm.
So if you can go in there and split those first 3 bosses, Lumathar, boss number 2, drops Astral Antenna. A trinket, healers, DPS, or melee. Melee works melee as well, I believe. I'm pretty sure it does.
I think
And
it's Agi.
casters.
I want to say it's into
Okay. That basically everybody wants. It's a bit overvalued
It's
or
good.
overstated. And boss 3, Soulminder drops to staff for the Void Glass Great Shard set, whatever it's called. So if you can split 3 out of 8 this week, if you can,
Yeah.
depending on tuning, it could be really lucrative for later weeks.
At the very least, I think you can split 2.
I think so too.
Because Lumathar looked like a boss you would just 5 heal and play ultra safe on, because I don't think the Enrage was that tight from what we saw in PTR. Maybe they're going to make it really tight for World First or something like that, but it looked like a fight that you could just super power overheal through, do the mechanics, and just persist. into that final phase where there's absurd amounts of damage. When we get to that boss, we'll be sure to kind of go over the mechanics for you guys. It's the second boss, but like you mentioned, really good trinket drops, even some good M+ trinkets as well for those of you who are really M+ brained.
You?
I'm a bit of both.
That's
I'm
fair.
a bit of both.
That's fair. Did you get your title last season?
Yeah.
Jack? Oh.
Got title.
Okay.
Got a World 39th Hall of Fame.
Oh, okay. Nice. There you go.
You still gonna join my guild or what?
It's like a rub-in. Still, was this thing in the first place?
No, I'm just trying to get you to join my team.
I thought your GM hated me anyways.
No, he
Warlock,
doesn't.
Right? Wasn't he?
No, he constantly is like, Warlock's changed. Where's the Kalamazoo
Oh,
video?
yeah. I'm sorry. Yeah, I mean, there were some changes last night, actually.
Yeah, I know. That he posted last night.
Did he watch the
Who
video
did?
we made?
I don't know if he watched it, but he asked specifically for it. Okay, I will.
Jack's
I will
GM.
find it. Yeah, my GM. Shout out Corsair. Well, he's our raid leader technically.
My goodness. Well. Oh, he's not the GM. Oh, the GM does hate me.
No,
Raid
the
lead
GM is Seppi. He's a healer.
Oh, well,
Does he hate you?
every healer hates me.
No, he
so I
doesn't.
Why do healers hate you?
No, nobody.
I
hates
leave on
you.
Burning Rush. I don't. I know. But there were a handful of changes that came in last night. Locke was nerfed a bit. Death Knight nerfed a bit, which made Aya very sad.
I know.
Some
True.
Frost Mage nerfs. Funny enough,
They deserve it.
Ellie
See?
Shaman sitting very high right now.
Is Warlock Cook chat need a Kalamazoo video to know? Yesterday at 2:49 p.m.
Oh.
Yeah, that's forklift certified. That's my.
Wow.
Forklift certified? That's his name?
No, that's his. I don't even know why.
His Twitch name?
No, his name is Corsair.
Oh.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Shout out Incarnate on Tychondrius.
Do you have any cool names in Discord you use for anything?
Not in my guild, but in the healer Discord I'm in.
Hmm.
It's like mute all Mistweavers.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, because they kept trying to gaslight us that they weren't going to be really good, but then they got their damage
Yeah,
nerfed.
well.
That's the Mistweaver way.
Then they got their damage nerfed.
Disgusting behavior. Unsurprising. All these classes are sandbagging, saying Warlocks are real
Okay.
sandbaggers. Okay,
That's
no
gold
shot.
coming from you, buddy.
The #1 comment in the video last night that we made, the thumbnail was myself, Jack, and Tettles, was 3 sandbaggers in 1 thumbnail. Diabolical. Pretty good.
I
good.
sandbag nothing. I put disc in A and S tiers.
Yeah, you sandbag healing. Just nobody cares about that. Cause
I think that's what it is. You guys don't listen. You tune it out. You're like, he's just sandbagging. I don't know what he said.
exactly.
Somebody teach me how to sandbag so that I can,
You
like,
just-
I need, like, a demonstration. Like, if
People said I sandbag on Max's tier list.
Yeah, so how does that work?
I was
exactly?
the only spec in S tier.
Hmm.
Oh, you sandbag. Then he calls Tettles to try and figure out where Warlock's at in the raid. It's like calling my dog to do astrophysics. Like, are you kidding me? Like, come on. Like, hello? Like, okay. Come on, man. I didn't sandbag anything. Hunters went in Dobby tier. Diabolical.
Dobby tier?
Yeah, double
Dobby.
Dobby.
You remember
Double
Dobby?
Dobby. I remember Dobby.
Yeah.
I do.
Okay.
Dark times. Kitty. I just said that out loud. I'm sorry. There's a kid there.
With a cat
There's a cat.
roaming.
There's a cat roaming the facility. He's very handsome. Oh, he's walking across the camera. This is a good time to talk about our charity partner, the Santa Monica Animal Shelter. We are working with them once again this season. Teal.gg/donate. Last year, just to make a note of this, it was teal.gg/RWF-donate. This year, it is teal.gg/donate, and we are raising money to help them out. They're a local charity. They're a great organization. They were so thankful the first time around that we got to meet up with them, and our first goal is $1,000,
Wow.
and we've got
That was a
Just
meow.
meow?
That was a wow meow.
that was good.
Wow.
We'll be playing a big Jenga, $2,500. We're going to do the casting persona challenge. $5,000 Aya meets the animals.
We even have, after we hit that $1,000 goal, every, what was it, $250? Start continuing to take pieces out of the Jenga.
Yes.
Oh, yes, good comms.
And there's a punishment whoever knocks over the tower.
Ooh, what's the punishment, Jack?
Oh, I actually have no idea.
I'm not gonna find out.
They kind of hung it over, over us like a
it's
specter.
a mystery punishment.
Yeah, like one of those like demon heads that warlocks have. What is that?
It's Thalkiel.
That's like gibberish to me.
My boy Thalkiel. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. I was trying to just make a reference.
Well, every time you reference the $5,000 goal,
Yeah.
I Am Eats the Animals, I always think like she met us years ago. like literally every time.
Yeah.
Every time.
You go back in time, to, like the first world first as she works or something like that.
Maybe beforehand, actually, but she didn't remember me. It's okay.
You're never going to let that go, are you?
It's one of those
You know what?
five-
You're not special, Kalamazoo. I don't remember a lot of people.
It's one of those 5 moments in my life that scarred me.
The ego.
There are people, I feel so bad. I'm sure there are people that think I'm like the most awful person because I don't know what it is. I have like facial blindness or something.
That is a real thing.
I cannot. It's like it's so embarrassing. It's gotten me a lot of trouble with you included. So $7,500, and we have a Bob Ross paintings. I'm excited for that. $10,000 DDR challenge. However, I would like to make note. It is not the ones that you see in arcades. It's like the one that your friend had in like their basement that was on the carpet, and it's like a little yoga mat situation.
Oh, that's cool.
It is DDR, but it's just like the at-home version, so it's gonna be more
Scuffed.
$15,000 IRL Umusumi.
Is that food?
Uma
Musumi?
Musumi.
They explained this to me. I still don't get it.
Horse racing.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. What's up?
Yeah, but why is it called that?
I don't know.
Uma means horse. Musume. We've got some weebs in the back that decided to name it that. $20,000
go.
stand-up night. $25,000 a secret video.
Yeah. Now you get to put to the test and see if any of the casters are actually funny.
Also, I would like to clarify, it is not a horse racing game. It is actual horse racing.
Okay, so
We're going to the track. Let's
We'll
go.
be doing it IRL. Thus the world.
Cal's gonna just have tickets in his hand, just be gambling.
Just send me back to Florida to go to the track for this segment. Yeah, I'll come back.
I love the ponies.
The horses.
Oh my God.
I'll go see the horses today.
Already started. All right, let me grab the laptop.
Oh,
Keep yapping
gosh.
God, these chairs are so high up the ground.
That's all right. You
It's
got
like
it.
I'm taking a journey.
While we're yapping here,
Jeez! I'm sorry. This is
support the
really...
race. Support the race to world first, and make some gold in the process. Go be a helper.
Yeah.
Liquid needs you to win.
You!
We got to go fill up these groups.
This laptop is massive.
Gotta go fill up these groups. There might even be a little bit of server issue going on because I see
yeah.
a few different POVs of players who are kind of stuck on the log-in screens.
That's
Yeah,
weird.
I mean, they came up early for Liquid. Forgot to clarify. Liquid got them early. You guys
They didn't
get
launch
them.
their special world first Raider client.
Yep.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, the EU bias has already begun, as we can
Yeah.
see. You know.
The EMP already, did you know?
But jokes aside, yeah, you could be part of history. If Liquid does win this tier, it's the first guild to ever sweep an entire expansion in the Race to World First. And that includes going back to, like, old
Really?
days. Yeah,
Ew,
like back
cool.
in, I think, BC Wrath era, even before then.
Mm-hmm.
I thought there was a sweep back then, but apparently not. I believe it was, like, mostly Insidia, I believe, or something
Yeah.
along those lines. But SK Gaming took it, like, in the final tier, I think, of BC, taking Sunwell. And I'm old, Jack, in case you didn't realize that. This is the first sweep. Be part of history.
Yeah.
Help make it.
Especially in the modern era, I think it's the biggest thing.
All right, before we get too off subject, we do already have some donations. So, Thelia, you were first. Congratulations.
Yo!
$25 first. Also, hi, Kalamazoo.
Just Cal?
Just
Wow.
Cal. $25 from Somaloria. We already got a transmog submission. Thank you so much. We'll get to that. And $25 from Babushka Cat. And it just says,
moly.
cats, cats. Put the cats on stream. Let me see that. You know what? Valid. So we have $75 raised already. We're trying to get to $1,000, which is our first goal for our
Heck
charity
yeah.
partner. And I would like to point out, we lose to Echo. Not that it's friendly competition because it's all money to charity, but we lose to Echo every single tier.
And donations, to clarify. And donations,
yes,
to
the
clarify.
clarification.
Well, you know, you're a rich caster that makes $1 million a day. You could help fix that, actually, apparently.
I make $1 million a
That's
day.
what chat says, yeah.
That's what chat.
Chat-
Like right now
you
they're
know,
saying that?
someone in my chat said, oh, casters only won Heroic Week back because they make more money. Last time we were talking about it. But we actually make less money. We didn't even get paid for this. On top of that...
Wait, you're getting paid?
no, I'm not. That's what I'm saying.
They just pay us in food.
Oh, that's true. Very good.
That's actually not true. That's not a funny joke. All right, $100 here.
Woo.
Woo!
Wow.
Already. And let me read this real fast, and then we'll go over that. We've got Midnight Mixology, $25 from them. Thank you so much. All right, with that,
Yes.
Let's go raid, okay?
Yeah, let's go.
If you can log into the game, you could make 130,000 gold for assisting in a full
Ooh.
clear. And if you just come in for some bosses, you know, they pro-rate it and everything like that. But now is the time to make some of that sweet, sweet gold and help Liquid get the win.
I'm going for that 350.
I bet you are.
I actually geared a second Warlock. Last week, you can craft all 675 gear.
Yeah.
I'm 680. I'm ready to go. I'm going to tell one of the analysts, sneak me in, big dog. I'll cut you in. 20% of the back to you, all right?
Oh.
Give me a vault. Let's go.
Starting a pyramid scheme over here? Can I
Oh,
join?
I'm from Florida. We
Can I
got to go
recruit
all the
5
time.
members?
That's right.
Yeah.
His favorite neighbors are pyramid schemers.
Yeah, Telegon lives close to me. One of the analysts, actually. I went to his house.
Wait, Telegon? I knew that guy was, wearing Mary
I
Kay
went to
or
his
something
house for
like that.
steaks
His
like a
skin
month
looks
ago.
great.
Yeah, we had steaks. It was his birthday a few days ago. He's old now.
Well, you actually met up with him IRL
Yeah.
first for the first time?
Yeah.
What, like
You've lived
2
it.
years?
He lived
Yeah.
close to me. Yeah, we had steaks.
Were they good steaks?
Yeah, they
Who
were
made
good.
the steaks?
He
You
made
or-
them. He made them
Whoa.
on his
Tell
fancy
he can
grill.
cook?
Yeah.
Okay.
Is he like a Blackstone? Or?
It's like some fancy charcoal, like a metal box for the charcoal to go in. Then you drop it onto the grill.
Oh yeah.
It's
that
all
sounds sick.
crazy. Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah.
Wait, it's a charcoal grill?
Oh yeah.
I want to get one of those grills that's like the flat surface. You know,
Yeah,
like the Benihana, like
yeah,
flat
those are
surface.
Oh, you make some carne asada.
Yeah.
Oh.
I make my meat sticks in those.
Oh, do you?
streams, yeah.
Your meat.
You should. I feel like
meat
you,
logs. Yeah.
you need to start doing grilling streams.
I want to, but we're gonna do it on July 4th. But the it's like a
rain?
hurricane something came. A tropical
Yeah.
storm,
You know,
yeah.
there's a grill here.
So-
Maybe you could help out.
Pull it on out.
Josephine.
Let's go. I'll fire it up. Let's go. I'm
We should
down.
Put that in. That should be a charity goal.
Make a
Seriously,
pizza.
Kalamazoo makes a pizza.
That's what it is. Caster horrifies new chef with insane invention.
Is this a breaking news article or a
Yes.
charity symbol? I can't
Yes.
tell which.
You and I can be the reporters, Aya.
Yes.
Just have
We're live here at the 20 where Florida man has poisoned all of the
Oh.
casters. Hello, kitty.
Yeah, I mean, I guarantee you, some of the raiders would love Kalamazoo's pizzas.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
People. Yeah. Oh my gosh. What
Oh.
is that?
What?
Hey.
Oh, okay, wait, no. I've seen this. So I think one of Zyro's
Thalia made
friends.
this.
Oh, okay. Yeah, sent this to him. Okay, so how come you get to be your Kalamazoo, evil Kalamazoo,
That's Judhoon, my pet.
Judhoon?
Yeah, it's Judhoon.
You've named him Judhoon?
He was named that by Blizzard. I don't know.
Judhoon?
My gosh.
Demon Kalamazoo. Why are half of these okay? Angry cat,
Angie cat.
Angry
not
cat,
angry,
a
yes.
gator, Florida man, a pizza.
I made that pizza. That was second to last pizza before I came out to the race, actually.
That pizza is I think one of your best pizzas.
Those are fresh jalapenos on there, actually.
Oh,
I'm growing peppers on my patio.
I
Those are
heard.
not those.
I heard about this.
Yes. They're very.
Do you have a camera, a live view of your
I
peppers?
have two, actually. Well, they're.
Two.
I have two cameras in the patio
Yeah.
for the hurricanes to watch when they blow my apartment away when I'm over in California. And, yeah. But the
Okay.
peppers aren't sprouting peppers yet. And also, that cat is my Discord avatar.
Oh yeah. Chat is tagging themselves.
Well, I mean, they can do that if they
Tag
want, I
yourself.
guess.
I'm Mitza. I feel like Jack. Which Kalamazoo are you?
I think it might be evil Kalamazoo.
I think I'm.
Like a laser
I
eyes.
think I'm Angie Cat. I think that.
That would track.
Mhm.
Yeah.
I hate that Florida man picture, just to clarify. I hate, people always say, oh, your beard looks good long. It looks terrible.
Okay.
It looks so bad. Like,
Hold
you
on.
kidding me?
I have an idea. Okay, who sent this in?
Thalia. Thalia. and
Thelia.
Chad, you
Okay,
just-
Thelia. Take that picture that Jack posted of Kalamazoo
Oh
and,
yeah.
and get that in.
No.
That's
Yeah.
like what is that?
That
Like
automatic.
Oh.
half alive Kalamazoo? Like you look like you're disappearing.
You mean on the couch yesterday?
You
or-
look
He was just letting
terrifying.
his hair down.
Okay, it's more than that. That is respectfully the ugliest picture of you I've
That's so messed up.
ever seen.
It was
That's
terrible.
so
It's
messed
so-
up.
that's not on Kalamazoo. That's on you, Jack. What
Also-
the
He
hell?
posted the picture.
I just want to say,
Yeah.
now that he's walked by, Max walked by, looked at the screen a minute ago, and just kept walking.
Do you guys ever feel ashamed of what we're doing here? Like they're like so
I
sweaty.
think Max just did.
and
yeah.
they play like 14 hours a game. We're literally looking at pictures of cats and pizza and hanging out with a
It's an
cat.
alligator.
Oh, I just sent it to my parents.
Our
They're
job
like,
is very important here.
They're like, "What do you do for work?" And I was like, "Oh, yeah, this stuff."
Yeah, it's hard to explain.
And then they stop asking questions.
Yeah. Anyways, tag yourself. Delia, I'm waiting for round 2. Very excited. And we are back into the gameplay.
There's more donations.
$20
Servers
for
might have been up,
our charity.
but servers are also wrecked.
Yeah.
Yeah, so servers are half up.
Servers are.
They're up-ish.
So I would recommend not trying to do your death list Hazavesh the moment they come up, actually.
Yes.
That's what I was going to go do as soon as we
That-
got off the couch.
That's a good idea.
Also, Dratnos, spreading potential misinformation last night, said that
never
he
do that.
thinks- yeah, well, he thinks they possibly could potentially beat daily lockout in Hazavesh now and not weekly.
See, this is just like
We're
A+
not sure.
content creator stuff.
Yeah, I know.
You just kind of like make up a rumor, and then it just builds some hype because people would love it to be true. And then whether it turns out to be true or not, you've like created buzz around it.
I told him yesterday, you're really good at saying a lot of things, but saying nothing at the same time when he was doing his class review.
Yeah, he was like, maybe it'll be this, but I don't know.
Yeah. Whenever I do that, they're like, this is terrible. You're not a rogue analyst. Why are you doing this? Dratnos, oh, the sky is blue. Rogue is good. Oh, great video, Dratnos. Thank you. Like, it's ridiculous. I don't understand. Like, guys, we're drinking the Kool-Aid.
It'd be like our therapy session with Cal.
Oh, well, you know, we love Dratnos. It's okay.
We do indeed.
Oh, he's here right now, actually. Yeah. Good morning, Dratnos.
Let's get him a mic.
He's here.
Get him a mic.
Oh, he's wearing New
defend it.
Jersey, too. Wow.
He
That's
is
right.
very fancy.
Well, he's
Okay.
getting suited up and ready to go into splits.
Somebody told me I had to tickle Dratnos this morning.
Yeah.
Amelia, I'll get on it.
Preachers.
Don't worry.
Telling Tettles to do things to me, too.
Well, probably the same thing as Dratnos, but
Disconcerting.
Okay, let's see.
Say the
I'm looking
least.
for this photo.
you know, I actually put the pinned a comment in the video last night we put out.
Yeah.
I said, please sub to my channel or we don't feed Tettles today. And I lost about 100 subs, and there's about 800 comments on it. So, Tettles, I'm sorry. I think you're starving today. I don't make the rules, but, you know, I was pushing for that 100K goal on YouTube. But honestly, I will take the minus 100 for that. It's okay. For the content. It's fine.
Well, you have potentially 2 weeks, depending on how long this race goes, to like make it up and then like find ways to antagonize Tettles more to get your subs.
If we hit 100K, I'll break it. Never mind. Kick the door down.
Have you found out which hotel room he's in?
We haven't. No, I don't think so.
Okay. Research required.
I'm not sure. I'm gonna let that one slide, actually. But I'm not, yes.
All right. Well, let me read these donations.
Okay.
We are at $320.25.
Ooh.
So I don't know who's already triggering me with the 25 cents, but that's disrespectful.
Can we make it
We've got
69 cents?
Dustin, $100.
Woo.
Can Kalamazzi tell us more about those meat logs?
If you watch my cooking stream, you'll just find out. They're various meats. It can be,
Do you make these meat logs?
yeah, beef,
Okay.
pork. You can do chicken. You can do turkey if you want.
It's all ground.
Yeah. And you put it in a big bowl with Parmesan cheese, breadcrumbs, an egg, and powder ranch.
Powder.
Yeah, I almost lost some powder ranch in the race, actually. And then you make it into like 3 or 4 different like sticks. And you put what do you call them? The vegetable sticks?
Skewers?
Yeah, I don't eat vegetables. You skewer the meat log and you put it on the benihana. And then
Okay.
you cook it
Yeah.
on the benihana,
Yeah.
and there's your meat log.
There you go.
The benihana's the flat top.
Yeah, I was gonna say you do
Thank
that
you.
at the
Yeah.
stovetop.
Yeah, the benihana. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, like what?
They're
el-
great.
All right, real
So you're
quick.
just
We've
eating
got
like a corn dog, basically.
Yeah, a meat dog. Yeah.
Yeah.
all right, we got $20.25. There it is, Brighteous. A nod to the current year because giving away is always in style. Oh, okay. You know.
Hey.
But we got to round out that number because I'm annoyed now.
Wow.
Ascesian, $100. Pet submission. Pepper has come to every race this X-Back, and they sent their picture. Thank you so much. We will get that on the screen as soon as we can.
Woo.
And thank you so much for $320. We are almost halfway to our first donation goal
Wow.
for the Santa
Well,
Monica Animal Shelter.
32% of the way.
Jack, shut up. 32.25.
Now you want.
0.025.
Now you want to be precise.
32.025.
It'd be 32.25.
No,
025
0.25.
025 would be 32.025%. Right?
32 point.
I'm pretty.
That's
yeah.
the same thing. That's what I just said. 32.025.
Oh wait, it looks like people are able to log into the game.
Right?
Yep. Yeah, you're right. I think you're
Am
right.
I?
Maybe.
I think we're
Possibly.
both right.
Just carry
You
the
just
3
move the
up.
Anyways,
just move the decimal.
We have a lovely picture.
It's so bad.
Hey.
It's literally Boromir. I hate it so much.
God,
Well, wasn't Boromir the favorite?
you
No,
kind
he
of like
died.
the Hound
He was the favorite
from
child
Game of
though.
Thrones.
Oh, I don't know.
Yeah.
That's not, neither of those are good things. I took my hair
Good.
down because it was, and I just ruffled it up with my hands. And Jack's like, let me get a picture. So
Yeah,
Not simply
exactly.
walk into
that is
Florida.
not how I delete. Oh, just never
Okay,
mind.
but you know, here's the thing. Here's the thing. Any good friend would say, "Hey, Kalamazi, you look. This is a weird photo of you. I'm gonna retake it." Instead, Jack just rips it.
I don't care.
No,
Posts it on Twitter.
this is guy friend
If
stuff.
you
okay?
posted
Yeah.
me, I would no longer be speaking to you.
You don't like.
Well-
Well, guys like to rib each other. You know, this is like guy friend stuff.
Yeah.
Fisher Timu Boromir.
The Alibaba Boromir.
Yeah.
Okay, so
You can
Thelia,
give me back this
Thelia,
race.
for your resubmission of your casting thing of Kalamazi, you got to put
Oh my gosh.
Timu Boromir Kalamazi.
I hope you guys know that I'm here for the content. I try and you keep things
Oh,
alive.
you're not here for your
Right.
love of the race to run first and your passion for Team Liquid?
I'm
Well,
here for
passion for
food,
content.
passion for content, and the animals that walk around.
You know what,
and
Sam?
Tettles.
You
And
know,
for us to hang out, right?
Yes. Yes. Yeah. Exactly. Yes.
Thanks.
Yeah.
I'm just here so I don't get fined.
Glad that made the
That's
list.
why I don't know Walter this morning going to the
I mean, I kind of expected that to happen. To be honest. I was like, "Hey, if
Hey,
you
you
would
see,
like to
look,
walk to the
ooh.
studio together, this
There
is
it
when I'm
is.
gonna wake up, and then we can go do it."
Mm-hmm.
And then I was like, "Hey, I'm gonna get a shower, then I'm
Look at that
heading
man
down."
bun.
What?
Yay!
I get out of the
Look at
shower,
Oh.
no response, and I'm like, "Yeah, he's asleep."
Oh.
I was asleep.
Get some salt and pepper
Eepy
coming
boy.
into your beard.
Oh
there.
yeah, you know, you win some, you lose. I actually have new shoes coming in today too.
Oh yeah. Okay, can we talk
Are
about
they
this real quick?
orthopedic for you?
No,
No.
Air Force Ones.
They look. They're so ugly.
They're not ugly.
They're
When they get here, I'll probably be on the cast later on when they're here. I'll wear them and we can have a discussion on them. I actually wore these shoes, which if I don't know, I'm gonna get to.
There's a hole in there. You
Yes,
can
it-
see his toe.
Can you see my toe right there, chat? Yep. I wore these shoes. These are my old shoes. So I'm gonna leave them in the hotel and wear the new shoes home.
Put them in the garbage.
Well, yeah,
Yeah,
the
no one's
garbage,
wearing them.
the
Look at the
garbage
tread on the
in
bottom of
hotel.
those. It's gone. Your foot's about to come through the bottom.
I
Oh.
wore these on the airplane and everything, so we could just. Yeah, I don't have room in my suitcase for two shoes.
That's
so
fair.
I'll wear the new
Because you
ones home.
refuse to check a bag.
You know, Dratnos employed the same strategy this time. He said, "Yeah, I was gonna check a bag, but then I realized like I don't want to deal with the headache," and he brought a carry-on. He's like, "Yeah, this is better."
I feel like,
Evolving.
and for those of you just tuning in, the server is broken, so we're yapping a little bit. We're already getting off track here, first segment of the morning. But I feel like not checking a bag is more of a hassle because then you have to like schlep it all over the airport.
Jack had
Your
to
other
climb
suitcase.
into the conveyor belt like an orangutan and pull the
Okay,
bags
but that's
out.
never happened.
It happened
before.
an hour, did a day
Okay.
ago.
All right, so the bags got jammed in the conveyor belt, and everyone stood around watching like 6 bags jam the conveyor belt. And so I I got through the crowd, and then I just got up there to start clearing the jam so that the conveyor
He
could go.
climbed into the conveyor belt like King Kong.
Somebody had to do something, okay? Somebody had to do something. So I cleared it, but then they shut off the conveyor belt because they
They saw
needed
King
to-
Kong on it, yeah.
No, because they needed to like clear it again, and then my bag was on the other side of the veil,
It
right
didn't make a
behind the
difference,
wall.
you see? All
If I was faster, it would have been fine.
sure.
If I had, it all worked out.
It's
My
respectable.
mom didn't allow me to climb on that thing when I was a kid.
Yeah,
Well, I
most
mean,
people don't.
Looked
You're
like
not
so much
supposed to,
fun.
but if you see something wrong, you can't just stand around and do nothing.
What is that? There's a name for that phenomenon where like everybody kind of like
Bystander effect.
the bystander effect. Everybody kind of looks around like, what do we do?
Yeah.
But it's like
The
it's a
NPC
simple
effect, yeah.
It's a simple solution.
It's sort of crazy. A lot of NPCs come out of the woodwork during patches and comment on videos, actually. A lot of civilians and NPCs. Yeah, it's pretty crazy. It's pretty crazy. So no wonder that happened to you, Jack. Well, it does look like it's
Because
supposed
they
to
were
be
watching
warm
my
here,
YouTube
though.
videos?
Well, maybe. I don't know.
At youtube.com/automaticjack, where you can watch
Okay,
the
I'll-
Manaforge Omega raid guide.
Okay.
Yeah, and if you want some cool classic content, Kalamazoo 24/7 is playing right now.
Oh, let's go! I wonder what's on the Kalamazoo 24/7 channel
And if
right
you
now.
want to see our live POV right now, I'm live right now. Twitch.tv/Aya.
It does look like the
Come on,
weather's
Aya, you
getting
can't
warm
plug your
here,
live
though.
channel.
You just plugged your. Hey, you guys get plugged. So do I. So do I.
How many bosses do you think we see in the first few splits here, actually, on Heroic? Do you think we do up to Nexus King? I'm thinking like first 6, at least up to Fractalus.
You don't think they'll full clear it as a heroic split?
I think you leave Nexus
obviously you
King
can't-
and Dementius until later on.
Yeah, I think you do 5 or 6.
And then what?
Well, then
Probably
do it
go
again.
yeah.
Oh,
you,
and then
you
you-
do like
okay.
5 or 6, and then you do as many of those like 5 or 6 heroic runs you can.
That's fair.
And they're also doing
So-
normal. So,
There's
so what they're
normal,
probably going to do is they're going to do like a normal full clear,
Yeah.
get everyone kind of acclimated to the mechanics, and then they'll start doing like 5 or 6 of 8 heroics, I think.
What are the hot items? What are we looking for right now?
Whew. Well, there's
Is that
the
too early to tell?
void glass weapons
Right.
Right.
that I talked about, Dimentine Void Core, Astral Antenna. Do people care about that Raz Ritual Forge?
Yeah, Raz's Ritual Forge is really good for a handful of classes. It's the ones that have like more bursty CDs. If you're a burst CD based class, Raz's Ritual Forge is very, very good. 2-minute unused trinket with a very large amount of main stat. There is like the Void Glass Chris and Dagger from, I believe it's Fractalus and Nexus King. So there is a Void Glass staff from Soulbinder, boss number 3. But the big conundrum this tier is you don't necessarily want a staff, because a staff means you can't craft an offhand with Ascension on it, which is what I
Right.
believe most are playing. You can opt to just play other things, but it's like not as good. But you'll still take it because it's early on and you get what you get. Besides that, tier pieces, the actual boots from Soulbinders or Soul Hunters, the Demon Hunter boss, very, very good as well. Everybody wants to have those in the raid. So we'll see where it goes. High roll some Astral Antennas from Lumathar maybe here. Plexus Sentinel, though, not incredibly rewarding from first boss.
As first bosses go.
All right, we've got a couple more donations.
Ooh, we're crushing it.
We have these numbers are horrible, chat. 4944 from Anonymous. Thank you so much. 1075 again from Righteous. You are my number one enemy now, only because you're cute. Wrong from a viewer also. $50 from Laughing Icarus. First time watching a Race to World First. Stoked to see charities being supported through this. Well, thank you so much. I'm so glad you're here. Hope you're enjoying so far. 3881 from Anonymous and 1337 from Bubs, as is tradition. And then $100.44 just to trigger Aya further. Smiley face. from
Nice.
Big Seats. And you're all on my list. Congratulations. Hope it was worth it. We are at 583.06. Thank you so much. Teal.gg/donate. We're trying to get to $1,000, and maybe if we can do it in our block, we as casters would look really good. Oh, that would be awesome.
I would.
Playing Jenga.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
if you're just now tuning in,
Imagine seeing Jenga and it's like 3 times the height of Aya.
Well, it might
You know,
actually be.
I know exactly the
Wouldn't be
set that they're
much.
going to play it with, and it can get really tall. I don't know about taller than me, but I've seen it. We played it during the after party a couple of years ago. But if you're just now tuning in, we are starting off on some normal splits. These servers open about an hour early, and we're getting our splits formed. If you'd like to help out with those splits, you certainly can. We've got some nice awards too for helping us out. Teal.gg/Liquid Guild. If you'd like to head on over there, get in the splits. Also, I do get some questions about like kind of how it works, and if you have to be really good, you have to have a decently good character, but they do help you with the fights. You don't have to be nervous. It's not an intimidating environment. They're very helpful. They're very nice. So get on over there and get in those splits.
Make that gold.
Make that gold. Meet some raiders, maybe. You're going to be in the same group as some of these guys. Get to
Holy
talk to some of
moly.
them.
Can
you know?
officially say that you raided with Liquid?
You
What?
could.
Put that on your guild application.
Yeah. Once did a split with Liquid Guild.
No, you just say I raided with them.
Yeah, send in, you could even like if you go real sweat, you could send in like the logs and be like, look, I did more damage than some of the Liquid Raiders. It could happen. You never know.
That's true.
That's true.
Yeah.
Also worth mentioning this tier, I forgot to talk about it earlier.
Ooh.
BOEs are a thing.
Ooh.
But they're not actual BOE on Mythic until like week 85 of the patch usually.
Yeah.
But there is, I believe every class has one tier piece and like one off piece. Now, unfortunately, there was a lot of thought put into this. Male and clothies have boots. Oh, and plate as well.
That's right. That's right.
And
They-
leather has a belt.
yeah.
Wow. Oh, very cool.
Yeah. Not the coolest thing in the world to have BOE boots when our best in slot boots are off the Soul Hunters fight.
Yeah, there is a ring though, which is cool. That's like
What's the stats?
There aren't any. It's
Oh, it's
randomly
random.
generated. Yeah.
Yeah, that's actually kind of insane.
Unless it's bugged. There were never any stats on any of this loot. Actually, it's all random stats on BOEs. So
Oh, right.
Interesting.
major and minor, and
Are
we
they
just,
equal weighted?
no major minor. Like so.
Oh,
like,
okay.
Basically double one, half the other.
Yeah. Yeah.
So
Hmm.
we
That-
shall
that
see.
owns.
How do you guys? Oh, okay.
Hey,
I like that system.
We got a boss fight coming.
Here we go.
First boss fight,
First
Plexus
normal fight, Plexus
Sentinel.
Sentinel. Yeah, do you want to go over a little bit of what we're going to be seeing on normal for this boss?
Would love to. Here they're just wrapping up the first of the intermission phases, and so it's kind of like phase 1 intermission, then phase 1 intermission,
Wrapping up.
on repeat.
Get
So
it.
first thing you're going to see onto the encounter are a couple of these little mines that are going to go out onto a few different players. Those mines, you can see the markers on the edges of the room, the manifest matrices. They got to run these off to the sides of the room, and then they're going to deploy a mine that'll stun you, and I think it also transports you to a random location on higher difficulty levels. Then you're going to have the tank bomb. It's kind of like the Pyro Party Pack, if you remember Sprocketmonger. Tank has to run that out. Big explosion, one big boom. They got to just get it far away, and it makes a puddle, so they're putting that in the bottom left and bottom right corners. Here's the double tap for the salvo.
Yep, the soak comes in here. That link is committed as well. So that knock on Heroic and higher, or that soak knocks you back, basically. And on Mythic, there's like double soaks there. So if less than 5 people are in that, it wipes the raid. But besides that, honestly, what Jack just mentioned, that's basically the entire phase 1.
Yeah, we're done.
You drop runes in the ground, the tank fall-off mechanic comes out, and that soak comes in, which needs to be double soaked on higher difficulties. And once the boss reaches max energy, which is in about probably 10-ish seconds here, that phase 2 begins once again.
Cool thing about it is you can see they went the bottom left and then the bottom right for those detonations for the tanks. And so they're going to have one more round of this eradicating salvo that they need to soak. Boss is going to hit maximum energy pretty soon, and then we get to enter into the first intermission phase. And you'll see with this knockback, they're going to get right in between both of those puddles that the tanks had put out. This is the last round of mines they got to put away into the corners. That way you can see they're making a really clear lane that they can run to.
Yep, and the interesting / cool thing about this boss, your Rishi wraps.
I say Rishi.
I think it's Rishi, actually.
I've seen both.
To dodge the wall on this fight. If you look, here comes that wall right now.
Yeah.
Yeah, so they got to dodge cutter beams, and those big orbs will also knock you back if you go through them. So all they have to do is use that extra action button on a 15-second cooldown, dashes you forward, and makes you immune to the knockbacks of the bubbles and the damage from the cutter beams. And then you can kind of dash through that wall and be safe. If you don't, then you die. You can't like blink through it or any cool things like that. You just have to use your cloak.
It's like the Resident Evil purging room. Have you seen that movie?
Oh,
yeah, it literally is. It's like the cutting wall. It's so good.
Ooh.
Yeah.
I was thinking of Duel of the Fates in Phantom Menace.
Oh, yeah, I guess
Star Wars now. We're now.
That's right. You get a Star Wars reference.
I do.
First reference I've made of the season that I get.
Oh yeah, true. Historically, Jack has a history of making references and them going completely over my head. Did Sang DC?
Sang DC, I believe.
Uh-oh. Looks like everybody else is good, so.
The other PvPs are still good here. So.
That's a Sang problem.
Server lag's not good. Hey,
Yeah,
Dazer's playing Prop Alley. Let's go.
Oh.
That's my goat.
I heard Dazer is going to be a bit of a bench warmer this season.
Don't call.
I don't like that.
Oh, sorry.
I would refer him to as a ping pong enthusiast.
Oh, okay, yeah. Ping pong enthusiast, water boy.
AKA Ret Paladin Rogue.
Personality. Well, no, that's not fair because that implies that he's not good. He's good, but perhaps.
He's a Ret Paladin extraordinaire, so he rides the bench basically.
Perhaps Ret Paladin is. Okay.
That's kind of what happens with World First is like people will cover specific areas because of the roster they have.
Yeah.
But then they're also at the mercy of like, is their class good?
Yeah.
You know?
Question for you guys. Which do you think historically for PvE is the most ignored, this is controversial, most ignored spec?
Probably Shaman. Spec?
Which
I don't know.
spec?
Probably an alien. Probably
so spec, not class.
Specifically spec.
Over like the entire history of the game?
Let's call it since
Call it 2 years?
like modern, like since Legion. How about?
Ooh.
I feel like it's Red Paladin.
No,
Like,
they got a revamp in Dragonflight.
Yeah, but like they were. I mean,
and then they got the one button
they've had
rotation.
their moments in the sun, but they just, I feel like, get immediately like nuked again.
Well, good.
Survival. Oh, you know what? That's a good answer actually.
I think
And
classes
Feral.
that have 2 buttons or 3 for their total rotation should not be as good as classes that have 35, like a Warlock. Sorry.
True buff disc.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That's why I'm so mad about Frost being so good. Frosty.
I think as far as healers go, past 2 years, I would say probably Preservation. And then
Which
like
is so
Shaman,
interesting
close
because
second. Yeah.
They were really good when they first came out.
Yeah. Well,
But I feel like that
mean,
kind of always happens with
Prez
like, newer specs.
does a lot of
classes.
output next season.
Okay.
And so does Rest Shaman, to be honest. But I think from like a design perspective, they've kind of just stagnated for a long time.
I also feel like it kind of correlates a little bit to PvP as well with like
I don't know anything
specs.
about that.
Yeah, well, I'm just kind of bringing it into perspective. If anybody cares here, I don't know. That I mean, not
Good add-on.
always, but more than you'd think. It's like if something's not great in PvE, it's kind of the same.
Was that world first, normal Sentinel?
Yeah.
Was that a Coinbase world first?
I don't know.
I don't know.
Maybe.
I'm not sure. It could have been.
I'm going to say it is, all right?
Yeah, let's go.
It came to me in a dream.
What happened to Hopeful? Ooh, fun story about Hopeful. He got hazed.
Oh, yeah?
THC put all of his trash on his desk and then threw his mouse pad on the ground. And I don't know if it was just like a let's be mean to Hopeful or haha we're gonna haze you since you're the new guy.
Well,
I'm not sure.
I don't know if it's confirmed or not, but I heard that he came in wearing Echo joggers.
You know, I wasn't gonna call him out like about that part, but you went ahead. But yeah, he was wearing Echo
Is that
joggers.
confirmed?
And it wasn't like a malicious thing. He's like, "What? They're comfy."
Yeah, exactly. Well, I'm wearing some Liquid Star Wars joggers right now, and so
Ooh.
I mean,
Yeah, good one. Hey, speaking of,
I would wear those anytime.
yeah.
Because they're so comfy.
They're so comfortable, and if you would like some comfortable apparel, you can head on over to teal.gg/RWF. You can see a little bit of a preview of the apparel that we've got. Yeah, I got you. I'm picking up what you're putting down. We've got some apparel this season. I'm a big fan of that middle shirt. I think it's sweet.
Yeah.
Quite cool.
I like them all. The middle one is pretty sick. I like that.
I like the little fisticuffs going on in the bottom right with our derp shirt.
Oh, I didn't see that. Yeah.
Yeah. We'll
Oh.
yeah.
I got to squint to see that, my vision.
Oh,
is
yeah, I
good.
forgot you're blind.
I brought my glasses this time, but I
Oh,
didn't want
yeah.
to bring them here because that means, like, you know, people would then not, you know.
I have some new glasses.
I don't
coming in,
know.
too.
I was going to say,
Oh.
Zenni is providing you with some glasses, right?
Very
And
cool.
prescription.
That's right.
Yeah.
They're the new sponsor.
Yeah.
Race the World First.
One of our new partners.
And so all they had to do when I ordered them was give them my prescription, and then there is I think it's like your optical length or something like that, like how far apart your glasses are from your nose and stuff.
Oh.
Okay.
And they have this really cool tool online where you hold up like any sort of like a strip or like a credit card or something like that. You have like
Oh.
the back facing it.
Yep. Hold the
And
front
then-
and back up, Jack. Let me see.
Yeah. And then it would measure your forehead so
Oh.
that you could see how to fit the glasses properly.
Like how big your forehead is?
Yeah. So they do this test in the doctor's
Mine might
office.
Mine might give an error if I did that.
But they have a pretty wide range for you.
Is it 5 head inclusive?
Yes, it is.
Oh, okay.
I mean, you're
fantastic.
looking at me, right? I got a nice billboard space here too. I'm right there
So
with
you get it. You get it.
So they do that by just hooking up to your webcam.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, so they can measure where your glasses are supposed to
Wow.
fit on your face. And when you're trying to figure out what glasses to pick, you can align your face with the webcam,
Yeah.
and then it'll actually put the glasses on you.
That's really nice.
Yeah.
You didn't go with any of my suggestions, though.
I did, actually.
I thought you ordered, because I said like the circular lenses or the half lenses, right? The
I
half,
gave you a
rims?
couple different options. You'll see
I'm gonna
when they
look-
get here.
I'm going to look at our conversation.
What are half lenses?
Half
Half rim.
rims, yeah.
Like Harry Potter?
So it's like,
No,
It's
those are
like-
like horn rims.
it's like,
Oh.
I don't know how to explain it. It's like, it has like plastic on the top half, but the
Yeah.
bottom half is just like a raw edge of glass, basically.
That sounds
You know-
fancy. No, I've never seen it before. No.
I'm sure
You'll
you've seen
see
it. It's
it.
just, here, look, I'll look up. Well, let's just do it. Half lenses,
half rim.
half rim, thank you.
Yeah.
Rim Zenni. Like this. Like, oh.
Oh, I have seen those. Yeah, I've seen those.
Yeah.
That's cool.
But I was just asking Aya for some
Yeah.
advice and everything like that,
Yeah.
and like what she thought looked good.
Everybody comes to me for fashion advice.
There we go.
These days.
Not everybody takes it.
And then some of them don't listen to me. My entire chat was suggesting the most fire shoes for Kalamazoo.
3/4 of them are like, these are really cool. And Aya's like, these are terrible.
Well-
you have to buy $1,000 Prada Gucci shoes.
Okay, nobody
instead.
suggested $1,000.
You did. What do
That's-
you mean?
No, I didn't. I suggested.
Like, you-
Hey guys, we're on to Lumathar.
I suggested Vans. Anyways, Lumathar.
This is good. We're on the prop alley point of view. So
Oh, true.
really big factor for the fight is these tank frontals. You see that huge web line on the opposite side of the Voss of Dazer. It's going to be going out onto him in just a second. It's this big line. This line is going to be used to break out some tangles that are going to encroach from the edges of the room and start kind of like collapsing on top of you, sort of like Aeronog out of Vault of the Incarnates.
I got a surprise for you here.
But I
Oh.
don't think that mechanic's there
Yeah.
on heroic difficulty. So we're just going to imagine some tangles coming in from
Picture
around the
some
room
tangles.
because
So-
it's coming soon. But they basically got to aim it at the tangles, break it, and then you can damage it and get out
Yes.
in time and be safe.
Yep, so here they
Here
come.
they
They're
are.
all unshielded, basically. You can funnel off these a lot in normal, but it's normal, right? Like Jack said, though, on Heroic, you're going to have one wall coming in, and none are targetable. You have to hit him with the tank frontal that Dazer just had right there. So you would point that at one of the extra orbs. It would then break the shield, and then DPS it down, walk through the gap, and that's basically that mechanic. On Mythic, there are two walls encroaching simultaneously,
Yeah.
so both beams need to be pointing at the wall to break two different orbs.
Because the boss is just static in the middle the entire time. You also see these tethers. It's a little bit hard to see, but you're going to periodically see a couple of these like web lines going out onto players. and there's that right there, the edge of the room you can see Dazer's at. You have to run to out there in order to break that tangle, and you can see on the right side of his screen, there's a bunch of like silk and webs on the right. That's where you're dropping these once you break your own snare. But if you break your snare in one of those existing piles, you get stunned on heroic and higher.
Yeah, it might seem like a really good transcend demonic circle fight, but
if somebody drops it on yours,
that or if you circle out early and the webs spawn in and you're outside and get pulled in, you're stunned. If you get hit by one of the webs, you're stunned for 10 seconds basically. So it's a bit of just, hey, do the mechanics, you can't cheese it, but on normal, not that impactful regardless.
Yeah, look at this goo. So this is the final phase of the fight coming in, and this is where you're going to have a lot of puddles to dodge.
That's so cool.
And then this is a party soak as well. So the tanks are getting this debuff, and then they have to soak with half of the raid at a time.
Does it feel like there's a lot more frontal cones in this whole tier than most?
A lot of soaks.
A lot of tank work.
Yeah.
There's a lot of tank work and like tank precision required in this incoming raid. So they're going to have the tanks make sure they're aiming. You split the raid in half on heroic and higher, but you can just have everyone soak here. And then I believe the boss is going to start doing their knockback pretty soon. And then this is going to start pulsing damage. And I believe it's heroic and higher where circles are spawning on their locations. You can't stack together for a knockback. You instead have to spread while you're getting pulsed at like crazy.
Yeah, and there's very little time between the actual frontal soaks and things on heroic and mythic.
It's quick.
It's quite fast. This fight also in a rage in phase 2. Those purple circles on the ground, those keep growing and spreading, and the boss drops more. So it's going to be a tight DPS check on higher difficulties, we assume. But on normal, not that difficult. The boss is going to fall momentarily, and we're looking for those astral antenna trinkets here as well.
That's right. They're going to be really big.
pickups.
Yeah, a lot of damage in this final phase. The early phase was like moderate amounts of damage, a lot of spot healing, like a lot of single target healing required. Final phase is just a mess of rot damage and AoE, pulsing damage.
Boss does take more damage in phase 2 as well, so typically you would want to lust there.
No antennas.
Nope.
They got a Lumathar trinket that's, again, a good M+ trinket, and it basically is a 1.5-minute cooldown, puts up shields on you and 4 players. So you pretty much coat your entire party in a 5-man in like 30 or 40% health shields. It's insane for keys.
Coat them in the shield.
That's right.
Wow. It's like a spider coating.
Well, that's what I think about when I put a shield on you. I'm just wrapping you up in protection.
Is there a...
I'd leave you alone, please.
All right. You guys want a moment?
No! What were you saying, Aya? What's up?
I don't know. You made me lose my... What was I saying?
Who knows? But it's okay.
I was going to say there's an arachnophobia mode for that one.
That's not a spider.
Well, it's
That's
like a spider-esque. It's like a spider moth.
It's like a moth.
Also?
Totally different thing. Totally different thing, Aya.
Moths don't... Okay.
Come on.
Moths don't come down on a web like that.
How do you know? Are you a mothologist?
I think they know. I just...
We'll put a mothball in
have
it.
a basic understanding of bugs. Okay.
If you're just seeing this raid for the first time, this actual raid looks phenomenal.
It does.
This is like the central hub of the raid as well.
It does.
If you've been missing the void-esque kind of feels, this raid is finally back. There's no more goblins or spiders, except for the last boss. This is actually, this raid is super sick. It's very, very cool. I did it on normal. Actually felt like the trash is just as cool as the bosses.
You already did it?
Yeah, well,
you've already done
Kungen and Chat killed this Mythic months ago. Yeah.
Shaq?
Yeah, well, no, Kungen and Chat.
Oh, Chat. I think you said Shaq.
Well,
I heard Shaq as well.
Yeah, and Spirit.
Yeah, okay.
But
Chat agrees with me. They think it's a spider.
It's literally a moth.
It literally is a spider with a moth head. It has an abdomen and a cephalothorax.
I'm pretty sure if you just look on our sponsor, Wowhead.com, you'll have a specific as to what Lumathar is. Pretty sure.
Let's see.
It's a spoth. There you go.
If it's not a spider, Aya owes $1,000 to the goal.
True. Well, if we hit our donation goal of Aya meets the animals, she has to not only meet the animals, but also meet the moths.
Oh.
Meet the...
there you go.
Ooh. Are they...
It is a beast, just like me.
I love...
Such a beast.
It is a beast.
Isn't there like a little description?
I think moths are prettier than butterflies. What do you guys think?
Nope.
Oh.
It has layer weaving, though. It should be a web.
Where's like the description, like the flavor text, you know?
I don't know, Jack.
Keep scrolling down then.
How much for Aya to eat a moth? Okay.
She's vegetarian.
I
just
don't, moths aren't in my diet.
Somebody put out crickets. You see that?
What?
There's a little thing of dehydrated crickets out in the kitchen.
Stop. Wait, from previous tiers?
No, it's like a bag of like,
Why?
I don't know. I just saw it. I thought it was crazy.
It's just in there casually?
Yeah,
Crickets?
just
Are you
like
sure it's not from, because we've eaten crickets on the desk, right? You remember?
Not me.
Well,
I don't eat
I wonder
I
if
don't
it's,
play no games.
I feel like I should
Yeah.
go look at it.
Hmm.
You know, somebody like set it out as like a snack.
Huh, all right.
Have fun. That's not me.
They weren't bad. We ate them one year for,
I'm good.
okay. Fair enough. Ooh, getting some goop POV here. How do you guys feel about the new jerseys that they're all wearing?
They're hype.
They're awesome. I like them a lot.
They're I like the material that they're made out of. I feel like I could go.
It
work out in
breathes
them.
well, right?
Yeah.
Is it silk?
No, it's
From
like
a moth?
Okay.
Maybe
Silk-
partially. We don't
Silk
know.
comes from silkworms.
No, it
Oh,
comes from a moth. Okay, read the read the Lumathar journal.
Bug misinformation being spread around here. No, but it's nice and it's like vented. I don't know how to explain. It's like,
Huh.
it's like netted almost.
Like a jersey.
It,
Yeah. But like
it sounds like
more,
there's
more. Go ahead.
sounds like there's some just interesting calculations that need to be done with it, where
The-
just like the Liquid Armory has awesome, amazing calculations that you can
Oh.
use to find the best trinket options, gear options, contextual information. I
Yeah.
think it's liquidarmory.com.
I
if I'm not
believe so. Let
mistaken.
me pull up the information. But yeah, very helpful tool. Actually, we have RaiderIO in the building this season.
Ooh.
Hula Hoops is here,
Wow.
helping us out. She also brought some Canadian goodies.
Yeah, I got some pickle pretzel sticks. There we go.
That's should have never left Canada.
Yeah, that sounds
horrible.
horrendous.
Yeah, I'm not really a pickle person, but they tasted pretty good. Nice and zesty.
I
Probably
my
should have gotten
favorite-
some like mustard with it, and then it would have been.
Sure. Yeah, that's.
I bet actually,
you don't pick on
non-ironically, I bet those would be good in a
No.
sandwich.
I would have thought
Like
you
you
would
know, how
too.
some people put Doritos in sandwiches.
I don't.
I feel like you could put the pickle chips in a sandwich and it'd be pretty good.
Maybe.
It's
I like
it's a-
pickle flavoring. I
little
don't like
crunch.
actual pickles themselves.
Yeah.
Yeah, my brother had a side business once making pickles.
Really?
Yeah, he would make cucumbers in the backyard, and then he would go pickle them.
I thought they were made out of.
Hmm.
I thought they were made out of zucchini.
No.
Nope.
Oh my god.
Afraid not.
I feel
Champ.
stupid. This whole time. You guys
Well.
ever had zucchini bread?
Nope. I want banana bread, but never had that either.
Oh yeah, banana bread. Okay, you know
Ooh.
what? I'm gonna make that a mission some people sent me their grandma's recipe. I have several grandma recipes of banana bread. I'm going to make some banana bread this tier.
Do
We'll
it.
find a way. I will make you guys banana bread at work.
Well, we don't
Yeah.
get paid for this. This wouldn't be considered work.
It is.
Right.
Wait, what?
That's a good throwback.
We don't get paid for this. It wouldn't be
Oh,
considered
true,
work.
true.
Right.
Yeah.
There it is. Backed by real data, used by our pros.
Liquidarmory.com.
Yeah, they basically took the analyst team and they said, "You don't have enough work to do, so go make this site."
It's actually
Use the
pretty
data.
convenient. Yeah, I mean, you can see. I would assume Astro Antenna is pretty high for everybody on that list. But if you're looking for like just in-depth simulations and effects, that's where you would want to go.
Yeah, I have a description here. Liquid Armory, the most up-to-date sim hub for trinkets that you'll find. There's data for every DPS spec, tank spec, and augmentation all ready for the patch, and we'll be closely following it, making sure it's updated with any hot fixes.
Wow.
Dub.
Mhm.
Let's go.
You can subscribe to it as well, and it gives you like a professional,
Ooh,
like
bonus
more
features.
tools.
So you could have the same
More
features and tools that the World First Guilds have.
You could. Well, you know, within reason, of course. Actually, no, it is the same. Sorry, I thought, for some reason in my head I got like Warcraft, like all of the tools, like Warcraft logs and stuff. I was like, I don't know about that, but
They're all good tools.
They're all great.
They're all great tools. Ooh, speaking of, not really, but Tiltify, we have $618.75.
Woo.
Til.gg/donate if you'd like to head on over and help us support the Santa Monica Animal Shelter. We have $35.69 from Derg, early mail Panda rep this time, sent in their transmog. Thank you so much. We're trying to get to $1,000 within this casting block, and that means we will have hit our first donation goal. So if you like puppies and you like kittens, and last time I was there, they had like a snake, and they had a turtle, they had a guinea pig.
Oh.
They do a lot of great work. They're really nice people. And I think also the goal is to get them to visit us once again.
That'd be cool.
Nice.
Yeah. That would be very cool. And also, you can see down at the bottom of your screen here, Alienware, one of our partners here for the Race World First, teal.gg/Alienware RWF, if you'd like a chance to win a 27-inch QD OLED monitor. Very nice.
Hey, we're on to Soulbinder, and that's Dreamy.
Ooh.
All right, so you're going to have this
is my favorite boss.
trying to make more of the Shadow Guard. And he basically kind of puts them in these containment chambers, and then it's about like a 2-minute timer, I think, before they hatch.
Right.
And they're fully formed. But you can break them out a little bit early with some of these orbs that the boss is going to be shooting out.
Yeah, it's a really weird mechanic. So the boss is going to place, I believe at this raid size, 3 like line-based effects on players. You'll see it coming out momentarily here. It's right here. This mechanic, it's not the line that shoots. The boss launches like a beach ball out of himself right there, and that breaks the canisters. If there's a player or anything between you and the canister, or I guess the boss and the canister, will actually break. It won't break the canister.
Yeah,
like
intercept.
Yeah, clear the line basically. And
You can also
showing you a.
just sitting so far up in your chair.
Oh, I was going to show you something.
I want to see.
It's a spreadsheet.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Yeah.
So you can also run through these canisters as well, so you don't have to run around them or anything along those lines. You can just make sure you're walking through them, bait the orb into the position, and then once you break those ads out, they also start taking extra damage.
Yeah, and so every 2 minutes or so, which is happening right about now, the boss will then break the remaining ads in the room. There's a mix of, I think, assassins, I forgot the names of it. There's basically a caster, an assassin, and another melee-based ad.
Yes.
And
it's like a shadow...
A Shadow Guard.
Well,
yeah.
they're all Shadow Guards. It's like the Shadow Guard Mage, Shadow Guard Assassin, and then we should have the other one coming in.
They might have actually cleared them all already.
Yeah, I think they probably killed him. Because the final one also does like a blink attack. Phase Blade, that's what it is.
Okay,
Phase
there we go.
Blade.
Yeah.
Thank you. So that's the big thing. They have to make sure that they're clearing out as many of these ads as they can, and then it honestly becomes kind of like a crowd control fest. If they focus on their boss damage, I assume that's going to be the big strategy on Mythic, is how can they do a lot of cleave damage without losing single target, and make sure that they have a lot of crowd control to just stop these ads. Because if that Void Volley goes off, it puts out an insane amount of magic debuffs onto the raid.
Yeah, and you know that big mass profile's happening there basically every 2 minutes, which lines up pretty well with most 2-minute based cooldown classes.
Right.
And you've seen it multiple times in the Race World First as well. If they can sort of emulate this meat grinder based setting where you can get the boss stack with all the cleave ads and just funnel onto the boss, that's what you want to do. On normal, not that impactful, but on heroic and mythic, especially mythic, that becomes much more relevant. But at the same time, on mythic, all the ads have different abilities. The caster ads, if you kick them, the next cast is twice as fast. I believe the backstab from the phase blade ads leaves a large debuff around the player that does damage. Also, I believe painful dot. So the ads become even more important to control on mythic. But for the most part, the fight doesn't look incredibly involved past just that. Right?
Yeah, and you need to have kind of like a light spread for your range while all of this is happening. It's tough because you need to grab all these ads in together, have range, have a decent spread to them. Melee is going to get hit like a truck, and so honestly, I think there's a lot of value with something like Spirit Link in this phase because you can start evening out that health pool. Shaman's a bit of a dark horse walking into it, but the more that I've seen the raid, the more and more I think that there's a very real possibility that spec gets run. And we are seeing, some people playing the Resto Shaman alts and Resto Shaman characters as a result. So it's possible. It's definitely getting used in splits right now. And I'm pretty hopeful for it based on what
I'm hoping for some staves to drop here.
Yes.
Some void. Yeah, there it is. There's one. Yeah, void glass spire. We got one.
Nice.
Yeah.
Big weapon.
Not too bad. I mean, to clarify, it is a special effect on the Void Glass Spire, Chris, and Dagger this raid. However, on normal, the eye level is not that high. The effect is still good. You might keep it around for someone, but you really want to see it on higher difficulties or have a higher weapon in general. But there's no lessening of main stat or secondary stat on the weapon to compensate for the effect. It's just straight up bonus damage. So those are highly sought after.
It's just free real estate.
Yeah, exactly.
It's good damage, also additional absorb, survivability for the healer side. And, keep in mind the Reshi Cloaks do that too. The healer effect is proccing a heal, and if there's any overhealing whatsoever, it procs and absorb for that overhealed amount. So there's a lot of different ways that your effective health gets increased in this raid as a result, and there's not as many negative heal absorbs. I feel like a lot of different areas of Liberation of Undermine, so many mechanics would just put a debuff on you of a dot and a heal absorb at the same time. There's a couple, we're going to see it on like Forge Weaver Araz. We'll see a small debuff on the Soul Hunters encounter, but it's not as widespread as we had seen in the last raid.
How do you expect that to affect the healing composition then?
So
if at all?
We're going to have a lot of different ways that effective health is increased with the absorbs, and so that helps a lot. But I also think that there's almost every single boss fight with a rot mechanic attached to it. Soulbinder and Nisdrini, you don't really notice it on normal, but it does have a, it's like an inner fire. You remember that on the last boss of Priory, where he puts up a buff and then he starts pulsing some damage? That's an effect. That's also really predominantly featured on Lumathar at the end. You're going to see that featured on Forge Weaver Araz at the end of that encounter and in their intermission phases. So they're moving away a little bit from negative absorbs on every single boss fight, and then they're also going to try to ramp up a lot of their rot damage. And that's what I expect to see from a number of different encounters. You know, we had that at Mugsy too, but it was ramping over the course of the entire fight. Now it's a bit more of like they put up a buff, they start pulsing some additional damage for this period alone.
Do you prefer the way they're doing it now comparatively to before, or is it just like a variance in healing profiles?
I like most fights to have some element of rot damage attached. I think Mugsy was kind of perfect, to be honest. And I don't mind having negative heal absorbs because they have to have it with how fast gameplay is these days. But I would really love to see a world where like people have 1, maybe 2 defensive buttons maximum, not like 3 or 4 active defensive buttons. Because they start tuning the raid with all of this in mind, that you need to have a defensive every X seconds to survive, otherwise you just perish. And then that just makes, you know, yo-yo health bars.
I've heard the argument for a while. Defensives have become a bit too wild in current, I guess, modern WoW. I wouldn't be surprised if they pull back on that.
Wild meaning how?
Excessive. Everybody has a million defensive.
Oh.
Yeah, and so they basically,
counteract
the more tools you have, the more they design around you using those tools. And then you have yo-yo health bars and things like that. You know,
and then your healers get stressy-wessy.
Yeah, a little bit. And cranky.
And
But same thing goes for DPS, you know. What's all the best trinkets that you can think of? They're all on-use, bursty trinkets.
I hate...
I'm playing double equip this tier, actually.
Oh, really?
But usually, yeah, you're very true.
Yeah,
when you can sync like a large cooldown-based effect with your other cooldowns, like it just amplifies upon itself, right?
Yeah, and a lot of classes have moments where they're stacking multiple different cooldown buttons on the same time. So you have a lot of burst, but no sustain.
Yeah.
You know, we're thinking about Soulbinder, which we just saw, and it's like, oh, how do we pair up a lot of damage events and a lot of damage cooldowns around this 2-minute timer to AoE adds down while still doing the maximum single target? That's a huge part of like just the game in general, is everything has gotten into these burst windows. And so we'll see in Race to World First, oh, okay, we're going to have a boss and it's like 6% or 5%, but they lost all their cooldowns, so the boss's health is going down super slowly, and then they die to the next mechanic. But then there's other times where they have all these cooldowns, and then you go 6 to 1% to 0 in a blink of an eye.
I mean, sounds kind of fun. Keeps you on your toes.
Jack's getting old. He doesn't like having all those mechanics that fast, all right?
I mean...
It's not the age, it's the mileage.
Well, either way, you're slipping, Jack. You're slipping here.
Thanks.
I have a potentially big question that also might be controversial. Would you say that healing, and I'm talking about like in the context of M+ as well right now, healing as a role has gotten like less fun, less desirable, less attractive of a role to play?
Well, I mean, I think the 1-button rotation might have something to do with it.
What do you mean? Oh, like they're implementing that to make healing more...
No, I'm just meaning that like DPS is easy. But I mean, there's a lot of stresses that you have going on with healing, of course.
Yeah.
I still think it's fun. You know, M+ is always the most fun when you have a dedicated group of people to play with. I think there's the stress of like what's within your control and what's not within your control. And there's plenty of moments, because defensives are so important, that if somebody's not hitting a defensive, you know, they're taking massively more damage than somebody else, and it's tough to sort of adjust your healing profile on the fly, whether or not people use defensives or not.
Yeah, you do kind of have more control over the run as a whole, though, I feel like, as a healer as opposed to like DPS. Is that just me?
I think on Trash you wipe a lot to crowd controls.
Yeah, like if your DPS aren't interrupting and stuff.
And
so dodging.
Some classes, you know, especially Shaman, can have a ton of control over that. Others, like Priest, not so much. So
I guess what I mean is, like, let's say you're doing a run, a key. You have a really bad DPS. You could probably
like
push your way through it. Yeah, sure. From Florida or something. Doesn't
kick, doesn't crowd control anything.
You're going to have a lot of dust, but you'll get it there eventually. If you have a bad healer, like, I feel like you just straight up not going to finish.
True, but that also adds a lot of pressure to the role.
Yeah.
Jack, how good am I at using defensives? Am I good or bad based on what you've seen?
No, you're good at using defensive.
Oh.
Are you serious? Are you playing games? Better than Forklift Master or whatever?
Forklift Master is really good. Your Courser
better.
Courser usually doesn't die. Well, I haven't rated an entire
Do I die, Jack?
Well, all we've done together has been PTR testing.
Oh, that's even harder though.
That's what I mean.
Right.
That's what I mean. Is like
forklift, step it up. All right.
You know, there's a difference between like doing PTR testing with no bigwigs or DBM versus doing prog rating. But I mean, I've prog rated with Corsair for 3 or 4 years now. Long time. Long time.
Oh, look, we've got our EU POV.
Oh,
I always say it wrong. Utrecht.
Utrecht. Well, really important part of this race is that the entire guild isn't in the Santa Monica Team Liquid Alienware
facility.
Alienware training facility.
Training facility, excuse me. There also is a second Alienware training facility in Utrecht.
Yes.
So, Team Liquid's global.
Yeah,
they
we
got
are
2
global.
squads.
Speaking of global, we even have a watch party, like a whole production going on in the Sao Paulo office as well. So we have a lot of our Brazilian LATAM fans joining us, doing their own production over there, which is also very exciting.
Yeah, very cool.
Nice.
Yeah, so we're just all over the place. So very excited for that. And with that, we're going to head into a Monster Energy listening.
Right, I'm just trying to run again.
I can release.
Surely DH can make it across.
Flank with this in the trash.
We're
Should
down
we summon you, or should we just run?
You should just run, I think. I mean, we all made it down here, but it's like he doesn't open the door anymore. Oh, everything is snapping.
I see some trash is snapping.
Yeah. Okay, I think you just have to kill the guy at the top. I think if you kill that guy up there, it might work.
Yeah, let's do that.
Hopefully we have enough damage. It's gonna be kind of sketchy.
Yeah.
I'm on the right side now. Do we kill this geezer here at the pipe?
Yeah, kill both those guys. I think that's what might be needed.
It's glitching, we have a lot of trash and not that many, but sure it will work out. Start running. I'm just stuck on the pipe. What the fuck?
Bro, this is fucking...
This is crazy.
This is a funny little mini game that Blizzard put in here.
Everyone should just release and try and run again, by the way. We'll probably do one more try of this, and then we're gonna have to just...
Guy on the right.
Yeah, it's the next guy we need to kill. Let's go this guy. Not this guy, no, it's it's another one of the Void guys, like the elementals.
Oh, the unstable mana guy, yeah, I'll stand right in front of him.
I think if he dies, we might be good. Are you able to come back and heal us, Emi?
I am waiting, like, in front of the guy that we're supposed to kill. I can come back.
Oh,
yeah, I see.
Can you res this guy? Do you have combat res?
Maybe last Nick can res me.
Right, nuke this guy at the end too if you make it.
Getting beamed by something. Oh shit.
Yeah, it's a big guy.
Oh, you can extra action button right there on that orb.
Oh, he's beaming me through the wall.
Die.
Shit. There's so much trash.
Can you take aggro of these guys on me?
I'll let you go.
You got like 10 guys coming in there now.
Pop all CDs when you get here on
so
this big guy.
Will be Allen here.
I'm gonna die here. I'm getting a res. Yeah, can we lost? Can someone in the instance just lost? Nice. It's 20%.
They don't have a CR at the trash.
I think we got him.
Yeah, I hope this works. We kill him and then, yeah, the door opened now. You just jump down. Try and live by jumping down. And then I think I can activate the portal. And if you're in the instance, if you just die, there should be a new portal to take.
Yeah, Central Operations is open.
Yeah.
Holy shit, what a journey.
Die. Yeah, we should probably, everyone should
okay,
die.
Everyone just die, let the mobs reset.
Yeah. This is crazy. Okay, I'm in.
Wait a few sec. I want to just snap away. Don't stop porting, guys. Just let them reset.
Yeah, I'll do... Yeah, if you die, just die and then we'll...
Wait by 1 sec.
Yeah.
They reset.
Now we're good.
2 mobs at the...
So just snap to the front.
Just kill them here.
We can just kill them.
Everything is snapping.
Only, I don't know if it's everything or if it's just the small guys. Probably best to just kill these ones. Technomancer.
Control operations.
Yep, gone. Yeah, we'll reset here.
Okay, on this boss, you're gonna be getting some debuffs that will spawn ads. You just want to spawn them on top of the boss. There's gonna be a group soak, which I think you need to alternate. So we'll do 1, 2, 3 first, 4, 5, 6 second again. We'll place the group soak right there at the wall because it's gonna spawn an echo ad that we'll need to kill.
Oh, it's under the boss on normal, but yeah.
What is
someone Druid.
It doesn't do anything on normal, yeah.
I see. And then there's gonna be an intermission which spawns a few collectors that will just be going around and killing them. That's it. Just need to make sure that we stun the ads under the boss and kill them. Leave everything down. Put a repair bot as well for anyone who needed it.
Do shaman buff, please. Wet paper towel. Was there any tanks up here?
Yeah, it's just the echo spawn when that happens.
Just place this under the boss always if you get this debuff. Group 1, 2, 3 being this. This boss is legendary or normal.
Yeah.
There's no damage reduction ever.
I guess not. Yeah. New debuffs just stand directly under the buffs. Four, five, six in this.
Can't see a whirl. I think everyone can stand.
Yeah, I didn't get one.
Yeah.
Just fucking stand AFK in the middle. Hey, we all ads.
Do you guys not have 2 stacks of this lot? Yes, I have.
That's the tank mech.
This is a tank
Wait.
mech.
Oh,
The boss or something else.
It's pretty strong. You might want to pop a burst on it.
What this word is?
Oh shit, I'm silenced.
can't even shield silent this time.
Hold back.
I'll pick up the ad at the bottom disco. You get the one at the top up here.
Kill the collectors
Oh,
now.
yeah.
Boss is immune. Everyone go on the collectors on the sides.
You take your ad to the right collector as well, disco. I'll take mine to the left. Okay, there's only one ad. Fantastic.
Do we need to kill them same time with normal or not? It's probably chill either way. Can press some personals now.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, maybe it is not
Yeah.
chill, huh?
Just when the collector dies, we can last and kill the boss.
It's gonna auto phase us to the last phase, I think. When he hits 25.
100% damage amp.
Yeah, and now we're just gonna go towards the wall, spawn everything on top of the boss, and don't get fragged. We just always fight
Take
against
us
the
to the
south.
entrance disco.
Yeah.
Is he good?
Dodge
He just
collector
got-
discs.
Oh,
He just gave up on the phase.
Drop ads on boss.
knockback in the mole. What the fuck?
You didn't trade me from last boss run upper right? 2 items?
No.
Dodge collector discs.
Boss.
Oh god, woo!
What zealotry, what loyalty, sacrificing himself to power the machine.
Where do we run now?
If only the rest of you had that kind of
That's
commitment.
fair.
You will need it now. Dementius' reformation is inevitable.
Where was the Telegram post this map of the raid? I need to get this on my...
Discussion.
The rest of you, evacuate to the wave.
trash the boss and kill it. Have to kill it anyways. Use your extra action button when you get there. I don't know if just jumping down there natty will work. And if he died, I believe you could take the teleport to where we are right now, to the Shadow Docks.
Good enough here.
Yeah. I think most of these little trash runs are fake, but yeah, we're just gonna pull all the way to boss. Lock in. No teleport. It's fine. I'll see where we'll have summons eventually. Just careful. I don't know if we have a lot of missing healers. Seems to be doing a lot of damage.
Yes, that's a lot of damage. I think we should stop.
Should probably
Yeah,
stop.
just stop right here. Just do a quick kill here.
Everyone should try and pick up their weapons, right? They're good, right?
I don't know if they're great.
I thought that
They weren't very good when we
were they
tried.
not.
Maybe they're better now.
Okay. You can probably just drag this new stuff forward. Alright. Dude, I just realized. Alright. I have everyone already pre-split up in groups. It's a multi-phase fight. We're basically going to... I won't explain it just yet, but just note your groups. It'll be splits 1, 2, 3 left. 4, 5, 6 are going right. For the intermission, and that's pretty much the only split in this boss. There's one caster in the back. I will pick him once. Someone else wants to kick him again. God damn. Stuff's fucking blasting us. Alright, sure. Hope to cross this gap once it's active. Alright, so 1, 2, 3 groups will be on Skull portal, and 4, 5, 6 you will go through the X portal on the intermission. That's phase 2. We're just tank the boss, just face the vanquishes like that way. Everyone else, we're just gonna group soak the conquers. Like everyone just is gonna stack up, and we're gonna soak all the conquers. To remove your stacks, you need to soak in order to remove your stacks. If the phase ends, and you still have stacks, then it is no good. I don't know if we'll early push, but we'll just try last stone pull. See how it goes.
The holy cow. Not that the weak arm.
The holy cow. Did you fiddle with the weak or is it he was in earlier, right? Or did he just come in?
He was in earlier.
You have it?
Oh yeah, his game crashed.
Okay. Just maybe do a quick re-import in case something broke with it. While I explain the rest. So phase 1, we're just soaking conquers. Vanquishes will be pointed away, and then you're just dodging stuff. If you get a little claw blaze line, just run it kind of off to the sides, like this side and this side. Otherwise, we should just mostly be fine in the middle of the room. If we need to, we'll just move the boss like out towards the edge, and just same thing. Intermission again. 1, 2, 3 is on Skull. 4, 5, 6, you are on X. I hope we didn't just randomly swap that. But that'll be that. On the platform, you're just going to focus the Manaforge Titan ad, and then the named guy on your platform. And then just some laser beams to dodge. We can just go. It's surely fine.
Yeah. That's good though.
Full 10. I'll try the last time pull. Okay, this is soak. Everyone soak. Everyone soak. We're soaking both. That is not a soak. That is a danger. Avoid at all cost. And soak again. Everyone. You need to make sure you get hit because you need to remove your stacks in this phase. If you have stacks at the end of the phase, you will.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back. If you're just now tuning in, we're in the middle of normal splits for Manaforge Omega. We've already seen a couple pieces of gear going out. Obviously, nothing too significant. We also got our boxes in during that break. You lucked out. You had some good boxes, Kala.
I did. I had 4 vaults on 4 different characters. Every single character got heroic tier.
Oh my
All
goodness.
4, and 2 of them only had 1 slot, and they both were tier. So holy moly!
What about you, Jack?
Paying off. I didn't get a chance to log in yet.
Oh.
We'll see.
I got some tier on my DK.
I'm gonna feel so left out if I don't get tier.
Tuttle said that he didn't get any tier, so you're not alone. You're not alone back there.
Well, good. Serves him right.
Oh,
Serves
geez.
him right.
You know, I'm feeling
So
a
messed
little
up.
bit of animosity already starting on this morning. First day of the race.
Yeah, have you had your monster yet?
I have. I've had some. Not fully.
Mm,
Let's write it down here.
Good call.
What did we go with?
got
What
a-
flavor did we go with?
A mean bean.
Coffee. Yeah, coffee.
That's your go-to.
Hold on.
The morning is a coffee.
That's right.
You get the blood flowing, caffeine next, and then you go sugar-free in the evening.
Oh.
That's the rotation.
What do you? How many do you average a day? For the
3,
race?
but I don't drink all of them. It gets like third of the way.
Dude, I have the
2 a
problem
day.
too. I end about here. I wish they had like the smaller sizes, like they have in the gas stations. in
Yeah.
Monster.
Mm.
Those would be nice.
I just pour them into the plants outside, and they all get really big and muscular.
It's like what's that movie?
Not really, but
It's electrolytes in them. That's
Yeah.
what the plants
Yeah,
crave.
yeah. Wait,
Exactly.
what is that movie?
Idiocracy.
Yeah, that's a great movie. Yeah, but we of course
Water
have our
from the-
Monster
from the
Energy
toilet
wall.
bowl?
The what?
sure.
Water from the toilet bowl?
We have our Monster Energy wall here, where it's a tradition. It started on accident because I think people just started leaving their trash there, and now it's kind of we try and build as big of a wall as we can, and then towards the end of the tier they start getting. Oh, let me move my hand. They start getting knocked over. So we've made a rule that you can't set half-empty ones there.
I still do.
And the logical solution would be to get like a glue gun and like kind of secure it. But I've been told that's not fun. It's not as fun.
That's right.
Yeah. Too much work.
Too much work.
It's fun to see it fall over. And also, our first charity goal is going to be Big Jenga.
Oh, did we hit it?
Oh,
Did
well,
we hit it? Oh,
we're getting close.
Okay, yeah, I can grab the laptop in a second. But yeah, if you'd like to donate to our charity, we are supporting the Santa Monica Animal Shelter. TL.gg/donate. We have a cat right here that is agreeing with me that we need to support the animals. We got Bub walking around. Also, Azula is in the building, Dash's dog, which I'm sure we'll see later when he's on the desk. But here's a look at our charity goal incentives. $1,000 is the first one, Big Jenga. And we are 658.75. What percentage is that, Kalamazoo, towards 1,000?
65% towards 1,000.87.
Yeah.
Mhm,
How'd
5.
you do in math in school?
I had a first period every single high school year. I slept through it all.
You
Every
had
single
first period math class?
freshman, sophomore, junior, and senior year. Yep.
Oh.
Just got.
And in
used
high
every
school, those classes started at like 7 in the morning.
Yeah, I had to be up for school at 5:15 in the morning.
That's horrible. Yeah, I would
Yeah, I
wake
did
up
that
at,
too.
And they
used-
wonder why we had an F on all
Yeah.
our scores.
I used to wake up at like 5:30 a.m. every day.
Yep.
Yep.
Yeah.
I did that too.
Not great for teenagers.
Mm-hmm.
You're grown and stuff. But yeah, we've got $1,000. Big Jenga will be played. And here's our first pet submission.
Aww.
Till.gg/donate with, is it 25 or 35?
35.
$35. $35 with a link to your pet.
Peeper.
And we will.
I love it.
A pepper.
I know.
Cutie.
I have peppers on my patio.
We'll get
This-
those.
And I
This looks like an Australian Shepherd mix. I wonder if
Oh,
they
man.
said anything. Hold on. So I'm just lifting up the laptop.
What a lovely
That voice
animal.
was. Hold on.
It has Tettle's eyes.
It
I love it.
does.
It really does. this is the eyes that Tettles uses when he asks for boomkin buffs.
Yeah. They stare into your soul.
That's right.
It's very nice. I like it.
Mm.
I like every
Into
animal.
the dev souls.
Yes, exactly. I like every animal.
Sorry, I'm looking if there's a message. I don't see one.
We'll always check and see if there's any bonus messages.
Yeah, I like knowing about like their personality and stuff.
They're probably a fiend for treats.
Why don't I see this? Hold on.
Do you think that they're at their kitchen table taking the picture?
Probably yes.
Or if they're just standing up holding a treat?
If there's
No.
there's food involved somewhere.
That's what I'm thinking.
Okay, so pet submission peppers come to every race this X-Pack, but
Woo.
You know, if you want to submit, like, especially if you got it at an animal shelter, like your animal at a local animal shelter, that's always nice to know. You can give a shout out to them as well.
How about like a pet origin story?
Yeah, origin story. Yeah, the lore. We need the lore of your animal. Yes, but this is Pepper. Very cute, cutie patootie. So if you'd like to send in your animal, your pet, it can be a cat, it can be a dog, it can be a bird, whatever. $35 in a link, or $35 and we will take a look at your transmog as well. So thank you everyone so much who has donated so far. And like I said, we are on normal splits right now.
Yeah, I believe we're pulling Nexus King.
Yeah, let's talk a little bit about Nexus King, Jack.
This is a very cool encounter that we're going through. This is going to be the second to last boss, and it really feels like it's also a really, really challenging fight on probably could even be an end boss on its own right. So I think we're getting a couple different POVs. Some of the raiders are working on Fractalus, some are on Soul Hunters, and some are on Nexus King at the moment. And I'm trying to see... Oh, Dazer's group is going to be approaching Dementius. Maybe we should be prioritizing that.
There we go. Fire it up. There we go.
But before they get to pulling that boss, we're working on Nexus King. So this is the first phase of the encounter, and it's starting with some of the Oathbound debuffs. You can see it on the middle right of Fired Up's point of view. In order to clear out these debuffs, you have to deal with the Conquer, which is a tank smash, which clears out one of the stacks of the Oathbound onto players. And the boss will alternate between Conquers, which are tank smash, and Vanquish, which is a big frontal that they have to aim away from the group. So here's the Conquer to clear out the last set of Oathbound debuffs onto players. If they do not clear these before the end of the first phase, then the players get mind controlled and you have to start killing them off. In the process, you also have to deal with these Void Wings around the room that are casting these cutter beams on the raid, and some of these debuffs that are slashing out at players.
And that Conquer and Vanquish, like, it's random in what order they come in, I believe, correct?
Right. So there's going to be 2 of each. So it'll be 2 Conquers and 2 Vanquishes, and then the order is always going to be different. It's always going to be random.
Right, okay. So we do see the boss going into, I believe, phase 1.52-ish here, depending how you want to look at it, with these orbs coming out as well. And we're going to see the raid splitting off momentarily once the dragon spawns in on these left and right platforms, I believe. Correct, Jack?
Yeah, and so this phase will last for like a bit. It's like a phase 2, and then it's an add intermission, and then it's like a phase 2 again. So right here, they have to dodge the tank breath and all these extra beams coming out at the exact same time. It's like a quick play to live type moment. And then they have to focus all their damage into the Void Wing itself, because when this phase ends, so there's going to be Dragon Phase, Add Phase, Dragon Phase again.
It's pushing so fast, too.
It is. It really, really is. When they come back, they have to. The boss is going to suck the life out of the dragon. Based on the missing HP, he will heal himself. And so they have to focus all that damage into the dragon. Now they're going into this Add Intermission phase, and there's a small DPS check on normal for killing off this Manaforge Titan. It'll explode if you take too long to kill it and just wipe out the team. In the process, you got to dodge some beams, you got to get some ads kicked, and a lot of it is very similar to some of the ad intermissions we saw in Razageth.
Right.
Ad shutdowns, avoid swirlies, kill the right prio target as fast as you can.
Yeah, and to clarify, or I guess to add to what Jack said, when they come back to the platforms here and he begins to like sort of channel drain the energy from the boss, the dragon itself, there's going to be a damage amp as well, which a lot of classes we've seen him talked about a lot over the last week or so. Classes that had that really strong burst profile during that damage amp, especially on Mythic, could be really relevant on this fight for those profiles, burning that dragon down so the boss doesn't heal as much. Less boss health to burn through at the end of the fight, and that might be the key to killing this fight on Mythic.
Absolutely, and so here's the kind of continuation of Phase 2. It goes back into those Nether Breaker mechanics, which you just gotta have to run the circles out, make sure they're not cleaving with anybody, as they will cleave quite nastily. I think these are called Banish, which is the claw marks that you see that just kind of swipe at players. Those debuffs on the ground, those void zones, are gonna last for a little bit, but not too terribly long. And then you have the Dimension Breath, excuse me, that's going to start setting up these cutter beams around the room. It's really insane when you get to heroic difficulty because you have to run basically to the last possible safe spot. Now here is where the King's Hunger is going out, which is the quick intermission phase, where it's very similar to like a Nexus Princess Kaiveza, where you're going to have to start dodging some mechanics on heroic and higher. There's going to be like more claw marks kind of coming out that you got to dodge around while you're DPSing this Void Wing. But this is the big moment to do as much Void Wing damage as you can before the boss heals himself based off of the missing health.
Yeah, this is where that big damage amp we talked about a moment ago on Mythic here also. Now, going into the final phase, if we... Yeah, so we'll see a little bit of this here. The boss is pretty low, but this final phase is what we saw on PTR. People sort of lost their minds. This is when those huge rotating stars spawned in, which you'll see coming out right now, these 3 debuffs. The boss is going to die, but these are going to drop these rotating stars. They're going to rotate basically clockwise or counterclockwise. Yeah, there are the stars spawning in there.
Yeah.
Now, the boss is dying. But just to mention, on Heroic and higher, that ramps. There's more stars. They need to be broken. If you miss, they wipe the raid. It's a lot more involved than it seems. The boss just dying there, and it's pretty early on.
Yeah, and so the boss is going to have a Star Killer Smash that goes out on the tank, and multiple are going to target DPS players and healers. And so you have to aim these at those stars to break them, and then when you break them, they trigger huge raid damage. So the boss is pulsing its own regular AoE at a Tyranny, and the Starbreaker Smash is doing tank damage, party damage, prio damage to those players aiming them. You have to dodge swirlies, break stars, clear them out, and then a Galactic Smash happens again that spawns even more stars, and you got to keep on repeating the process. It's overwhelming on higher difficulties.
Yeah, speaking of overwhelming, on Mythic, those Star Killer Smashes, they don't break the stars, they change the direction they rotate.
Yeah.
If the stars ever touch, if they ever touch, you just die. Everybody dies. So it's like a huge math puzzle.
Jump between Mythic and Heroic.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. That boss on its own on Mythic could be the end of an expansion, end of a raid boss entirely.
Huh.
It's very, very cool.
I wonder if we have Dementius. I thought Dazer's squad had gotten to Dementius, so I would love to see.
I thought we weren't full clearing in Heroic. What's up?
Yeah, I'd love to see if we can actually maybe swap over to that at some point, possibly. I mean, we haven't seen Dementius before, right? This boss was not tested on PTR. End bosses, typically, we don't... I mean, they haven't been tested since Jailer, I don't believe, at this point. But Dementius sounds like an utterly insane end of fight.
Yeah. I'm really curious. Oh, they're still there. Okay, cool. I don't... You know, the boss has respawned. I don't know if they've gotten pulls in yet. It seems like they have. So this would be a really sick area to start seeing some of our first pulls out onto Dementius.
Yeah, so...
I wonder if this is how they start the boss fight. They have to, like, port into the room because they haven't gotten onto the platform
I mean, you can see him. He's there, right? He's massive. You can see him in the back.
Yeah. Well, I wonder if when they get onto the platform, it starts the fight.
It could be.
Slightly off topic, but this boss room is so cool.
It's massive.
Yeah,
There's some other platforms around the area, too.
I wish they would look up. I want to see the skybox.
I think Dazer's just in slow motion right
now. He kind of is. We're doing that on purpose? He's like,
just kind of flexing.
Flex while
I mean,
yeah,
I'm a big fan of the arm behind your head.
Yeah,
it's kind of stretch.
I do that a lot.
You know.
Yeah. Here we go.
I learned that from Kriparian when I watched them in college.
Oh, did you?
Yeah, so look, both sides of the raid are split here, half left, half right. Yeah, and this is
it starts the fight.
Wow.
So they take the portal and it starts the encounter. So everyone's got to be on their game.
I love multi-platform fights. I'm a sucker.
So those are the ads they had to kill, which spawn that excess mass.
Wait, where?
Where?
Oh,
pick
I
up.
see.
It's already been vaporized.
Okay.
That is sick looking.
Oh.
Yeah. Okay, so this is the hide or die.
Is that not? Never mind. I thought those
huge
were going to suck you off the platform.
Look at how they're already pre-spreading as well for some of these tank smashes coming out.
Yeah, and they had the raid split left and right a lot here too also. You mentioned the other platforms
knockbacks too
coming out later on as well. Is that a split we expect to see later on in Phase 2, Jack? Or?
I think so, because there's going to be some flight mechanics involved, similar to Tindril. They already have some of the AoEs going out, requiring players to spread. So big boss room already, knockbacks that we're having to feature, and they're going to have a new round of some soaks coming into each side for the antimatter. They have to soak, I think it's a certain amount because they keep getting a stacking debuff here. Looks like a normal you can just stay in there until it's over, but you might need to have taken a couple stacks on like higher level difficulties and then jump out. Higher level, then just soak a couple stacks, hop out each time. A couple players got knocked up there. And it looks like they're soaking locations so that they can land safely and not die to fall damage. Oh, this is really, really cool.
Huh.
So that drop in the middle there, that tank debuff, is that the excess mass coming in right there, Jack? Or is that...
The center one was like that tank smash that we just got a chance to see.
The massive smash. Got it. Okay, so there's massive smash and excess mass, correct?
Right.
I believe. Okay.
So the excess mass is what they're picking up from these living mass, I think is what it's called.
Okay.
The ads they have there. New soaks, as you can see, coming out. This is going to require the raid to jump into it while they're gaining the stacks of the antimatter, and they're putting up the Spirit Link totems so that they can start surviving some of those soaks. So half the raid is on one side, half the raid's on the other to start dealing with this. So the raid's getting cut in half pretty quick. Players getting knocked up. They have to soak the locations that they can land safely. And then there's those safe zones again to make sure that they are dodging some of those huge group soaks. I don't know if Seng's going to make it.
That's oh no, they got sucked in. So the boss
you need a certain amount of players on each side.
maybe.
Yeah.
They might have tried to beat the push there because the boss is super low on health. That's not when the boss dies. When that happens, he enters phase 2, which is the dragon riding part of the fight.
Okay, interesting.
Not sure.
So one of the big things with the ads that they are picking up is that's how they're going to be safe from the collect gravity mechanic that I think that they had just died to.
It was hard to see the actual excess mass themselves as well.
So it's a very small thing of living mass, and they had to make sure that they picked it up so that they were going to be able to properly survive when the boss is just sort of like sucking everybody.
The soak that the ads drop?
So yes, they have to.
Is
They have
how
to
you
pick
stay
up.
safe?
It looked like that. Yes.
Okay. Okay.
It was the excess mass. We did, however, see the antimatter coming out, which is that group soak Jack talked about, right?
Okay.
Which you soak and get a certain amount of, like a stack of debuffs. There was the actual dark matter drops in the back of the room as well, so that is present on normal also.
Interesting.
When the boss does reach 0 health in that phase as well, it's not dead, to clarify. That's when the dragon riding part of the fight begins, which we were really close to there. I'm not sure if they were trying to just beat the push to ignore the actual hide mechanic there. Regardless, though, we're back into Dementius here, fired up POV as well. The boss is pretty high, so we should be able to see most mechanics here, unless they jump and die, which is also a thing. So
okay. So players are going to need a variety of soaks going on. So every time those ads are coming out, they need multiple players to soak the excess mass that spawns from the living mass, so that when the boss collects gravity at max energy, that they don't get sucked.
Oh, so you have excess mass. It's like me. I'm just basically. Oh, got it. Okay.
you got to go pick up the excess mass.
Cultivate mass. I got it. Okay.
Right. You got to
What's the debuff you get from soaking?
So there's antimatter, right?
Right, and that is from Shattered Space. So this is the circles that you see on the left and right sides of the room, and then they're going to drop down this puddle that you basically have to have your raid help soak. It looks like you're going to have to split it up on heroic difficulty, but on normal you just have, all the left group, soak the left, all right, soak the right, pop a defensive, you'll be chilling.
That makes sense. Okay.
Interesting. Yeah, and just to clarify, we haven't seen this fight before. This is the first time anyone's seen this fight in an actual play test kind of setting. These end bosses are not tested on PTR, so while the players have all this laid out for them in I'm sure it's been theorized how it looks. This is the first time they're seeing it as well as us. So we're sort of learning as we go here also.
Together.
But yeah. So we do know that right here. Here comes the first Devour, but players have excess mass, so we're not going to be sucked in here. We're too large to be pulled in. We're that big. We're spreading back to left and right sides of the room here to soak antimatter is coming out momentarily as well.
All right, so here is going to be the massive smash, which is then going to spawn the living masses.
Got it.
They're going to kill these living masses, and then players need to pick up some of the fragments that are spawning, and that's the excess mass that will prevent them from getting knocked off. So that's the spirit that just died.
Got it. Okay.
Yeah. Here is going to be the antimatter soaks. So see that big
That's singularity right there.
That's right. So left and right sides are going to have to soak that to completion, pop defensives, make sure that they're going to live from it.
Okay. God, that's a lot of damage too. Holy cow.
It's absurd.
Yeah. So you have basically back-to-back soaks.
Yes. And so here we're going to have reverse gravity coming out. Oh, they got sucked in.
That's sick.
Okay.
Swap sides?
What we were just about to see was the reverse gravity coming out onto some of the players in phase 1. That was going to shoot them up into the air, and then players need to soak in order to properly allow their allies to land safely.
Ooh, interesting.
This is so cool looking.
Oh, phase 2.
We get to see the intermission
my
phase.
Gosh.
This is going to be the soaring Reshi phase with the broken world. So
wow.
Kind of a tendril phase. They got to dodge the cutter beam that's going out. They got to make sure they're flying through the rings as well.
Another weak aura for top times.
I guarantee.
Who is the fastest?
Oh, so they got some of the ads in the intermission here. They have to make sure
absorb
they get the kick off onto these ads.
Okay, so do we have one on the left and one on the right, or is this the whole raid
platforms?
Wow,
that's a good question.
That's an hey, those grips of relevance, right?
That's a lot of.
Yeah,
I don't know if they could grip. Well, I don't know if they could grip.
You know what would be great?
Like they're rooted.
Slappy hands, traditional slappy hands.
If they're
that
rooted,
so
that would
nice.
make a difference. Yeah, I mean, it depends.
Good point.
It's hard to tell. I don't think they are.
Only had a DK with slappy hands.
What was that? Is that a Razageth breath?
It looked like it.
That was like a Razageth breath in the platform.
Like a beam.
You can see
That
it
thing,
charging.
yeah.
Yes, you can see it right there. It's like a charging frontal
like
breath you need to look out for.
Okay, we're going back to Boomy POV.
That's
but
insane.
Yeah, other group just wiped.
Well, they're going to push right now into phase 2. So here we go. Boomy's in phase 2. This is the beginning of the flying phase, right here. There's that swap. We're all landing here. Let's see if they split into 2 groups or stay as one here
There,
also.
there will be 2
cool.
groups.
Okay, got
because
it.
there's 2 different islands that you're going to fly to. There's Artosian, which is the ad that we saw, and he is spawning the mess of those Void Warden ads. And if you enter the space where any of those Void ads are at, it just knocks you back. Once they end up dying, the energy is absorbed by all the other Void Wardens, fully restoring their health and reducing all damage they take by 99%.
Lord.
So they have to kill them all evenly.
Oh. My.
They spawn all those ads, and they have to kill all of them evenly.
What?
Otherwise, they heal and they can't be killed. That looks like it might be a heroic and above.
That sounds insane.
Yeah.
Also, half the raid. I can tell they died if they're out of range here from Boomy's POV, but regardless, though, we are back to that basically that progression point we saw a moment ago here. So you can see them getting low here, the Void Wardens, right?
Mm-hmm.
One.
Look, they just all
They
heal.
all
They
heal.
all heal.
What?
Oh, that's on normal. Oh, man.
And there's the breath.
Wait, what's the
Oh
heal?
my gosh.
God.
When you kill an ad,
Yeah.
it will heal all the other ads close by and make them take 99% less damage.
How do you?
What?
How do you? Okay, so how?
You got to kill them all together.
There's no time. They're all so.
Yeah.
Huh.
They
Yeah.
insta heal though. There's no time.
Yeah. So that's interesting.
There's got to be something else.
Also, if
What
they
are we missing
only
here?
if they only have 1 tank on each side,
Right.
then the more attacks you're taking from Void Lords, if you reach 15 stacks of the debuff, you instantly die to Oblivion. So
How many stacks does he have now? He has. Boomy has 2 stacks here. How many does he have?
Looks like you got a bit of time.
Yeah, so I think
Not infinite amounts of time.
that's insane.
He just spawns more
I
ads.
don't-
Watch, there's more ads. Oh.
Bye.
What are we missing here?
I wonder if you just kill
The Void Lord?
I think if you just kill the Void Lord, you'll be fine. So
It has to be, right?
here's the thing: when the
That
Void
seems-
Warning completes, I think it's just radiating damage.
But are you able to fly away at that point, though, or no?
Yeah, I wonder if you can kill the Void Lord, and then it just kills off all his little Void Wardens to
Right.
help out after the fact. Because otherwise, I'm not really sure what else you can do. You might be able to like open a lane because it looked like there's a knockback going on with the Nether Breath as well, so that you
I think
just-
that's probably it.
you open one lane, kill one ad, and then you ignore the rest of them unless it's like funnel or something like that.
Probably.
All right. Well, maybe the Raiders have some insight as well. We're gonna head to a listen in and see what they are talking about.
I should just make a raid plan for it real quick, but I will just like basically just do your
resets.
quickly in the boss channel.
Everyone's just getting snapped. GG.
Yep. That is such a good mech.
Okay, cool. I'm gonna go help other groups that haven't been there yet.
Sure.
You probably
Alright,
side
so-
list, right?
Yeah, let's save list. All right, so this time, guys, we're gonna stay on our sides. The excess mass that drops, I'm gonna drop a marker on each side of the platform that you never want to go on until the suck. So at all costs, avoid that, and then when the suck is happening, then everyone goes to the 2 markers. You can res the mage, and then we're good to go. I'll do a timer when the mage is up. Okay. Go on 0. Kill these ads. All right, so star and orange only go to.
2 bugs, yeah.
Okay, well that's fine. Everyone group on the gem.
Group middle.
Everyone on mid. Perfect. So star and orange, do not go on star and orange until it's time to avoid the suck. And then we'll all move over there. Okay, watch this.
It's a knock.
Yep. Kind of moved too much with that. Reza, I don't know. Kill these ads. Spread as well. Alright, and then you guys can pick up the dark matter. Looks like it's good. If you have this, then you can, everyone soak. Soak the 2 big orbs.
I guess Nick, I'm just standing here not doing any mix.
Yeah,
right?
Yeah.
Because the knock is just like
Like that.
AoE around you.
How
did F4 guy?
Yeah, okay.
Like Cranberry and those guys don't go close to the tank. You'll just get knocked.
Let me get this guy. Don't touch me, effect. Oh yeah. I don't know if it works during this phase or not.
Yeah,
I'm not sure.
I think.
Knockback coming.
Yep, knockback. Alright, kill these ads and then pick up the masses. Bread. And then everyone soak. And then after this, everyone is going to the markers. When he starts devouring.
We need someone to break on right.
Go to the markers, or just get in the purple puddle.
We were in that, it still sucked us. Maybe it expired
There's
last second.
Probably not enough people. Or like not, because we need to increase by 1 each time, you know what I mean? Here we go again.
If we'll accidentally proc with 1, I was gonna get the other mask guy down.
So you can proc it in the normal phase?
Yeah, you can.
Yeah, it looked like it.
Okay. Bro, I kind of feel like going mid might be...
All right, we're pushing a little bit into the prog here for normal. Go ahead.
Yeah, so the entire raid is going to one platform at a time, having to kill off different rounds of Void Lords. So they just killed off Artosian, which is the very beginning of Phase 2. And so it goes intermission phase with some flight into Artosian, the first Void Lord, and now this is Pargoth, the second of the Void Lords. Here we got to see the Void Wardens, that once you kill one of them, it's healing all the other ones around. And then it kind of makes like a lane for you to deal with some of the knockbacks. Here they're getting into position for it, and they're allowing themselves to get knocked back into a specific lane so that they can... Actually, it's not even a knockback, it's
that
just a
breath,
dodge.
right? Yeah, that
okay,
big,
so it's
big
just a dodge.
breath. Yeah.
And now that they're just clearing lanes so that they can move around, they kill one Void Lord in each of the lines. Oh, and there's the knockback. There we go.
Okay, so you are forming pathways where you can basically survive him, but you don't have to kill the small ads. Yeah, so
Right.
They're going to reset every so often, but the big guy is what you need to kill. You can funnel out the small ones if you need, but the big guy, when he dies right here, it should clear the room. Yep, and then you fly away.
Yeah.
So this is the
you don't have
intermission
to kill
done.
too many.
Yeah, so this should be a phase 3 push, correct?
Right. And so this is going to start, it should start with... Yeah, it should start with a damage amp. Here we go, final platform going in. Something about Xalatath having an attack.
Yeah, he's stunned.
There's the destabilized. Boss takes 50% more damage. How long is that debuff lasting? Looks like 15 seconds.
That's a good... That's like most damage profiles burn window, actually. 15 seconds is pretty big. Interesting. All right, so yeah, here we are in phase 3, saying POV here. So we know that edge of the rooms are being encroaching, I believe, correct, similar to Razagath, which is going to be like the soften rage in this phase 3. The boss coming out of the burn is sitting at 75 or so %. It's a lot of health to burn through here, though.
Yeah, so I have a few of these orbs coming down already from the beginning. If you touch any of these, I believe you get knocked back and take a ton of damage. And then here's the orb expanding, like you also just said.
Yeah, it's a Darkened Skycast, which is, I think those...
Oh, it's kind of like just a halo that's coming out. You might have to fight some of the knockback to it. Doesn't look like it's too much of a pushback, if at all. No, I don't think it is.
I don't think so. I believe the outer ring encroaches upon you, I think, is a soften rage.
Oh, and they have to hide in the stars
Oh, that's so cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's like your antimatter for phase 3, or excess mass for phase 3, right? You have to hide in them. Does it consume the effect? It did not. Interesting. Okay. So it's basically dodge the rotating orbs, but use them to hide from the actual, like, suck in phase 3. Yeah, look at the ring as well. And the edge of the room, it's encroaching, you see? Yep. That's your soften rage, right? It's already so small,
There's
too.
No way
like
they're not making it.
Yeah, like you're already running out of space
40%
here.
health left.
We'll see when cooldowns are coming back. They just burned everything for that first...
So there's Dark...
hit.
What is Darkened Sky about
The
this,
Darkened Sky, I believe that's the...
Just the large... Air of Denial effect coming down, I think, correct?
Yeah, I think that's going to be the shadow halos that we have.
Okay, yeah, okay, perfect, got it. So you walk through this, similar to the sausage waves, right?
Mm-hmm.
The sausage.
Yeah, so and safe in one, so we're going to hide in the actual, like, void portal here?
Oh, interesting. So the Shadow Quake is going to... That's the Dark Halo. That's going to increase their damage taken from Shadow Quakes. So when the first one spawns, they have to run through it really fast.
Sausage, right.
Drop their debuff, and then they're going to be safe once again.
Why is that a darkened?
I see that, yeah.
Is that already been used, or is that the one you need to go into?
It looks like we have the black hole appears in place of the Void Star and continues to orbit Dementius. It explodes, deals damage to all players based on the distance. So I think they have to watch for these these black holes that are going to go supernova, and then they're going to do drop-off damage later on, and they have to just make sure that they're not close to those.
That's supernova 4. How many do we have darkened? Yeah, we have 4 darkened right now, right? That's 1, 2, 3. Yeah, so that they are. So that's your other enrage as well, right? Okay.
Oh,
so
wait, they got it? And wait, here's going to be the final bit of the fight. It's getting sucked in. Oh, this is so cool.
Oh, wow.
You get sucked into the black hole.
I was
That is
here.
We saved
That's it. All right.
Nice.
Oh, that's sick.
Dude, that final hit, is that the animation from dying? He gets sucked
It is,
back into
yeah.
it. That is so cool.
So
Ooh, interesting lore. Maybe that means he's not dead.
Yeah.
I mean,
He's coming back. All right, well, we get
Okay,
Root.
so if you are standing in those void stars, you're taking a bunch of damage, and you're also getting your movement speed slowed. So you have to jump into those when the boss does the devour, and if you're not in that gravity well, then you're getting sucked into the boss, and then you're going to perish. But later on down the line, he is going to kill that void star, cause it to explode, and then that's going to trigger the black hole. And any player that touches that black hole instantly dies. So what has to happen is you have to watch for those void stars that are going to go supernova, be far away from him before he triggers it into a black hole. And then once it is a black hole, you can no longer stand in that position.
so that's like a soft enrage as well as you're encroaching.
You
basically
lose.
the platform, right? You're losing resources to stay alive.
Yeah, the platform encroaches,
Right.
and the void stars, which you need to use for safety, then become black holes, which will just spaghettify you. That's actually what the
Yeah.
quest
Oh my
text says.
God.
It'll spaghettify you if you stand into it.
That's a real word in astrophysics or something like that too. I looked it
That's
up.
right.
Is it?
Meanwhile, the boss is also putting out some random slows on players pretty consistently. So it might be a good area for some freedoms. Maybe something like Phantasm for Priest might work for it.
Interesting.
Might need to be ready for that one.
That's gonna be
That
insane
seems-
on Mythic.
Honestly, kind of
Yeah.
chill for a last phase.
Do you think? Go ahead.
Yeah, I think... No, please.
I was gonna ask a silly question.
Let's hear it.
Do you think it's gonna get nerfed?
Nah.
No, I think a lot of it's just seeing the fight for the first time.
Just because I know chat's probably
well, I'm sorry.
spamming that as well.
I is calling from
OP.
nerf already.
I'm not calling
Goodness.
for it. I'm calling. I'm just discussing it.
Okay.
Go ahead.
I think I got a good handle on what we got going on.
All right. Walk
So,
us through it.
Intermission phase.
Intermission phase.
2 different platforms. This is a gist between dodging meteors and laser beams and all kinds of crazy stuff. Just
That's the
dodge and
tractor
fly.
Well,
beam.
in the beam. That's not fair.
Yeah, you don't want to be in that beam.
Yeah, the
That's-
circle part's in the beam.
So we're landing
Nah,
on
you
first
fly
platform
around.
here.
Okay.
This is like Argoth. What is he called?
This is Atashian.
Atashian. Got it.
Artosian, excuse me.
Artosian. So the goal of both platforms here is to burn down the Void Lord. You can see him lusting here, correct? But they're also going to clear a path in this like plus sign of ads that spawn in right now to dodge the boss's frontal, like basically large breath, and the knockbacks the ads do, right? So
Yeah.
we're going to clear one here. The moment one dies, though, the rest of them heal. So it's just
Around them.
right
In close
Yes.
proximity. I think it's like anything that's like bordering the Void Warden that you kill heals the other ones around you.
Do they
Got
die
it.
when you kill the main ad?
So
Yes.
they all clear
so
out.
is the answer just to do only single target and not cleave any of these guys?
You need a little cleave.
Okay.
So what you need is you have to dodge 2 different mechanics. One of which is going to be this knockback, and
Yeah.
so you need a lane to get knocked back down.
Oh.
And then the other mechanic is just a full kind of like breath.
So you have to like strategically kill them.
Yes. So the other one is like a breath down the pathway, and so you might need to be in the left lane or the right
That's
lane or the middle lane.
Interesting.
So
Okay.
you just have to have the space to move around. And so both of those Void Lord phases are going to be the same.
Mhm.
Exact mechanics, exact same focus.
Huh.
Clear out one Void Lord from each, what do you call it, an arm of the plus sign?
Yeah.
Probably
Think about it that way. That way you can start moving around, and periodically the boss or the mini bosses are going to spawn new waves of ads. So if you take too long to kill those Void Lords, they're going to spawn more ads, and there's more for you to dodge, more stress. Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
fun.
That's sick.
I like it.
Last phase, I was going to say, seems pretty chill. Maybe we can get a little bit of a review for that if they don't hit it immediately. But a lot of it was actually pretty straightforward for like a final burn for the boss on normal.
So it's pretty bulky in the middle. Is what you're saying.
I think it was bulky at the beginning and then bulky in the middle for sure.
Okay.
And a lot of it is how you're focusing your damage.
There's got to be a way you can tell where the breath's coming from too, right? Like it has to be telegraphed in some way where you can pre-clear an ad.
Yeah, you got to have your eyes up.
Right.
I don't think we've quite seen it yet because it's been a little bit of like on-the-fly reaction moments and stuff.
Yeah.
So let's go over phase 1 again, since if anybody's just tuning in. Whenever the boss hits max energy in phase 1, he tries to devour the raid. You have a couple safe spots that you can get into there, and you need to make sure you've picked up some excess mass so that you're going to successfully be able to avoid getting sucked into the boss and killed. Ooh, we have a cinematic.
Oh. Can always count on saying to not be a skipper. Oh.
And Zalthas betraying us.
Oh.
Who'd have thunk?
Shocker.
How unsurprising.
No. Was that it?
That's it. That's it. All right.
Man.
On to midnight.
No, I think we missed something.
Okay.
We definitely missed something.
On to midnight we go. All right.
I think that was actually a super long cinematic. Oh, spoilers. We stopped Dementius, but now his power is Zalthas.
Oh.
That's not good.
Front row.
What is he looking at? Oh.
Sang?
That's the 3rd Demon Hunter spec. Oh, gosh.
Wait.
No, I'm kidding.
I'm kidding. That was a good one. Yeah.
Interesting.
All right, let me see if we can hop back and get into some of those intermission phases. Here we go. All right, once again, intermission phases that we have going on right here. We're going to have to watch for some of the boss's knockbacks and for some of his frontals. So looks like here it's going to be one of the slashes, which is taking up a certain amount of space on the side. Yep, he just blasts that orb across the space. They got to just hug the sides to make sure they dodge it. And then they're going to have a knockback coming out right here. But it doesn't look like they've cleared a lane, so they're really fighting up against it. And if they get knocked into any Void Wardens, they get knocked back, take a bunch of damage. Oh, it looks like they cleared a little bit of space there. Plus, they just set up a new round of ads, so they might commit to this. Oh, there actually is a really thin lane. Interesting. I don't know if they're going to keep that.
You mean between, where's that lane at?
That's probably just normal,
between the,
right?
Just look between
it's
the
like
Void Wardens.
barely open, right?
Yeah. So,
oh,
what's the point of
interesting.
killing them then? If you can finesse
Well,
it.
do you think they're bigger on heroic and?
I think they'd have
Mythic?
to be.
Like,
I mean,
they're probably just practicing what they're gonna do.
You might just clear one to walk through the breath there and just say, I can fight the pushback here, right? If you want to.
Yeah, I mean, if there's enough movement speed, you Razageth it and you kind of like lock gateway, rescues, you finesse it up a little bit.
I mean, they're still killing an ad here when they respawn as well, right? Yeah, so one is dead here. Do we know if the breath alternates platforms similar to Razageth, or is it just the same time?
Oh, it looks like they ran out of time.
Ooh, interesting.
Seemed like there was a hardened rage to it there. Cosmic. No, I think it was taking ticks of cosmic radiation, but there was like an annihilation where it seemed like they took too long.
So does Nick have his Regiraps bound this time?
Well, we'll tell on Plexus Sentinel. I don't know. I'm not sure at this point.
I'm curious. I've been looking at his UI, trying to figure out if he did or not.
A seed toss back. Interesting. Yeah, what are they? I've also noticed like half the raid gets wiped out when they land sometimes, Jack. Do you know what that's actually about? Or is it just like them getting hit by an ad?
I think they ended up going through like a meteor or like some of the laser beams.
While they're flying?
I wonder if there's also...
You mean?
Yeah, while they're... You're talking about when you're landing, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
It seems like when they land on the first platform, sometimes half the rage is dead. I don't know as to why.
Is that people that died in the first phase that bodies got ported, maybe?
Oh, interesting. Okay. So
What?
I think what it is, you have a duration. Yeah, with Soaring Reshi. So intermission phase starts, you get a Soaring Reshi buff, and then if you miss flying through rings, then you do not refresh your Soaring Reshi buff.
Interesting.
Boss kills you.
So you die if you miss one ring.
Sounds like it.
Interesting. So
Yeah.
it's a little harder than the Tindril
Yeah.
phase. You just collected feathers.
Because there are a couple rings that are really close to that big like tractor beam he's putting out as well.
And it looks like the hitbox for it is like, I can't tell if it's like, you know what I mean? There's like kind of two.
Right. Well, we'll see.
We will see. I've seen everybody missing the whole outside of it though, instead of like the inner part. But you're right, they kind of overlap a little bit. But here we are, phase 1 once again here on normal.
Just gets there in time.
Normal Dementius. If you'd like to help them out with some normal splits, we need your help. Discord.gg/liquidguild. And you can get in there, do some splits, get some gold.
I'm gonna hop in. I have 4 pieces of tier in my character, so I can help carry at this point, right?
Ooh.
Yeah, we're good.
Do you want to, though?
No.
Oh. Kind of what I figured.
Not really. I want to see him kill this boss, though, again.
Yeah.
So I'm quite interested in. We do see them splitting off again here. That Singularity cast coming back here, the antimatter needs to be soaked by the entire raid, but split on both sides. Right after this, we should see, I believe that, what's it called, the teleport, the knock-up, Jack? Do you remember what it's called?
That is going to be the reverse gravity.
Reverse gravity, which needs to be soaked by the raid. A handful of players get chosen for that, thrown in the air, and they need to soak that debuff from the ground, which we should maybe see at the corner of Lips POV here, but that's okay regardless. We should have one more antimatter cast coming in here as well.
Yeah, so those players you mentioned that get knocked up, they start getting dragged to Dementius while they're in the air. So they get knocked upwards, and they start getting dragged towards Dementius.
Oh, that's interesting. So you have to do a really quick layer. Otherwise, when they get dragged back down, they'd get knocked off?
So what you have to do is you have to have players underneath them, and they kind of, it's like grabbing a rope, and you kind of pull them back down onto the platform.
Yes, but if they're floating towards the boss while that's happening, if you're not quick enough when they get flung off of the
they'll get sucked into the boss,
the
and then they'll
platform.
get instantly killed.
Yeah.
Yep, so there's that last antimatter soak coming up there. We should have some excess mass on us as well here to negate this devour.
Right, so these living masses, the boss spawns, he goes a tank buster, spawns adds, produces this excess mass, and then that's an extra action button for players to spawn this protective field around them to keep them alive. Now, a really important part about this we didn't mention is that after every round of Devour, you need additional excess mass to keep players on the platform. So it puts out this circle that's safe, and so round 1, you just need 1 circle. Round 2, you're going to need 2 circles. Round 3, you might need 3. So what's happening is they're having raids on the left and right sides, and they're always stacking 2 excess masses on top of each other, and they're safe because they only have 2 rounds of Devour. But if it was going into round 3 and then round 4, they would need the entire raid stacked together, because then you need 3 and 4 rounds of that excess mass to do it.
I don't know if you can stack or swap there, because like you have antimatter soaks coming out too at that point.
Well,
right?
you'd have to just like jump back into position.
I guess,
really
yeah.
quick. It'd be a really fast sequence to get the entire raid together. Here we got the intermission phase. You fight 1 Void Lord, kill it off, then you fight another one. This is where they have to start clearing out some of the lanes from those Void Warden ads, only having to kill 1 on each of the crosses and each of the arms of the plus sign, basically, so that way they can start dodging this extinction cast. See, he's winding up for the hit. They're in a safe spot as is, so they got to just run to the edge, and they're going to be ultra safe. And you can see a couple players getting knocked back, right?
Depending
but now,
on what quadrant you're in.
Yep, now they've cleared a lane, and they're working on a second lane, because here's going to be the boss's breath knockback that they can fight up against. And here they got a lot of space to work with, but like 3 or 4 players, they get knocked off there.
Yeah, we should have enough damage to push through this first ad here, but keep in mind we have 1 more platform left with the same thing happening essentially.
Dude, that's such a fast sequence too.
I know.
So they they have to deal with the orb, the extinction that's going to clear out a spot. Then they're going to have to deal with the knockback, and then they have to they still have to deal with it too. They have to survive the round of mechanics. Interesting. So the extinction knockback seems like it takes a long time to wind up, and so it's going to happen regardless. Now they got to go up and fly again, and then they have to repeat this mechanics.
Is it based on push time, or is that just like you have to wait for it to queue up completely?
I think the cast is just really long, and so once it begins, it's real.
That's interesting.
Because we saw Lip bubble through it, and that's how he survived.
Right.
And we saw players go down. Yeah, again, if they miss any of these circles, they'll also die.
There's one below it?
Yeah, there was one on the below it on the first platform too.
Yeah. All right.
Interesting.
Now they got to repeat the process.
Yeah, unfortunately half the raid looks to be about dead here. At least a handful of players are down, but we will indeed see that repeating mechanic coming in of that cross sign. Looking to break an ad to clear that alleyway. They can head through for both that like Dementius frontal and the knockback that's going to come momentarily here. We should see a frontal coming in pretty soon here. Yep, we're clearing out that 1 ad there, leaving a safe space to head through. Ad being dragged closer for max cleave here as well, clearing out 1 more. Here comes the actual, yep, here it comes. That big frontal we need to dodge. The boss is winding up. They already know where it's going to go, though. You can see them heading to that corner, that little safe space regardless. And we're heading right back over to that alleyway we cleared. So we have a bit of room for that knockback coming through, which we do head through right now. Yep, there you go. There's that knock. It seems almost more intense on Platform 2 as well. That could be made up. It could be fake news, but I don't know if it is. That looked like a much harder pushback, unless we didn't have like a win rush there as well. Now the question here is, can we beat this ad damage check-wise before the actual boss basically enrages and wipes us here? We saw them wipe to it last time as well. There's a handful of players down, but the ad is at 8 or 7%. We're going to have to dodge 1 more frontal coming in here, which comes in right now. We're in a safe spot. It should die before the knockback. 1%. We got it down, so we can push through here. Yep, this is going to be another phase 3 push.
Yeah, so this is where we're going to finish up and go to the very last bit of the boss. Boss sucks all the players in and drops them down onto this platform, and this is where they get a 15-second damage amp.
Yeah, big burn on the boss here. For the most part, we saw this phase already. We know once this boss's burn is done here, which is 15 seconds long, the blue ring and the edge is going to start encroaching slowly. That's one of your softened rages. At the same time, there's an excess mass kind of mechanic here with these supernovas that rotate around the boss. They're going to spawn in momentarily. You have to hide in them to avoid the mass suck-in, but they also go nuclear in a sense, right?
Yeah, so here's the Void Stars. They're spawning all around the room. And when they're in this form, you can stand in them, you'll take a little bit of damage, but you'll be slowed. So ideally, you don't really want to bathe in them until the boss starts to cast that Devour mechanic. Here, you're going to also have one of, let me see the name of it once again, Shadow Quakes. Those are the dark halos that are coming out. Once you soak one of those, your damage taken is increased by 100%. You can see Lip almost dies to it as a tank because it does so much damage.
How do you dodge them, though?
Is going to be the Devour mechanic. They have to get into one of these Void Stars around the room, or they get sucked into the boss. And now is where the boss is going to cause one of these Void Stars to go Supernova. This is where they have to get away from it because it's going to deal big drop-off damage, and they can no longer stand in that black hole supernova Void Star, or they get spaghettified.
Yeah, I believe it's in the back of the room. Yep, right around the back of the boss.
Yeah,
see that
top left.
darkened black hole? That's a no-go now. That is basically locked out for that mass Devourer.
And he did it again, too.
Yep, so there's 2 down already.
All right, here comes the Shadow Quakes once again. So you can soak you run through these as quick as you can on the very first round. You get a debuff, which makes you take 300% more damage from the next one. And then look at this, the back-to-back. Fired up, doing fired up things.
That vulnerability is insane. It literally is the sausage from Sepulchre. It's the same mechanic. But that on top of the supernovas going off here, multiple black holes being closed out, and that Devour coming in momentarily.
Sending another supernova.
Wild. Yep. They're coming in right now. So we have, how many do we have blacked out now? We have at least 1, 2, 3.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so we're going to have basically 4 of, probably one more, probably 4 available from the set we had previously. Only 4 total to hide in, basically, we're saying next time, right?
Yep, here comes the double waves as well. I don't even know how to deal with this priest.
Well, just play a mage.
Honestly.
Just play a mage, forget healing, it's fine.
Yeah. Let me see if we can find the boss energy. Right here.
It's about 95%, it looks like. So we're going to have one more supernova cast coming in here. So he's blacked out 4 of the holes.
Right. So 95% of the boss right now. And you can see Fired Up's just hugging close to this Void Star in the front right. And once the boss is going to cast Devour, he has to hide in that Void Star. Anybody going into those black holes gets spaghettified.
Ooh, we do make it through everybody alive here, but look at the space you have left here. There's barely any. That room's encroaching so quickly here as well.
And there's no way that they're going to get another round of Devour with such little space.
No, it's 4%.
3 Void Stars left remaining, and it doesn't look like they're going to be lasting that much longer at this rate.
So that Hardened Rage is going to be the last Void Star being consumed and the room being on top of you as well. And that the next Devour is in Rage, correct?
Right.
Well, there's nowhere to go.
they might have 1 Void Star remaining, but it's not looking good with the boss at 32% energy and only 2 Void Stars left. So I don't think that they survived that Devour at all.
Yeah, we want to see if we can make it to that next Devour, though. If they have 1 star left, it's really good knowledge to have heading into later parts of this fight, though, too.
Right. We'll have to see what they have going on, because we're going to see literally the very end of the encounter here.
And we only have 2 left now, though, right? And the boss is at 55 energy. I think it's just the Enrage.
Yeah, okay, there's a supernova, so there's only 1 Void Star left remaining.
Right.
At 62% energy, I think that one goes supernova before a Devour happens. And
I think so, too.
The Devour is the Hardened Rage.
And look, you have more sausage waves coming in here to dodge as well. There's just nowhere to dodge, though. Like, there's nowhere to move.
I think they die to the Devourer before they die to...
There's Void Grasp 6th. Void Grasp 6th. Yep, there's Cosmic Collapse 6 as well.
The Void Grasps are putting out debuffs on players that slow them.
Right.
Really nasty. Here's the final supernova.
Yeah, you're just in trouble.
There's no
Devour
space.
is going to be end of this, unfortunately. Can we beat the DPS check, though, is the actual question.
2% energy, 1. Okay, here comes the Devour.
Immunities?
They have to do 4% and make sure that they kill the boss in time before they get sucked into the boss, or if they get sucked into the supernova.
Look at the room encroaching.
Yeah.
No, that's just it. That's the Enrage. He sucked the rest of the room in so fast there to it there. That's the Enrage.
Oh, man.
That might be the coolest Enrage I think I've ever seen.
I mean, visually, the fight's incredible.
Visually, yeah.
Well, that's going to be even more ridiculous when we see it on higher level difficulties,
Yeah.
too. Also, fun note as well, on Heroic and Mythic, there's a Cosmic Collapse debuff that goes out onto the tank. And not only is it doing a lot of damage to the tank, but it also pulls all players up to 20 yards towards that impact location.
Ooh.
So while you're making sure that you are staying out of some of those black holes, so you don't get spaghettified, and dodging shadow quakes, the boss is going to be regularly dragging the entire raid on Heroic and Mythic closer to where the tanks get smashed at.
How exciting. How great is that? Yeah.
Interesting.
Well, if you're a priest, get ready to go Drakthir to deal with that. Lots of knockbacks.
That's really cool visually. That's pretty sick. All right, THC swap POV here. This is heading back into. Oh, this is going into phase 2. Holy moly! All right.
Dude, sounds like Star Wars music, Jack.
So like, look at the
bit just
actual
now.
portals you need to fly through here as well, right? If you're fast, you can make some of these, but it feels like there's one or two that are right against that big beam he's putting out.
Yeah.
Right?
Yes.
Yeah, like there was one. If you're slow, it's almost in the beam.
Look at this angle for THD. So he's having to go back.
Wait, he was too.
Missed one. 1 second. Oh, you got to refresh. Barely.
Did he miss them all? No, he missed one.
He missed one.
Oh my gosh.
2, 1. Oh, we got the refresh. All right, he's making it happen, actually. He's making it happen. Oh, but I think the whole...
I think it's buggy.
It might have been. It looked like he got a refresh.
I think they're buggy.
And he actually didn't, like, go through anything. It was very strange.
He do.
I can't... I'm sorry. I feel like he flew through that third or fourth portal there, but he might have been too fast before the beam actually cast.
Yeah.
And it's not recognizing that portal possibly, because half the raid died there. It wasn't just him.
Yeah. That was something insane.
I think that might have been a bit of a...
Maybe there's like some server lag or something, and it like,
yeah,
didn't
maybe
properly spawn where it was supposed to spawn.
Interesting. That could be what we're losing half the raid to every other pull here, give or take. I mean, it might just be those portals aren't like, for whatever reason, active to fly through until that beam spawns in. When the beam spawned, it triggered him to fly backwards. That might just be the case. You're not going to lose half the raid to flying every time. It's like without there being some issue, I would assume. But
this is gonna be a fun one with.
Could be a little laggy too,
with,
possibly.
Pugging, yay!
Oh yes. Well, and on the other hand, there are such specific things that you have to do on the fight that it's gonna hopefully build up a very specific strategy for everyone to follow.
Interesting.
Either way, if you're just now tuning in, hello. We are still progging on normal Dementius while we're doing normal splits on Dementius. So we're kind of seeing the fight in normal progression for the first time. Seems like we got most of it, at least on normal, sort of figured out. Just kind of got to smooth it out, get those pugs through it, and our helpers. If you'd like to be a helper, you can go to discord.gg/liquidguild. What is, are we? Oh! Okay, all right.
Oh.
Making a void elf.
Hopeful is making a void elf.
Happyful.
Oh, look at his smile.
He's locked back in.
He's got Humbleful, Reformful.
Reformful.
Heaters only.
Where are the Warlock Fulls? What is this about?
That's a good question. None of them are in his
Maybe Grateful.
Yeah, yeah, maybe.
Yeah.
Grateful. All right. Yeah, all right. So, I mean, hey, there's that. I mean, the cool thing about splits, those characters can be 700 plus eye level within a matter of half an hour. Look at that.
Very nice. Things you love to see. Welcome back. Okay. Ooh, we're getting
cool.
another.
Oh, this is the cutscene.
Oh, yeah, cutscene.
Oh, my gosh.
Wow. Oh, no. Is it?
That man became a bad man, and he blew up.
I think he got blown up.
Yeah.
Are there
I don't think.
cinematic?
I hope so.
Me too. Oh.
I think we missed an earlier part.
I think we did too.
Oh, feet?
I think that's missing an earlier part.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Oh,
there they are.
Part, though. What did Jack read it out loud?
What did you do?
I kept my promise.
Together, we vanquish Dementius. Can't do her voice. And now have all I need to claim what is mine.
It's a bit of Sylvanas, right?
Oh, this has been a delight, Teleria. But our little game is over. Is this cringe?
Wow, it's almost like I saw this coming.
Yeah.
Wow.
When next we meet, I will...
Where'd she go? You think she went to play with her Ridicron? What happened over that?
Nick was like, stop.
I don't even know what a Ridicron's up to.
Skipper!
I think somebody there might have picked up the excess mass and not hit the button.
Ooh.
So big thing on the fight in phase 1 is make sure you kill off those ads and then pick up the excess mass, and then you can have a collective gravity button.
Yeah, so that button jack, is that like is that Fire Exceeds? With the
Somewhat,
shield?
but it stacks. This is a very important part.
Right.
It stacks a buff on your allies for people who are soaking. So if you soak that seed, you have 1 stack of the buff. The first Devour requires 1 stack, and then every Devour that he casts requires more stacks. So 4 of them go out for this 30-man raid.
Right.
And so you can have 4 different collective gravity circles spawn at a time. And so first soak, you just need to be in 1 of them. Second soak, you need to have 2 collective gravity stacked on top of each other and the players in those 2 groups. Now, if you went to a third one, then you would need to have 3 of the collective gravity buffs stacked on top of each other and then the raid soaking by the looks of the mechanics.
And collective gravity is activated by 1 person hitting the actual debuff, or is it individual soaks?
So,
do we know?
What you have, you kill a living mass,
right,
and then you pick up the excess mass buff. And
everyone does individually?
4 players.
Got it. Okay, got it.
So,
I follow. Okay, I follow.
2 things of living mass, 1 on each side, and then you kill that living mass, and there's 2 buffs to pick up. You pick up 2 of the. Each player picks up 1 buff. You can have 4 players in the raid with the buff. You activate the extra action button. That's the seed. That's collective gravity.
Got it.
And so Dementius can only devour players with less collective gravity than his growing hunger. So after every devour, he builds up a stack of growing hunger. And so you just need more collective gravity to survive. So you need to stack more seeds on top of each other to survive.
Got it.
So what you might see on Heroic or even Mythic is that you might need to have the raid stacked in the middle using lock gateways, movement speed, so that you can collectively stack more and more of these gravities to get there further.
Interesting. Oh, okay. All right, was another phase 3 pull, Jack.
That's right.
Lips group made it here.
Yes, but this is also going to be a very, very... actually, they have a ton of damage. I got to tell you.
They have a lot?
29%, and then a lot of the enrage you can infer based off the amount of supernova black holes. Those are the orbs around the room that you can see that are just, the full black hole looking awesome things. The other ones that are darker, those are going to slow players, but they're safe spots for when the boss tries to devour you in the final phase.
Right. We've already had 1 Devour going out here. We have Supernova 3. I think we have already.
Yes.
We have 1 Supernova 3 coming in here as well. I mean, we're going to beat this actual second Devour cast pretty easily here. But regardless, we only have, I think, 3 or 4 portals left here?
You have 5 of them.
Oh, 5.
Oh. 5.
Got
Wait,
it. Got it.
So there's 8, and then 3 have gone into black hole mode. That's the supernova.
Oh, I couldn't see the one behind him.
Yeah, he's big. He's real
He's a
big.
big
Oh, they blasted that. I thought they had a Devour left. They blasted.
So they could have dealt with another Devour there if they needed to.
Oh, they lusted that phase.
Yeah.
I see. They pulled Lust off the ads at Intermission and are lusting phase 3 now. I see. Okay. Because they destroyed that ball.
They crushed it. They had a lot of people alive, too.
Okay.
Made all the difference in the world to stay through.
Come on, Lip. Come on. Let's see the beginning of the cinematic.
So that phase, the hardest part,
Oh,
I
wait,
would
we
say,
missed
is
it.
really the Desegni Shadow Quakes.
Yeah, it
You're
seems
having
that way, right.
3 rounds of Shadow Halos. Once you take one of those Shadow Quakes and are hit by it, then you have a debuff that makes you take 300% more damage from the next hit. And I got to see how long this lasts. It's 3 seconds. So you have to run through that first one lightning quick, and then you're going to be safe to make sure that you take like the next one and then the next one following. Lip didn't really have to worry about it as a tank, but this is a big concern for something like the DPS or healers, especially ones without a lot of movement speed, because it's 1 Halo that goes off, and then it's like 2 back to back.
And I assume you probably can't gate those either. So like,
Not without taking a debuff, yeah.
Right, exactly. That vulnerability hurts really bad. That's a cool mechanic we saw on Desegni from Sepulchre we talked about, but we haven't seen it like since then. This makes a lot of sense in this fight with all the Void-esque singularity effects going off.
Yeah.
It's very cool. It fits really well in that phase with that soft enrage, the walls encroaching.
I like it. Well, honestly, the walls encroaching acts less as a hard enrage and more of something that just gets you killed through lack of positioning. Because if you walk into any of those black holes, you get spaghettified instantly. You just die. And on heroic difficulty, every tank smash in that final phase is also dragging the entire raid. So you can very easily get hit by these black holes if you're not careful.
It's getting manhandled through space over here on Dementius.
Yeah.
Woo!
I want to get spaghettified at least once.
Oh, don't worry, you will.
Just being honest.
In game.
Me too.
Yeah,
so.
well, yeah,
me too.
Exactly. That's a cool end fight. That's what I hope to see. Visually, really, really cool. I mean, it might seem I don't want to say empty on normal because it's not empty, but like
I don't think it's far from empty.
Well, that's what I'm saying. People, there's like they're killing it pretty quickly in phase 3.
I see.
This is normal. Like, and it is a pretty geared split as well. So
I don't even feel like they're doing. I mean, some groups are, but I still see them like, kind of poking their way through it. We're seeing some wipes, but
yeah, very much so.
I get your point, though. I get your point. I see what you're saying.
So in phase 1 on heroic and mythic difficult, no, in phase 2, I guess in the flying phase, mass ejection leaves behind a debris field.
Ooh.
And then Stardust Nova leaves behind a debris field. So basically, those platforms in phase 2 that they're fighting the bosses on are going to become more cluttered with like.
Is that not just what's in the air when they're flying?
No, it's on the platform, I believe.
Okay.
I believe.
Because there's like those little pieces of rock.
It's cosmic debris that inflicts damage to players every 1 second.
Oh, I
within
see.
It and reduces movement speed by half.
Those are falling on you, or they're just there?
I believe it's just on the platform.
Okay.
On the 2 ad platforms.
On heroic and mythic.
Yeah.
Okay.
Also in phase 1.
In phase 1.
Wow.
Wow.
Air denial.
Wow.
Wow. Have you guys seen they upped the bounty for the Chinese guilds?
I did not.
By
What's
like
going on?
60,000 or something crazy like that?
So if I remember right, they set up like a specific goal of if they got world first, then they would get like X amount of money getting paid to them.
Yeah, they made it more money.
For world first?
Yeah. For Chinese, I think it's just a Chinese guild to win world first. I could be wrong.
I wonder if they have anything for like top 5.
Oh, why are you thinking about switching regions?
No, I'm just wondering if they're trying to sweeten the pot a little bit because I think some Asian guilds have gotten 4th or 5th in the past at least.
Oh, Mix is in chat saying there's also a bonus for reaching top 3.
There you go.
Ooh, okay.
Oh, very cool.
Also, hello, Makes. We miss you.
Hi, Makes.
Hi. For lots of questions on where Makes is, she is doing a conflicting event, and we love her and we miss her.
Not like a conflicting echo event, but like an
no,
event that's like
yeah.
separate,
Yeah.
Otherwise, we wouldn't
She's
say
at
hi.
Gamescom. Yeah. Yeah, she'd be.
Makes is always my mortal enemy. Just to.
Oh.
Yeah, she plays the Demon Hunter. Stole my class.
Sorry.
Sorry, stole my class.
She's originally a DK.
Well, then they also stole my class as lore too, so it's all right. Don't worry about it. It's okay.
That further the double down.
You're not
playing
helping
Frost
here.
DK. Does that mean you're friends again?
No, she's playing Flavor of the Month. No.
Ooh, even worse. I'm back to DK2 Makes, but I couldn't do the Frost. I did one Mythic 0 as Frost DK, and I couldn't. It was so boring. I couldn't do it.
Well,
I was hoping you'd warm up to it.
Okay.
That was a
joke. Apologize for that.
Why are you being so cold to me?
Okay. This is getting a little heated over here.
Took me a second to figure it out actually, because my brain's shutting down.
Oh.
It's
early morning. It's day 1.
Oh yeah.
Thank you.
Putrid pestilence.
Yeah, putrid.
Yeah.
Diabolical. These are words.
Say these every day. All right, watch out for this big extinction blast. It's going to be coming out. It's going to be sideswiping the raid.
Yeah, so they had that
one.
spot over there.
That one lagged like crazy.
It did.
The raid is about to just explode randomly. There it is. That was some lag, baby.
It's probably instance lag you're seeing in the portals too.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Look at Goop just smile. Like you see that? I see the wind up and the pitch, and then nothing happens. Look now, everyone's just gonna get vaporized in a sec.
So picture all of that on heroic or mythic with cosmic debris being on the platforms here as well, right? So not only you have to clear different areas to move through, right? But you're gonna have slow puddles, more air of denial, and it might change what ad you need to clear out to move through that knockback, right? You're gonna see a lot of
that's kind of fascinating
denial there.
So I was looking through all these heroic and mythic mechanics, and each phase just adds less space to the room. It doesn't really change a lot of the mechanics, which is really interesting. So phase 1, there is a dark matter mechanic, which is like a circle that goes out onto all of the players, and then it just plops some damage. So you got to spread out, you drop some damage. On heroic and mythic, that spawns a circle after the fact. So you just further get more area denial in the space. Then in that intermission phase, like you just mentioned, the boss does his side swipe, it just blasts his way through the raid, and you have to make sure you dodge that, and he leaves behind debris. So you have to dodge around all that debris. Final phase, the tank smash goes out and starts sucking players in. So throughout each of these phases, the mechanics, there's not a new mechanic, there's not a changing mechanic, there's just more on the ground to dodge, which requires even more precise positioning.
Interesting.
Yeah.
I think it's pronounced Debris, also, Jack, to clarify.
Not in Texas. Must be a Florida thing.
It's Debris.
Debris. Got them debris and then I'm the boss here.
Well, it depends on if you're in Austin and it's a debris. If you go to Manor, M-A-N-O-R, then it'll be a Debris maybe.
It's actually debris there?
No.
Oh. I don't know. Regional accents can be weird sometimes.
Yeah, the Manor thing is true though.
Ooh, someone in the chat asking, when does actual prog start today?
I mean, this is progression.
We're progressing. They just wiped to the boss, man. They're progressing it right now.
Okay, but we know what they mean.
But
I don't know if we're going to see Mythic today. Sorry.
I mean, they might be progressing.
I know if we're going to see it today. The answer is no.
Yeah.
So, I mean, you'll maybe see it somewhere else, but
not here.
Maybe not
you may
see it.
The early shift, or was that Dino Nuggies, or some of the other?
Yeah, some guilds often do go in a little early.
Yeah.
Try and see it.
Yeah, I wonder what does anybody from the early shift stream?
Probably.
I don't know. I'm not sure.
I'm curious.
Maybe. I mean, some guilds often do win a little early to see how Mythic is. At the same time, it does help the analysts that top guilds have as well to see okay, how hard are these bosses, how are they tuned. Thinking back to Sepulchre, the first ones, I think early shift went in as the first guild, and that boss, what was it called, Vigilant Guardian, was grotesquely overtuned.
Yeah.
And it was like, oh, this is going to be quite the step up here. But you've got plenty of splits to do if your Liquid Echo method to allocate gear regardless. So if you can use the info from guilds pulling it while also doing what you need to get done, it's doubly beneficial in a sense.
Okay, so melee mechanics. I'm getting this info from chat. Tried the first boss on Mythic and went back to splits.
Okay, that's a good idea.
Which is they're one of the guilds that tries to get in there early.
Right. I mean, there is a significant eye level jump this tier as well, so I'm not too surprised the first boss is maybe a little tightly tuned damage wise.
Since Sepulchre, I think that they've really tried to dampen down on guilds going into Mythic from the beginning.
I don't like that.
I do.
Really?
Yeah. Because I mean, if you don't do it, then that means that all of the challenge for World First guilds for those early bosses is just like nothing. They're all like
what's the challenge? Those
stomp
splits?
bases. Well, you got to be geared later on.
Oh, I see.
You should have
literally just okay.
You should have some decent enough challenge.
Fair enough.
So that you can't walk in with like Mythic gear from last season and then go kill the first boss.
So you don't like steamrolling the first 4 bosses on Mythic right away.
They need to have some difficulty.
Okay. I'll give you that. That's good.
Because otherwise, half the raid just has no difficulty for World First raiders.
Yeah.
Well,
that's a good point.
What do you think our eye level will be, Jack, when we head into the raid on Mythic? Liquid's eye level.
Theirs?
Liquids, yeah, liquids.
Okay, liquids, when they go into Mythic?
705, maybe? 700?
I think they could get over 710, depending on if they craft or not.
Right, I thought they craft.
But they won't craft for a while.
Right.
Fun thing.
I'm gonna say 708. I'm gonna price is right.
Oh, sorry.
Okay, all right.
Yeah,
okay.
But my eye level will probably not be that great. It'll be like 702.
Well,
701 maybe.
Okay.
Yours 710, I bet.
Oh yeah, I'm good, obviously.
Yep.
Look at that. We've got updated on our leaderboard.
Hungry.
Melee mechanic 62%.
There we go.
What's that, Jack?
Nothing.
Oh.
What's up?
Well, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to try and change subjects as you were answering that question.
Oh, no.
But we reached $1,000. We reached our first charity incentive for the Santa Monica Animal Shelter. So I can read off some of our donations. Let me get all the way. We've got Steve. $200 from Steve. I don't know if that's Liquid Steve or not, but it might. But they sent a picture. That is Liquid Steve. Thank you so. I saw him in the building this morning. I don't know if he's still here or not. Is it a pet picture?
Nice.
Oh, we got a Liquid Steve pet picture. So we'll be showing that. Thank you so much, Steve. We have $35 from Durg. Oh, I think I already read this one. We got $25 from Fiona. Turbo, $15. Lumathar is a moth. Look up Lepidoptera body. Also another $5 donated if Kalamazoo can pronounce a Lepidoptera. Lepidoptera. What's up, Jack? You want to interject real quick?
They didn't lust, by the way. I think they had so many people down that they had to lust that last ad.
Interesting. Okay.
And so this might be a struggle bus of a final phase. Go ahead, I.
All right, we've got $50 from Cole Tobiko, picture of a dog, I think. Rev Dudson from Tanner, or a picture of their animal, Tanner. Stacy, $35. Here's Bo. I love Bo. Bo is an office dog. Stacy works here at Team Liquid. This photo is taken on his supposed birthday. It's been exactly 6 months since I've adopted him. I love Bo. He's so sweet. Allie, 2, $35. Picture of a pet. McChizu, $35. Picture of a pet. And Faven, $35. Picture of her kitties. So we will get all of those when we can. But in the meantime, we're going to continue looking at normal Dementius.
Nice. We just got to see a great POV by Dryny and how he dealt with the Shadow Quakes. He positioned himself right next to the first Shadow Quake that went out. And then he started kind of just running a little bit to the side for the second one, getting ready to run through it. The second his debuff dropped. And then after he got through that one, he just started running away like crazy from the third and final one. Hey, here's going to be the next one. He's got to get close to it really, really fast. We'll watch it right here. He runs through the very first one. Make sure he gets safe. Watches for where the next one runs at it. Final one comes out, and he's just running away from it. So really, really good positioning onto that. Love to be able to see that. And it wasn't that much movement. He's playing Monk, which obviously is a ton of movement. But even if you're playing something like Priest with the worst in the game, you could still do that with some pretty good ease. So insane positioning. Love to see it.
I bet those come a lot faster on Heroic and Mythic, though. I bet you that much.
Yes. Oh, I bet.
Or there's more. Maybe they spam 5 of them.
Well, there's also going to be the draw-ins from the tank debuff. So I want to watch for the next time that a tank debuff comes out, because that's going to be a key area to watch for where people are probably going to be getting sucked into towards Dementius. So
right.
If they get sucked into the boss, I think they get spaghettified. And then if they get into any of the black holes, they get spaghettified too. I think it was the Cosmic Collapse right there, right? Yes. So that Cosmic Collapse that just went out onto the tank happened in between a few different mechanics. So you'd have to like adjust your positioning, be kind of close to the tank, but not so close that you get sucked in. There is some leeway for the timing of it,
right?
At least so far. And then now they got to run.
Behind, behind that Devour cast coming in here. That's going to be the last Devour cast you basically live through in this fight. You're going to have the remaining number of these supernovas, correct? That's what they're called? What are they called?
So those are the black holes.
The black holes, got it, okay.
Yes, they're just straight up called black holes. When the void stars are the dark ones, and then they get turned into black holes when they supernova. That's on the right side of Dryny's screen where you can see right there.
Oh, right.
Pop.
Yeah, so this is going to be the last set of 4 that they have basically used to keep safe here, but realistically, the next Devour is going to consume all of them anyways. Like, you're not going to live through that.
Yeah, this is super hard right now. The Shadow Quakes are going to be coming out. Dryny was a little slow in getting through that first of the Halos, but he has plenty of time here. Here's the last one. He has Diffuse Magic up. Perfect. He got it. Even though he had all his defensives up, he probably would have lived if he had the debuff on him. He properly cleared each of them in time without doing any crazy movement there. That was just good positioning.
Yeah, the question, though, is when they kill this boss, where the boss kills them, they're going to have basically, I think they have about 2 portals left here, but keep in mind, the next Devour kills you anyways. It doesn't matter. It's going to be a hard burn here from about 5% in the boss, 3% actually. They should be able to do this.
Here's the hardest one.
Yeah, this is going to be the last ring overlap we need to get here. Surpasses 1, goes for number 2. We can, number 3 is coming in right now. He makes it just in time. Perfect. The boss should die here.
12 mil, 5 mil.
Oh,
they got it.
Wow. Dryny looks unfazed.
Yes.
He was calculated.
Dude, he is a cool cucumber.
Calculated.
He's got ice in his veins.
He does.
That Warlock on top of the meter there. I don't like that. Let's get that out.
That was close. Okay, so they, keep in mind, did not lust the final phase.
Right.
Other teams that are able to successfully lust that final phase steamroll it, okay?
Ring's not bad. That's one of the shield rings, or the shield ring, right?
That is the one.
Yeah.
It shields you from cosmic damage.
Which could be pretty relevant in this raid tier also.
Yeah.
Right?
Oh, yeah.
So that is not a Jast or Diamond damage increase, but it is a survivability increase, which is still relevant, something that you want.
Now, keep in mind, cosmic damage is built of a couple different things, right? Shadow. There's a couple different
Shadow
like,
and Arcane, maybe?
I think it's something like that. I think it also protects you from arcane damage, right? And then also protects you from shadow damage.
Could be. That makes sense. Some things are like whitelist, blacklist for those damage effects, but I think that probably is the case.
Well, we know it's going to help you for the last 2 boss fights. But my point is, I think it does help you for the earlier boss fights with survivability
Tank
as well.
that wall, Sentinel, let's go.
Yeah, literally.
Hey.
What's good, guys?
Hey, how you doing?
Wait, did you get new glasses?
That's right. I did get some new Zenni glasses.
Oh.
Yeah, and if you use code Team Liquid, you get 10% off.
Whoa.
Oh my gosh. That is a crazy deal.
Mm-hmm.
Get yourself some THD Zennies.
Wow. I thought nothing could get you off of your old ones, but you actually switched. How you liking them?
Oh, they're great.
Yeah.
Love these Zennies.
Looking good.
Mm-hmm.
You look good. I like it.
Thank you.
You look good.
Nice.
Oh, the necklace complements the glasses.
They
Very nice.
do.
Oh, right, the gold.
I didn't mean to touch it. I'm sorry.
Are they prescription or no?
They are. Well, I mean, if they weren't prescription, I wouldn't be able to see. So.
Okay. Fair enough. Okay.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Looking good.
Well, thank you so much to the rest of our sponsors as well. Again, that's 10% off using code TEAMLIQUID. You can go to teal.gg/Zenni. And of course, huge shout out to the rest of our sponsors as well: Coinbase, Alienware, Philips Hue, Blacklyte, Monster Energy, Zenni, RaiderIO, Wowhead, and Warcraft Logs. And of course, thank you everyone so much for donating to the Santa Monica Animal Shelter and helping us get to our first donation incentive of $1,000. Keep it coming. Thank you so much. We're going to get back to some gameplay, get some fresh casters up here. See you in a bit.
Ever since humans first walked the Earth, they've searched for one thing. Civilizations advanced, yet suffering continued.
There seems to be a strange curve in the lower vertebrae. I'll call this the lumbar. We must give it support.
But doctor, I'm seeing spots.
We mastered silicon chips and cathode ray tubes, but comfort was still offline.
There really should be a chair made for gaming, with cushions and maybe wheels.
Until we got it right.
Man, I wonder what my ancestors went through before this.
Elevate your space with Blacklyte.
Hey, psst. Have you unlocked your blue yet? This is my blue. Sharp, stylish, and ready to win. What's yours look like? Quests are easy, like watching our matches or just repping Team Liquid online. Rack up points and flex your grind. I'm keeping an eye on the leaderboards. I'm watching you. Join my blue today. See you there.
Hey, what's up? Why'd you want to meet all the way up here?
Do you ever think about your future? How people might remember you?
What are you talking about?
You never know what tomorrow brings. What if I told you there's a way to see?
Why would I need new glasses?
Just put them on.
I don't see anything different. They're just regular glasses. Huh, that's weird. It's almost like I'm
Seeing the future?
Whoa.
Yo, brah, can you toss my frisbee back?
The return of Area 51, Alienware's highest performance desktop yet, equipped with powerful Intel Core Ultra processors. Innovative architecture designed for ultimate gaming. Engineered to evolve alongside your game. Encounter the legendary Area 51 at Alienware.com.
do. I kept my promise. Together, we vanquished Dementius. And I now have all I need to claim what is mine.
And coming to you live from the Alienware training facility in sunny Santa Monica, California, I am Tettles, and I am joined by Fame Slayer of Gahoon, Fame Slayer of Jaina, Fame Slayer of Unot, Fame Slayer of Nazoth, Fame Slayer of Gallywix, Dratnos, and Dash. Don't call me Dash. Call me James Patterson. Dash, welcome.
That's it. That's my title. I'm glad you got it right.
You missed several of my my Fame Slayer titles, though, so I guess I just get the abridged version.
Honestly,
here, yeah.
there's just too many. Dratnos, of course, Fame Slayer every single season, and we have been seeing a lot of Fame slaying of Dementius.
That's right, yeah, we saw some normal Dementius splits when lag permitted so far today. Now, it looks like from the Raiders, as we've been seeing them zone into this next split, it looks like there's a higher percentage of Liquid Raiders in these splits than the previous ones, which makes me think we might be moving into Heroic from normal, but we'll have to see once bosses actually get killed. I think I see a skull on the UI that I can see that indicates Heroic, so we might be getting that higher difficulty here, get to see a little bit more mechanics on each of these bosses than we did in normal, actually get to fight them for a little bit longer as well.
Yeah, let's go, stepping it up a little bit. I mean, we just snagged lunch sitting across from Atlas, and he mentioned even normal had a fair number of mechanics. Like, it was dealing more damage than they expected in a lot of ways.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of pass-fail mechanics is what he was kind of saying, where players are able to, you know, get punished and get insta-killed and die, which, whenever you're doing splits with helpers, that's always a little bit of a struggle. So the number of helpers to Raiders, that's normally discussed beforehand, but I feel like players normally play it a little bit more just as is after they've seen the raid.
Yeah, it looks like the goal was to have, 5 splits of normal going at the same time, which is a very full of helpers and not full of raiders ratio that's usually possible on normal. But if there are a lot of mechanics that are just going to one-shot you if you mess them up, then maybe that becomes a little bit sketchier. The thing is, you're not giving up too much gear if you have to go down on normal to fewer splits. Heroic is going to be the big question mark, is will they be able to make this work with helpers all the way up through presumably Nexus King at some point with helpers, and then, I don't know, Dementius, they often will end up doing a bunch of as a guild at the very end of the splits process on Heroic.
Yeah, but I do wonder how much of their experience in normal is already shaping their heroic approach.
What's your first reaction of this raid? I mean, we've seen some of the aesthetics, we've seen how the bosses are kind of looking. I mean, obviously some of it was seen during PTR testing, but Dementius also a stunning encounter. What was kind of your first reaction?
I mean, generally, I'm a big fan. I mean, one, I like the aesthetic, and I know they were talking about that on the first cast. Dark blues and purples. I'm already sold on kind of the void elements of it. But in terms of the way that the fights all progress, they feel relatively dynamic, and I appreciate the amount of movement I think that is required in a number. Even this first fight, right? A lot of times your boss one becomes the just put him in a corner and just smack the crap out of him until he falls over. And here, okay, fine, we got to go through the maze elements. We have to use that extra action button to actually, avoid mechanics. And so I think I can kind of appreciate the dynamism, if you will, of the raid so far.
Dratnos, any additional thoughts as to what the raid has been looking like?
I like how there's through lines as well. Like, there's a sort of similar palette that a lot of the abilities are drawn from. There's a few bosses that have black hole type things that grip you in and kill you if you touch the middle of the black hole, and like you sort of can learn what some of the mechanics do just by getting that understanding of like, okay, this is what this usually means, and I like that.
Okay, in other news, we've came back from the break, but we have some broadcast stuff to deal with, and by broadcast stuff to deal with, we have to thank our sponsors for helping put on this show. We of course have Coinbase, which is our presenting partner, but we also have great other sponsors such as Alienware, Philips Hue, Blacklyte, Monster Energy, Zenni, RaiderIO, Wowhead, Warcraft Logs, and then we also have a charity partner with the Santa Monica Animal Shelter, where you can head to tl.gg/donate to donate today. I've also gotten a deal for all the viewers at home, and this deal is Alienware is going to potentially be giving away up to 3 27-inch 4K OLED gaming monitors. And you can enter the sweepstakes at tl.gg/AlienwareRWF. So I've negotiated you guys in chat a great deal indeed.
Yeah,
so
it was all Tettles, by the way.
Yep.
So.
And basically all you have to do is make an Alienware Arena account or log into one if you already have one. And then it's like 2 prompts, enter the giveaway, get entered to win one of these monitors. These are nice monitors as well.
We have them in the caster room, and they are quite nice.
It makes it very difficult to blame not being able to see something for your death, which, I'm still running that excuse, but it's a little bit sketchy.
Yeah. You go to Kaiveza, and you can still run that excuse, I think.
Yeah, well, you could tell us all about that, I'm sure.
No, I will not.
Alienware on a mission to remove excuses from gamers.
That's right.
In their progression.
We got to stop them, actually. Hang on.
Yeah, hold up. The tech is getting too good. Oh, boy.
Okay, so it looks like ready checks are maybe going out for some of these splits. We are going to be seeing Plexus Sentinel pulled. Dratnos, you said you think this is a heroic?
It looks heroic to me. If you look in the very top right of the screen there, you see that white banner next to the minimap in the very top right.
With a skull on.
Yeah, the skull there is the heroic skull. Once it gets some fangs, that'll be the mythic skull. So that's our hint for the difficulty here. The other hint is just if you look at the names here, looks like it is about half Liquid Raiders, which means there's probably 2 splits of this being run simultaneously. And that ratio means that, they've cut down from 8 Raiders, 22 helpers to 15 Raiders, 15 helpers, and that's going to mean that they're going to heroic because it's going to be harder.
How much does the helper situation affect something like heroic whenever you're splitting it, effectively 50-50 like this?
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be a big deal, I think, on a lot of the later bosses is just how strong those helpers end up being and how much they're able to help, stay alive and do damage on these later fights. Especially at the very start of the tier, the helpers are often about as geared, if not more so, than the liquid main or liquid alts in some cases. So.
Sure. Yeah, I think a lot of times they're more higher item level, right? Because they've made decisions, they've taken things from vaults, they're not waiting.
They've done Mythic Plus
exactly.
too.
Yeah, especially once we start getting to tomorrow and the day after, we're going to start having eye level 500 helpers and eye level 485 liquid alts. Here comes the intermission though, so we can see Gateway used to get them forward. And then extra action button to get through that wall.
See, I love that. I love that you're forcing players on the first boss of a raid to really move, right? I just think it sets everything up super well.
Yeah, and that wall is, I believe, just a one-shot as well if it hits you even on this difficulty.
It's a dot, I think.
It's a dot, okay.
Yeah.
It's going to be a one-shot on Mythic, I'm fairly sure.
I don't want to shot you during testing, but also things were a little bit undertuned during
testing. A lot of the numbers have gone up dramatically since the PTR testing cycle this time around, where a lot of these bosses were killed on PTR, raid testing, which doesn't always happen, but they were tuned fairly low there. But
I think 5 out of the 7 bosses that were tested were killed during PTR testing, which is historically
That's
pretty
abnormal.
high. I mean, I've seen some eras where 0 out of the bosses were killed during PTR testing because they were all over tuned. But this was pretty low, but everybody kind of knew going into the season that Blizzard was going to have to tune up the bosses a bit more.
Yeah, which we'll have to see what the Mythic tuning as well is, just how PTR tuning doesn't necessarily convert to live tuning. Heroic tuning does not always convert into Mythic tuning. There have been some tiers where Heroic has been pretty easy. Unot, for instance, one of the easiest Heroic bosses they've made. One of the hardest Mythic bosses afterwards.
Yeah. Okay, so Dash, this is your first cast. How do you plead to the allegations of being Liquid's lucky charm?
I mean, I guess guilty? Do you want to be? I want to be, right?
Yeah.
So therefore, I would plead guilty if in that case. That feels weird to say, pleading guilty to anything. But no, I don't know. I don't know if I want that responsibility, though, in reality, because the worst thing that would be is for me to come to my first full race and then not be that lucky charm.
Yeah.
So thank you for putting that out into the universe.
Listen, the people were saying it. The people of X.com, the Everything app.
Oh, my goodness. The Everything app.
Yep.
No, I mean, I'll tell you this, though. I'm actually really excited to be a part of the race from the beginning, because every time that I've come, I always get just like a tiny little slice of the pie. I get a small picture of wherever they are in the race. I've been here, obviously, last time for the kill, and then a couple times, like Queen Anne's Rect, I was there for some prog, but not for the kill the following day. And so getting those snapshots is very cool, but I think this is going to be a really unique experience to get to see. I mean, yes, splits, which I'm sure on
that's going to be super exciting.
On day 3, maybe I'll feel differently, but I actually am really excited to be here for splits. I will say, as a person who does not play the game religiously anymore, I find the split days to be really impactful for me in terms of my learning curve and understanding of the raid as a whole. And it sets me up better once we get to Mythic to understand the fights than if we were to jump into Mythic right now. I would be just completely lost.
Yeah, it's nice, kind of adds and builds up, and you learn, okay, this is like Mythic, except here's the Mythic changes on these fights, right? Here's what's new. and then also all the mechanics become way more important. Turbocharged.
Exactly. It also gives us 3 days to get a handle on some of these ability names.
That's right.
Obliteration, Arcano Cannon, like I don't.
Circle.
Yeah, we'll be calling that the
circles and
that thing,
that
the
thing.
Soak. Here's
the stuff.
Here's the soak that you want to soak twice. You want to get back in it as fast as possible. Yeah, I don't know the name of that ability. But
the old doubly wobbly soaky wobbly.
Doubly wobbly.
That's right.
Okay.
There's also ads There's also ads on Mythic that you can grip by a DK. So Blizzard said that grip was a raid buff. Now haters would say that there's only one ad that you can grip in this entire raid, and it is from Plexus Sentinel on Mythic only. But Blizzard was right. Raid buff.
Yeah, it looked for a while like DK's raid buff was going to be doing the most damage as well, although yesterday a nerf came in for Frost Death Knight, so we may or may not see them still this tier. No DKs being geared up that we can see in this split right now in Goops runs, although they might be hidden in the bottom by his camera.
I think I
don't see them on the meters either, though.
It's kind of interesting because I feel like Liquid preps pretty much every combination of everything that they believe to be good or have a possibility of being played. Even things that they think that are very unlikely to even see play. Sometimes they'll even have some of those people just, sit on the bench in case for some reason there's a damage profile or a niche that was kind of unexpected. Like we saw Moonkins on Styx Bunk Junker last season. Unplayable on every other boss. Great on that fight, though.
Well, and also, I mean, you're kind of prepping a lot of this going into, day before where we see some balance changes being made, right? We wouldn't expect really many balance changes from this point forward, right? But to classes, I would say.
Yeah. Historically, they try to avoid doing too much once the race has started until the race finishes. That being said, there is precedent, especially if something is a big outlier, for them to do something. I think during the Ansarek tier, there were some balance changes at the start of the second week, but they were pretty small compared to the ones that we've seen last week.
Fury Warrior's never been the same since that.
Yeah,
actually.
Dude, Fury Warrior is still paying for the sins of how good it was on like 3 of the last 4 bosses of Nerebar Palace.
We're coming off the back of one of the most balanced seasons ever in Season 2. The Race for World First was a little bit weird. Mages and Windwalker Monks were stacked, but as the season progressed, it was one of the most balanced seasons ever. Blizzard, I do think, though, with the tuning that they posted yesterday, that was probably some of the most impactful Monday night.
Yeah. Usually, even by then, it's fairly tame changes, the adjustments that they'll be putting in last minute.
Yeah.
All right, question. I got a couple questions loaded up, but since we got loot on the screen right now, I guess I'll just throw it to you guys. Like, probably not off of Boss 1, but in general, what are the big items we're targeting in this raid? Obviously, item levels wonderful, and stat priorities wonderful, but like, there's got to be a couple of those key items.
Casters, they have cantrip weapons this season. There's int stabs, there's int swords, there's int daggers that are all very good. I believe those come off like Fractalus and Lumathar.
Yeah, there's a int staff off of like the 3rd boss, and then there's a dagger and a sword off of like the 2nd to last and 3rd to last bosses.
So those are important. I think
probably not as much on heroic though. Weapons tend to be like the mythic versions of those. I think will be really important.
Insane. Yeah.
The heroic ones, I mean, they'll be good for a while, but there's a good chance that everybody's going to be trying to either get or craft mythic stuff for their weapons.
And that was going to trinkets. It's a Razforge ritual and Diamantine Voidstone. Is that the name of that trinket?
Yeah, so that one makes a 2-set with all of the
with
all the weapons we just discussed, the intellect weapons from the raid. So
both
that's an interesting combo.
Both of those are pretty good for casters. What are like melee and tanks looking for right now?
Yeah, there's several good raid trinkets for both melee and tanks. One of them pretty interesting for tanks as well is a cheat death trinket, something that we haven't seen in the last couple of tiers.
Is that a raid? Is that like a raid trinket though?
Well, that's the question: is will it be valuable for raid? It's a weaker version of a cheat death than a lot of the previous ones we've seen, because
what's the cooldown on it though?
I think it's either 6 or 8 minutes, but it's got a couple of weird things about it. If it procs, you then need to get healed up above 75% health in the next like 6 seconds, or else you still die. So under the right circumstances, that can either be really hard, or if it procs when you're at full health, you actually stay at full health, and then you don't fulfill the condition of being brought above 75.
Oh, dear Lord.
So you'll end up dying a couple seconds later. So it's like a little bit of an awkward cheat death trinket. Not to mention the fact that there are, depending on which tanks you're playing this tier, it has some nasty interactions with, say, Purgatory or Vengeance Demon Hunter Cheat Death, where the sequencing isn't great on how it procs with those.
Sure.
So it may or may not be something that the tanks are worried about. Plus, also, if you're in raid, often you're just looking to get single target damage on your tank trinkets, but those have gotten weaker. Like the amount of damage contribution you're getting from your trinket slot has gone down this expansion. Blizzard nerfed tank and healer damage from their trinkets.
The other stuff, I think that's just generically good. Of course, we have tier sets, which can be effectively guaranteed with how the last boss curios end up working out. And the other thing is the Soul Hunters, is the Demon Hunter Council boss. They drop boots occasionally.
This is the extra
This is
item,
the optional
right?
boss.
Right.
But this is the extra item. Yeah,
The extra item,
This is the extra item, and it empowers your Reshi wraps based on the item level of the boots.
It's actually the track. So like the hero track one does 40%.
Oh, it's not the
and the
item
myth
level.
track one does 50%.
I
yeah,
see.
it's
Everybody's going to want basically the minimum, I think, barrier to entry is going to be good trinkets. Maybe not even the best, but good trinkets. You're going to be required to have your 4-set, and I think the Soul Hunter boots are probably going to be on everybody as well.
Okay. So tracking those items and ultimately who they go to is going to start to give us some understanding of what classes and which players are playing which classes come Mythic. That brings me to my next question, and I know you released a video about it, Dradnos, that I watched, but now that you've seen a little bit of, I know, just normal in the beginnings here of Heroic, what's your evaluation of the classes that are going to be, wildly successful in this raid or complete duds?
I mean, there's a couple of different things that look potentially good, depending on the situation, then some things that look like they're going to be good in most situations. I think the most safe DPS that I'd be happy having multiple of is Warlock right now. Even after the nerfs, that class just still looks really good, and it has 3 specs that succeed in different situations. So if you gear Warlocks, I think you're likely to be happy.
Yep.
And then stuff like Evokers, Priests, and Death Knights I think also look really strong.
Priest as damage dealers.
Yeah,
though, right?
damage priests. But the thing about the damage priests is those are the most conditional of the ones that I talked about there. I think there's going to be some fights where damage priests look incredible, and then some fights where you're going to be happy playing 0 or 1.
I think trying to figure out where you're getting melee DPS from is going to be one of the more interesting decision points this season. Like Havoc Demon Hunter doesn't look especially good, but it brings Chaos Brand, so you have to play it.
Yeah,
they gave him a small buff too yesterday.
A 5% buff. I mean, that's a large buff, I think.
Yeah, but the spec was pretty far behind.
Exactly.
I think that so you either have to play a Havoc Demon Hunter or a Vengeance Demon Hunter, right? Both of which are probably worse than the other options. So the question is, where are you gonna eat your vegetables there? Is it your tank roll or your DPS roll?
Rogue is like aggressively bad. Aggressively mid, some would say, but aggressively bad. Rep Paladin looks awful.
I was about to say, do you feel like you have to play a Prop Paladin?
I think Prop Paladin is a pretty safe way to get the Paladin buff because Holy also looks pretty weak. And Prop Paladin brings more utility than the other Paladins. You've got Spell Warding, also just a tank being able to be the one who's bubbling and stuff.
And then, correct me if I'm wrong,
nice.
Prop Warrior is very strong right now as well, right?
Prop Warrior just looks generically powerful.
So I feel like we've got Prop Warrior and Prop Paladin in most cases, like that feels the direction they're going. So then it becomes, how do you build around those for, all right, we have to have a Havoc Demon Hunter then.
Yeah, Havoc Demon Hunter becomes a guaranteed spot if those are your tanks.
I will say though, if Prop Paladin wasn't going to see play, I mean, we can cut to Dryny's POV. If Prop Paladin wasn't going to see play and Dryny was like guaranteed to be playing Holy Paladin, I think that he would just have however many mirrors of that. He's currently on a Mistweaver Monk though, which means that it's less likely that he's going to be on Holy Paladin. There is a chance, but there's more flexibility whenever you're starting to gear up the secondary or tertiary characters on that.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of their tanks and healers, even the ones that are, even if you were in a world where right now you think you're probably playing Prop Warrior, Prop Paladin, you're still going to see the tanks preparing in multiple options, right?
Yes.
It's going to be something like 9 Prop Warriors, 3 DKs, 3 DHs, right? Like you're going to see some split like that.
Which means you need some amount of Holy Paladin.
Yeah, so Dryny's definitely still going to be prepping Holy Paladins of some amount, but they're definitely not.
My boy Dazer
into that.
My boy Dazer, get back in there on the red. Dude, he was honestly highlight of the Anstrike tier for me as a player. Watching him, I thought he absolutely popped off that raid. But yeah, that's interesting. I remember, or just a little bit ago, we were talking over some comp stuff in the cast room too, and Jack was saying he was seeing this could be the tier where Priest falls out of the healer rotation, which was very weird sound, just strange to hear as a WoW player, the idea that a Priest would not be in the Mythic lineup.
Seems like the only person who's been prepping healer Priest has been Timber Maw, Mr. Maw, the world's first bald Race to World first raider.
It's interesting as well because his strategy last time I played with him on Priest was to say Heart of the Wild here, and can get the healing done that way. So it'll be interesting to see what his strategy is now that that's gone as an option.
Yeah, I don't know, but like you're saying, the flexibility. If Timber's only on Priest, I think there is a world where they play it throughout every single boss. But looks like there's been a couple of Shadow Priests that have been getting geared in some capacity.
Yeah.
So we'll see. I mean, Smacked is on a Priest right now.
Again, I think almost all the healers are going to be prepping multiple options.
Yeah.
Because most of the healers that are in Liquid now are multi-classers of some sort or another. But if we could see the spreadsheets of 9 of this, 3 of this, 2 of this, or whatever, then we'd have a bit of a better idea of the comp they were looking at on healers. I do trust Jack's intuition, though, that Healer Priest doesn't seem mandatory, especially in a world where you can safely gear a Shadow Priest and play it on most fights. You don't need that buff. And if we're talking about getting, Paladin, Warriors, or tanks, well, we need to get a Monk somewhere, right? We need to get the Druid buff somewhere, so that could start to fill up our healer core very quickly.
Yeah. So which healer would you say right now is has the best damage output? Single target,
It's Mistweaver.
It is Mistweaver?
Yeah, so Mistweaver got a 40% damage nerf yesterday.
40%?
But there's a lot of healers that do 0 DPS while they're healing is the problem, and Mistweaver does damage while it's healing. It's kind of like the Disc and Holy Paladin back in Shadowlands. If the last time you watched the Race World First with Shadowlands, you remember Disc and Holy Paladin, they were always there. They were always doing damage no matter what.
A little Venthyr Holy Pally.
Mistweaver kind of
absolutely popping off on the damage.
Yeah, Mistweaver kind of in a similar spot where a lot of healers, this Resto Shaman spec presses healing surge like it's a classic encounter, and some of these other healers just don't do that much damage.
So you're telling me it's my time to shine? Classic encounters? Get me back in there.
Yeah, but whereas Mistweaver is still doing 600,000 DPS.
Yeah. Well, so again, I feel like a lot of times when you're looking at Race to World First comps, it's about maximizing damage, right? And so you're going to be looking, okay, now I'm thinking about maybe even a second Mistweaver if we could manage to get it in there just for the extra damage.
I think healer comps are the hardest thing to predict with Race to World First most of the time, because I feel like this just always kind of come out of left field with something weird.
And some tiers, it's like, oh, we actually really need the throughput here. And then some tiers, you don't need the throughput as much. And that changes which healers do the most damage, right? Because some of the healers then will be actually free to press their damage globals. Something like a Preservation Evoker can do very good damage if they aren't required to be healing, 80%, 90% of the time.
Exactly, yeah.
Yeah, very interesting.
Yeah. Speculating as to what's going to end up getting played, at least from a healer perspective, always feels like it's a little bit of a gamble. At least with DPS, you're like, oh yeah, Ellie Shaman looks like it's very good. It sims for 6.3 million DPS. Surely they're going to be playing at least one of them.
Oh yeah, I feel like that's a spec that I missed when we were talking about good specs earlier. Ellie Shaman is looking fantastic. You can see Impact there playing Ellie instead of Enhance on the damage meters near the top. Something that should be giving you just an idea of how good Ellie is, at least relative to Enhance, because he's been an Enhance main for many a year.
I think Liquid has 3 DPS Evoker players right now, with Goop, Sang, and Anarchy all on that DPS lizard.
Yeah, both Dev, and then you can potentially have the option to play AUG if there are fights where it's good.
Do not tell chat; they're gonna get mad.
We'll have to see. That's the thing about Augmentation Evoker is that the people in the world who know how good AUG is going to be this tier, there's very few of them, and none of them can talk about it. It's all Race to World First Raiders. So everybody else, including us, just making it up here when it comes to how good AUG is actually going to be. Just best guesses.
All right, total non sequitur. But this fight has a lot going on in it, just visually. I think like a lot of fights. But it makes me think of, or makes me wonder how we feel about kind of the visual changes that have now existed, for a few tiers. Sorry, I'm thinking all the way back to Fyrak. You had the blaze lines that kind of have this aesthetic. Like just the visual clarity and the changes that Blizzard have made. Again, as an outside observer, I think they're phenomenal. Maybe you two can speak more as players yourselves at a higher level, Dratno specifically.
Yeah, I mean, I think that it's been fantastic, especially over the past year. They've really made a concerted effort to not sacrifice the aesthetics of the encounter, but make sure that visual clarity is also a goal. And so you don't have these spots where you've got purple on purple because the encounter is supposed to be purple. Well, here, everything's purple, but you can still see what's going on because they've got these clearly defined lines around the mechanics, and that's very much appreciated. And I think the encounter still looks great as well. But it means that, again, it's another thing we can't blame now, especially on our Alienware monitors. Those perfect pitched lines are clearly rendered. We've got nobody to blame but ourselves when we get hit by these things.
Of course, you can enter for that giveaway at tl.gg/AlienwareRWF. And I had another question for you. How are you feeling about essential spells in the change that was made this season as well? Being able to kind of remove some spell effects from your party members. Now it doesn't remove all of them.
Yeah.
I can still see the stupid frozen orb.
So for those who don't know what Titles means here is you can turn off more of the graphics from your friends. You don't have to see all of their abilities going into the boss, which that could be another thing that, even if there's a clearly defined boss mechanic, if it's being covered by 400 fireballs or whatever, you're not going to be able to see it. So
I think DPS Death Knight is probably the most egregious, where they just have Remorseless Winter running it all the time.
Dude.
They're shooting the Chill Streak. They got the Breath of Sindragosa rolling, and they're just like a walking puddle.
And you still have to see that if you're the DK. So that when I've been playing DK, doing some content, it's like I can't see what's underneath me. It's it's tough.
Probably makes the biggest difference in heroic and normal splits where you're running 30-mans, right? And it's like you got 10 extra players and spell effects lagging out your entire setup.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a very, very important thing to keep track of. Actually, there's some other changes in 30 versus 22. Something like Disc Priest tends to do really poorly during heroic splits, so we're going to see mostly Holy out of the Priests, even if Disc ends up being what they would play in Mythic, which I'm not sure. Holy also looks... I mean, again, like we said, maybe we don't even see
People
Priest,
are gassing up Holy more than Disc.
I think it probably would be Holy. We'll have to see. Even if it is going to be Disc, it's going to be Holy in splits because Disc works less well healing 30 than it does healing 20.
Dude, I only did this raid in testing. I didn't do it during the normal testing. I did not recognize how large this raid is until I'm watching them like clear through all of this trash. Like, what is going on?
Yeah, it's super epic feeling.
It looks like a sepulcher in terms of size.
Yeah, it's a massive, massive structure that it's the first part of the raid you're sort of infiltrating the Manaforge itself, and then the second part of the raid you've kind of got the whole planet that you're attacking. So massive scale indeed. Interesting to see their pathing through the raid also. It's always something where like Liquid will have these splits or these skips through these different areas. You can see just pulling stuff ahead, line of sighting around the doors. This is something that they actually practice a lot during the normal testing weekend, is just optimizing the movement through the raid, because all of this time counts too. If you can do your splits 5 minutes faster because you do trash 5 minutes faster in each split, that's going to add up. That's going to give you, an extra hour on Mythic.
Yeah. They're going Forge Weaver next, I think, right? They killed off Soulbinder.
Yeah, so it should be Forge Weaver and then Lumathar.
What's the closest finish to a Race World first in WoW history?
Fire-Rack, I'm pretty sure.
Is it Fire-Rack? Yeah, I was going to say, because that one was crazy close.
Sylv was actually pretty close, I think, too.
Sylvanas was close in terms of hours, but it was a different reset.
But it was the second reset. Yeah.
It was close also in the sense of, Liquid were 0.5% off of killing it or whatever the night before, so... Yeah, that one was really close. Even a boss like Sarkarath also killed, 6 hours later, I think, something like that. So.
Okay. Well, so there you go. Every second you can save.
Absolutely. Okay, we're on Lumathar.
Oh yeah, this is Lumathar.
Yeah.
Okay. So wait, they go Soulbinder second, and then they come back to Lumathar.
Go back over to Lumathar, yeah.
Okay, interesting.
And then
Forge Weaver after that.
Forge Weaver next, yeah. Yeah, because I think you can do. Actually, I'm not sure if you have to kill both Lumathar and Soulbinder to get to Forge Weaver.
Dude, I actually don't know. Huh.
Yeah, I know that you have to do all 4 of those bosses before you then move on to the next part of the raid.
Yes. So Lumathar, a kind of an interesting mechanic, very similar to the first boss of Vault of the Incarnates with the mechanics that is on this encounter.
Yeah, so we've got these web walls encroaching on the boss, and we need to kill off them to be able to get through and not get cut off. But before you can actually attack them, you need to break them with this tank line. So very important for your tank to actually make sure to hit them.
Yeah, you just saw that first beam go off. Now second one goes off, so you technically have a second chance.
Right. That's on heroic only.
In normal and heroic.
Once we get up to Mythic, there's going to be 2 encroaching web wraps, so you're going to have to hit 1 node from each of them.
Oh, nice.
Your 2 tanks.
Okay,
Yeah.
and I hope that they're obviously not linear, so you'll have.
They're slightly offset.
Yeah, that's awesome.
It's one of the damage profile types that's kind of interesting on this fight is that after the boss hits 50% HP, comes out of the sky, and then it's actually taking a bunch of damage, double damage, I believe, and that's actually a common damage type that's in this raid where bosses have vulnerability windows. I think Forge Weaver also has a damage amp on that. There's just like a lot of bosses.
Dementius, yeah 15
Dementius
seconds.
And Nexus Prince, I think both also have damage amps in some capacity. It's kind of a common damage type, this raid.
I think mathematically this is a weird one because even though it has a damage amp, the fact that it starts at 50% and isn't a timer, it's just for the rest of the fight, I think means that it doesn't actually It doesn't actually count as a damage amp.
Lust is probably the only thing that matters, right? Because
yeah, although even less, Lust is going to save you the same amount of time whether you use it P1 or P2. It's just a question of which of those phases is more important. It's weird though, because like if it was only a damage amp up for like a minute or something, it would be different. But the fact that it lasts for the rest of the fight, I think, makes it so that it doesn't actually incentivize the same things that the other damage amps this raid do, of like being able to burst into it, for instance.
Is Affliction OP?
I think Affliction, it looks pretty good on this fight because you can just, you can immediately go and dot that other far one and just be farming damage off of it for the rest of its lifespan here. Also, THD lock is OP.
That's true, too. So Zenni glasses.
Yeah, it got those.
It's got them new Zennies.
Filtering out all that blue light, which there's a lot of this raid.
That's true. Yeah, even more impactful for this tier.
Yeah. Especially all those vibrant pixels shining off the Alienware monitors. Then just to be intercepted by Zenni's. We've kind of got our sponsors fighting, actually, on what happens with that blue light. If you think about it.
Philips Hue's got them covered, though.
That's right, actually.
Also true,
So
yeah.
we've got two sponsors on the side of the blue light, and then Zenni angled against them. It's like a Jedi battle.
Somebody has to keep them in check.
That's right.
This is very rinse repeat, phase one. You are losing space as you're dropping the webs around the edges of the room, but
you were saying that you think you undershot a lot of your predictions. Why did you?
Oh my God, I think I undershot so well because, okay, because I'm kind of just taking some of logic that I've heard Max talk about, and I sort of agree with, which is just when a tier happens where the pervasive knowledge or feeling is that it was quote unquote easy for the World First Raiders, that usually Blizzard claps back pretty hard on the next tier. So if people are saying that Galley was a little bit of a then the expectation is that this raid, or at least Dementius, would be much more difficult. So with that in mind, there's a feeling that, maybe some of these later bosses are going to be amped up in a way that's just damage-wise or damage check-wise that makes them pull heavy. But I also, second to that, I mentioned to you in the cast room that I think I basically I more made my predictions on what I thought a curve should be in terms of pulls versus what I think it will be. Understanding that also we're all just throwing darts blindfolded at a dartboard right now. Nobody knows. Nobody knows.
Sticks Bug Chunker, the 150 pull boss.
Well, you would expect them to one-shot the first boss on Mythic, right? On Plexus. They wiped to it on normal.
True.
Right? And so, it just goes to show that, again, I wouldn't expect them to wipe to maybe that same thing on Mythic, but you just never know what can happen. So there's a little bit of a crapshoot element to us throwing numbers out.
I will say, I think the first couple of bosses have felt pretty simple, at least mechanically. They were fairly simple during PTR testing. Now, that doesn't mean that they can't be overtuned on a couple of mechanics, and I think that that's the biggest differentiator, because I think we saw something like Rick Reverb last year where that was a very difficult third boss. I mean, how many pulls did it take you guys?
Well, 7, but it took a lot of guilds 50,
okay, yeah,
20,
I think it was pretty common sentiment that it's taking 30 to 50 pulls. I think Liquid also took 6 or 7.
Yeah. So there were a lot of guilds that did not kill that boss week 1 that get cutting edge, which is
they get Hall of Fame even.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So that boss was a bit of a wake up call. Weird tier last year because bosses 3, 4, and 5 were so difficult for their positions in that raid. And it is one of those things, Dash, like you said, you always have in the back of your head, is Blizzard going to swing the pendulum in the other way? Whatever was an outlier last tier, are they going to try and make sure that doesn't happen this time? Are we going to have historically easy mid-tier bosses and then historically hard end-tier bosses?
Halandris?
Yeah, the opposite of what we had last time.
That's still all time for me, though. That was some of the most fun watching.
Oh, yeah.
Race World. For to hit, I'm a big fan of mid-raid walls. I know that one maybe was a bigger wall than expected and maybe even a little earlier than expected, but I love mid-raid walls.
Yeah, there is something special about it, especially when it's that early and man, Sepulchre as well is there's just 5 bosses ahead of it, just standing there waiting for you, and it's oh wow, what have we gotten ourselves into this time?
What's the deal with the final raid of the expansion being only 8 bosses? That's abnormal? Normally they're 11, 12, 13 bosses.
I think this is the first time we've had 8 for an end of expansion raid.
What was Emergis 11?
No, I think Emergis was 9 because it was 7. Smolderon was the 7th, and then Tendril was 8. Fire Act was 9.
Yeah, we're running out of space here, by the way. You can really now, like on Heroic, we're starting to feel a little bit more. A boss goes down, they still had plenty of space, but you can start to see how that soft enrage will come into play.
Absolutely, yeah. The Mythic version of that fight as well. It's actually pretty similar, P2, Mythic to Heroic. There's a new mechanic in P1, which is a pylon that's trying to channel energy into the boss that you need to sort of intercept with somebody's body. That has some really interesting, how you're going to deal with that while the webs are closing in and stuff.
Tether placements.
Pretty fun, too.
Tether placements kind of matter a little bit.
Yeah, exactly. You're going to have to be more careful with, because like you said, we were running out of space there with the Arcane Puddle and the webs. Maybe you can design it such that you pollute the same area with your early Arcane Puddles as you did with your webs.
Yeah.
That generates some more space for you.
I do think that that's one of the reasons that you would be more inclined to lust in P2 as opposed to P1, because
that's when the sort of enraged timer of the floor running out starts.
Exactly, yeah. But ultimately, it's going to be one of those things that we just have to see how much HP it has. I'm sure Liquid's going to come in with the well-refined plan.
Yeah, because look at this. We're using gates now to find that empty space, and
boss is dead. It's all good.
Yeah, totally.
Still, I mean, there's still going to be a little bit of time here. We've switched over to the Drinster's POV because, of course, there are 2 splits running simultaneously right now. He's got the don't soak here, but it's fine. He didn't have it stack the debuff, so it was safe.
Yeah.
He's adjusting from what the weak aura was calling there because he knows the boss is going to die before the next frontal here, and down it indeed goes. And we'll have to see as well whether the splits continue to kill these early bosses. Last year, the splits would skip, I think, some of the first few bosses later on in the week because they didn't have important loot. But this time around, there's some nice jewelry off the early bosses and a couple of good trinkets even.
I think by far the most impactful pieces of gear from last tier were Jaster Diamond, Eye of Kazan, House of Cards. Those 3 items were the only pieces of gear that even mattered the entire raid.
Yeah, because all the trinkets off the first bosses were like Vexy's keys or whatever. That was big red button. Like, okay, dude, I don't need this. Thank you.
Florendo's flare light or whatever. Or pilot light.
The pilot light. Yeah.
That thing is. There's just a bunch of trinkets that were like that. The reverb radio.
Yeah, that one was probably the best of the ones you mentioned, but yeah, even still.
Yeah, exactly. I think that there's actually a decent amount of Mythic Plus trinkets that are still fairly solid. They get the Floodgate trinket for melee DPS, Signa the Priory still in the game. So those kind of trinkets, I think that there's some opportunities. I think Ecodome Aldani also has some pretty good.
Oh yeah, Ecodome has 2 great trinkets.
Yeah, but for casters, it's got a 1.5 minute mastery on use that's fairly solid, and then like an int passive damage trinket. So both of those are pretty good. So if you don't get good trinkets, that's what I was kind of saying earlier. Like even if you want the Forge Ritual, even if you do want a bunch of the trinkets, the Diamantine, stuff like that, you can go and get trinkets. I think the oh gosh, what even is it? It's one of the feather trinkets, the antenna. I think that one's also really OP for casters because of the crit that it gives.
On item fronts, crafting, you briefly mentioned it when I asked that earlier question about important items. Well, how do we expect, is crafting weapons only in this tier for the most part, or would people be looking at different crafted items?
Yeah, I mean, it's a huge question mark, and one of the biggest variables is, will there be a damage check boss that they run their head into this week? Or is this going to be a 2-week tier, in which case maybe we can save our sparks and craft a 2-hander next week? Because this week we have 1.5 sparks. Next week we're getting that second spark. So if you can use it to make a 2-handed weapon, that's very efficient to do if you don't end up dropping a 2-handed weapon out of say, your vault. But maybe that's not something you can afford to do if you need to use that spark this week. Especially, there is a quest you can get this week to kill Dementius that'll give you a free enchanted runed crest that you can use with your spark this week and make a nice eye level, I think 707 item. So that might be a pretty appealing thing to do. Dual wielders might just craft a weapon and then put it in your main hand for now, throw it in your offhand when you get a better one. Those sorts of things are pretty common.
The problem with crafting a 2-handed weapon is that you're down in embellishment.
Right, you'd have to play like 684 socketed bracers with the embellishment from last tier.
Withering armor banding, which is, I mean, that's not that bad.
Yeah, I mean, the relative value of an embellishment compared to item level has gone down over the course of this expansion too. So you could play one embellishment this week or next week and maybe be best option. I'm not sure.
Also have some kind of a weird situation as well where Tazavesh hard mode. If you're able to do that deathless, you can actually get some additional myth track loot, much to the chat's dismay a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, that's a very powerful source of gear. So Mythic Plus and then Tazavesh hard mode gear is very strong, and it would be smart to go there first before splits but for the fact that they don't know which characters are their mains yet, right?
Yeah.
The thing that they have to do is determine which character is their main by running the splits and seeing which character gets boots and trinkets dropped for it. Tier isn't as big of a deal because you can give anybody tier using those Dementius tokens. So the most important variable is just which characters can pick up everything they want from all the bosses that's not tier, right? The boots, the trinkets, the good statted jewelry, ideally. You know, getting 90% of your wish list, for instance, can then make that character your main, and then you know which character to do Mythic Plus on, to do hard mode on, to do delves on, to potentially do the time walking weekly on as well. All that kind of stuff. It becomes more appealing there.
Yeah, and so we're 90% of the way there with what you just said, but I think it might be valuable, especially for anybody who might be tuning in to the Race to World First for the very first time in the long history of this event. But what is the value of splits? Why do we spend 3 days running lower tier, you know, with 15 plus characters per person?
So let's go back to the medieval era when the first World of Warcraft players, you know, would
when I was a young lad,
right. They would take off their suits of armor, they'd get at their computer, and they would start playing. And you would just clear the raid once, right? And you'd clear heroic raid, and whatever dropped, and you were all playing your main characters. And then somebody had the bright idea of what if we all made a second character, and then we run the raid twice, and we put half of our mains into each run. And we just only give the loot to mains, right? All the loot that drops, we give it only to the mains. And that way, now, instead of 1 raid's worth of gear on our main characters, now we have 2 raids worth of gear. And, you know, maybe there will be a couple of pieces that drop that don't go to a useful main, but pretty much we're adding a second raid's worth of gear to our characters. That's great. And that sort of evolved for a while. That strategy, we moved up to 3, 4, 5, 6 splits that way, where you'd have, okay, 1 main and 5 alts. And then recently the adaptation has been, okay, what if we don't even decide what our main is yet until we see which character gets the best loot for it to drop? So they'll run these splits, and Fired Up has, you know, 10 different mages. And in one of the splits that Fired Up does, there's going to be a generational run of good mage loot that drops from all the bosses. And they'll be like, all right, that is your main now, Fired Up. We're going to trade all of that loot after the raid to that character. And now you know which character your main is. And by doing this, each marginal split that you add is less and less valuable because more and more of that loot goes to waste each time you do it. But it's still worth something, and it's still worth the time. And with the way the race works these days, you end up running into these mythic bosses that are just incredibly difficult. And if you can spend an extra day getting an extra 1.5 eye levels by adding 5 more splits, 6 more splits, that is worth it because otherwise you're just not going to be able to kill the boss in the first or second week.
It's been tested a lot too, and as it turns out, the additional item level and a half is worth a lot more than the additional, let's say, 3 or 4 hours that you'd be gaining. Where we've had
toast here.
We've had instances where bosses were unkillable because there was an item level and a half disparity between guild. I think notably Sylvanas was the one that happened most recently.
Sylvanas is the raid that would have looked the most different if the guilds could go back and do it now, because the way we were running splits back then didn't even give them extra shots at getting those Blood, Unholy, and Frost set bonus shards. They just, like, half the people just didn't even have those. That would not be what it would look like if we went back to in time.
Yeah. And so a couple of the key elements here, of course, as you mentioned, is like we're holding all of the loot till the end of the raid to see what everything has dropped. And we say, okay, this was a god run for a mage. Fired Up has a mage in this tier, or in this raid. We're going to give it all to him. Boom, his main is decided. The other evolution, of course, is adding in the helpers, right? Like before it was our mains was some of our alts, and now it's not even our alts. Every one of our characters is a possible main. We're bringing in you, the community, to help us out.
That started around Nyalotha, and then it was like kind of not really a thing after Nyalotha, and then Sepulchre they brought back tier sets, and then that was like, all right, it's time to bring in 100 helpers.
Exactly, because the evolution was, okay, if we could go from, instead of having 8 mains and 22 alts, we could do 8 mains and 22 helpers, and then run 3 of those simultaneously.
Liquid Steve coming in with the dono. And sending us a couple of his pets. Yumi, that's a legal legend.
That's got to be the kitten.
I know that. It better be the cat. Otherwise, I'd feel bad for the dog if the dog was named Yumi. And Giova. Oh,
dude, look at the expression.
Happy pets there.
That is what I imagine every Yumi I run into in solo queue looks like. For sure.
They definitely type with the :3.
Yeah, yeah, for sure. :3C even.
Just rolling around on the keyboard.
Yeah.
Of course, you can also submit your pets if you want to show them off on stream with tl.gg/donate. Your donation will be going to support the Santa Monica Animal Shelter.
Yes, Tobiko by Durganwolf. Beautiful pup. As well, thank you so much for your donation. Already up over $1,000. That's incredible on day one.
What are our donation incentives for this tier? I don't remember what they were.
That's a great question, Tettles. The graphic that explains that will be potentially momentarily. You can see we've already raised $1,073.
Yeah, Dash already said that.
75 cents.
Yeah, that's good.
Yeah, no, but he's doing a good job of of delaying and
the incentives, the charity thing. Maybe they're not all finalized yet, but I know we've been talking about some of them. I know there's some. Also, I've heard Aya just giggling about some of them that she's keeping secret from us what some of them look like. So for now, here's how it works. If you want to get your transmog or your pet shown on stream, $35.
Here's what you can do.
Yep.
If you want to make us do some stuff that we don't even know what that stuff
exactly.
is yet.
If you want to find out as much as we do what the generative are.
This is generational delaying.
I'm sure they're somewhere.
Yeah.
They've been getting workshopped over the last few days. So
okay.
We're making sure that they are as good as possible.
I heard rumors of a foot race at some point, which is about all I remember.
You have to run?
Yeah. So some of us are gonna have to run.
Ooh.
Oh. Yay.
Yeah. Should be interesting.
Looks like we've had a wipe in one of our
We did have a
splits.
wipe.
Looks like Forge Weaver Heroic, maybe a little bit
Yeah,
harder
kind of tricky.
Than a 50-50 split.
Yeah, I think both splits actually wiped in on Forge Weaver here. Maybe we can see what is going on and what is proving to be so difficult about this. I saw some ads were making it to their destination, which I believe is maybe close to a wipe.
So Forge Weaver is kind of interesting, interesting fight. Basically, what you have to do is you get targeted with like these arrows above your head, and then you have to drop the ads behind a puddle to make sure that they are now vulnerable, and then you have to basically kill them before it reaches one of the empowered pylons. If it contacts the empowered pylon, at least during testing, it wasn't the end of the world, like it didn't wipe you, but it did a significant amount of damage. If you had two of them contact you, it was basically going to wipe you.
Yeah.
And then after a certain amount of time, the boss goes into an intermission. You kill 3 ads, it comes out of the intermission, and then there's a damage amp on the boss that you try to burn the boss. It looks like they're saving bloodlust potentially for that damage amp, it appears. That THD is not saved.
Also, that ad that you see who just went down is not one of the ads that would walk towards the pylon.
Correct.
That's an echo. It has to be at least 20 yards away from the boss. Otherwise, it will do like 90% increased damage or something.
So it looks like they're spawning that on Star, and it's a split damage soak that they are just splitting damage by using immunes. You can see those bosses were a little bit too close to separate them. That was that big circle graphic that we could see. And then these arcane manifestations just need to be killed before they reach that pylon. One getting a little bit close there, gets that Hammer of Justice stun, and is taken out before it becomes a problem. The last of the 3 collectors now being activated by the boss, which means intermission is imminent here.
Can those ads be gripped?
Yes.
Yeah, the little ones are they can be gripped, they can be ropped,
they
can be stunned. All of those different types of control work. We'll have to see exactly how the sequencing works here, because I think that this last set of ads. Oh no, this is the second set of the ads.
Dude, I just realized that the Mythic mechanic is the vulnerability puddle thing.
Yeah. So on Mythic, you need to make sure that you have a black hole between those ads and their destination, and then when they walk into it, they become vulnerable. Here on Heroic, that's not true, and you just need to group them up and AoE them down. You can see Ursul's Vortex is going to be gripping that one back in under the boss. One of them has escaped containment.
Yeah,
here, though.
where is it going?
Lands on it, and you can see they're switching over THD. Currently,
we got the grip.
There's the
That's
grip.
the raid buff. That's the raid buff.
There it is.
All right.
Press A bomb limb.
DKs have proven themselves useful.
Well, do we have a DK? Oh, we do have a DK in this run. Yeah, nice grip.
Okay, so here's that intermission that we were talking about. Basically, 3 ads spawn. They need to die, at least during PTR testing, they need to die within like 3 or 4 seconds of one another, because if they don't die at the exact same time, they basically just start pulsing AoE on your entire raid and wipe.
Yeah, not just that, but also you can see on the right-hand side of the screen there's energy bars. So I think typically the one that has the energy building the fastest is the one that you want to prio if you are going to bring one down first. It's about to hit 100 on its energy there. Raid damage incoming, as you can see, 3, 2, 1. I don't know how hard this is going to hit on Heroic. Not that hard is the answer, but I guess
it's bad actually.
Yeah.
It looks like
it's a dot. It's a dot.
That dot is it looks
1.6 million a second is what it says on, but he's got 7 stacks, so it's up to 1.9 million a second here for THD.
And now the collector, so they definitely are killing them one at a time. They're not splitting the raid. So maybe the killing them simultaneously thing. It looks like the energy bar is going up dramatically faster now that they've killed the other ones. So I think it might be one of those cases where like you either have 3 of them casting slowly or 1 of them casting quickly, and you can kind of live either configuration.
So now the boss is going to be taking 100% bonus damage for 10 seconds.
Yep, this is one of those much discussed damage amps.
It actually doesn't look like we're going to be lusting this. We're going to be waiting until the P2. So P2 is kind of an interesting fight. You have to jump to the other side of the room, and then the boss is like very slowly dragging you towards the edge, and it's gradually building up in terms of just how hard it's pulling you towards that edge. If you end up contacting the wall, you just end up dying 100-0. So it looks like that's going to be a P2 lust.
Yeah, when he gets there, you'll see it's kind of like a black and purple end zone. Almost.
Yeah.
If you think American football, it's just like he just puts a bar on the edge of the room, and yeah, you have to avoid getting dragged into that, and you have to avoid letting ads get to it as well.
No touchdowns. That's the
exactly.
That's the mantra there.
Don't foul. We can't afford a penalty kick here.
All right, we have ads spawning. The raid drops pretty low off of that raid damage, but it looks like we're going to be okay for now. Again, we have some of these little ads, these manifestations, trying to make it to those pylons and charge them up to a bunch of raid damage if they connect. That Arcane Echo, for a while it looked like maybe the plan would be to burst that thing down, but instead Liquid here are just going to use it as a battery for their multi-daughters, those Affliction Warlocks, those Shadow Priests, those Ellie Shaman even, able to just put some dots on it and then ignore it otherwise and let it die slowly to them.
I mean, it really just kind of depends on when the small ads are spawning and like how much damage you can actually allocate to that Arcane Echo. That Arcane Echo does have that shield up now that the boss was stacked on top of it. It looks like it's going to get dragged on top of some of the ads and just get cleaved down while they are killing off these Arcane Collectors.
Yeah, now these shielded attendants that spawn don't do too much of note, mostly just tank ads that need to be handled. So you can see the tanks are dragging them around, taking them potentially to their pylons, and keeping everything cleaved down. Those attendants are going to be lower priority than the Arcane Collectors for sure. You can see THD just sort of standing in the middle here, making sure that all of the targets have his dots on them. The Affliction Warlock looking absolutely incredible on at least Heroic on this fight.
So it's a 1, multi-dot class dream fight.
Right.
2, just feels like a real personal responsibility fight. Like, there's not too much, like, massive raid coordination, right? It's like tanks just have the boss in the right place. If you're the one who is going to be placing a soak or dropping an echo, make sure it's 20 yards away. And then otherwise, just dodge all the bad that's constantly coming out.
Is this going to be like a 9-minute boss?
It's pretty nice.
Okay, so the boss is phasing in the final phase at 15% HP. This is another 100% damage. Oh, Bloodlust is even getting committed here.
All right, blasting into the boss during that weakened phase. A lot of cooldowns lining up here. This is
6.
It's 6 minutes, so yeah, all of their 2 and 3 minutes should have been available for this. Now the boss knocking everybody back, and phase 2 is going to start here. So yeah, this would be forced at 15%, but this is just the timer push that they're running into, which means they're going to have to deal with this phase for a little while longer than they did on normal. The end zone having been created over the other side there, and it's slowly starting to grip them towards it. The thing is that this grip is going to grow in intensity over time. You can see THD already struggling to run against it. And that Silencing Tempest on him is going to be creating swirlies under his location that just need to be dodged. You can see he's doing his best to take that out from the raid.
Gate here.
Oh yeah, this grip is starting to get pretty powerful. He's going to use Demonic Circle as his first form of defense against it. He's still making progress while running against it here, but he's going to start running out of non-movement globals.
Yeah, this is where you'll need time spirals, stamp roars. You're going to need wind rushes, all that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
Those blue lines, by the way, are just denoting ads that will spawn.
Right.
Or have spawned and are moving
they're going
towards.
to the end zone.
Exactly. So you can't let them get there. This is, I mean, this is going to be a fun Mythic fight.
Look, now he's running, and he's actually running, and he's still getting gripped.
Yeah.
So this is good. We're going to need some, like, stampeding roars and stuff here. We just have to get away from this. Those manifestations as well. They're
you
getting
see
close
some people on the right-hand side.
Nearly a touchdown. No! The stun comes out on those ads. We need some grips or something, some way to stop them, but it's not going to work.
Disaster!
Liquid are going to be wiping here on Heroic. On a pulled it. You know, this didn't even look that bad. We were doing okay most of the way through. We had everybody alive for the first, 6 minutes of this fight. We got to our lust. We were doing damage to the boss. Maybe it's a case of too many helpers, but this would be unprecedented to have to cut down on helpers this early into a tier.
Yeah, but to Dranos' point, like, it didn't even look like too many people were dead going in, right? So it's like, I mean, maybe you could look at helper damage numbers and just say, hey, we shouldn't have been at 21% there going into that phase. We should have been at 15%. But regardless, yeah, it actually looked relatively clean the whole way through. And just speaks to what will be a slightly more difficult fight. And we actually have our other POV just on our second monitor over here, and they are also wiping, same boss, about 4%.
Yeah, exactly. Both splits going to be wiping to this boss at the exact same point. And this brings an interesting question of what now? What do? We do have a Blizzard code giveaway, thanks to Blizzard. If you want to type hashtag Let's Go Liquid in Twitch chat, you can enter to win that as well. I think.
Do you know what it is?
Of course I do, but I would like you, who also knows it, to prove that you know it by saying what it is.
It is 5 green Snugglefin Murloc Rompers.
Yep, that's right.
The only reason Tettles knows that is because he tried to steal them last night. No, I'm kidding.
Well, I wouldn't mean by trying.
Yeah, Tettles inspected the code to make sure that they worked.
Well, 5 plus, plus or minus 1.
Right, give or take.
You can earn some used codes for Murloc
Used, lightly used.
Yeah. But yeah,
Near
hashtag
mint.
Let's Go Liquid to be able to be entered in that giveaway for the 5 green Snugglefin Murloc Rompers. I guess you'd only get 1. 5 of them are being given away, though.
Wow, looks like THD is actually getting handed gear here.
Whoa.
So maybe that's the thought process.
Wait, what did he get handed?
He got handed the
Spire?
heroic staff there, along with a bunch of off pieces from normal, it looks like. So yeah, this character is maybe the 4-hour limit from the normal split was running out, and so that was why the trade was happening. Or maybe we're getting handed gear, because maybe that was the normal stuff. I actually didn't see for long enough to see what track it was on.
Yeah.
Most of this gear does look like champion track stuff.
Dude, I don't know. You're wiping to the 4th boss to a damage check.
Yeah, look, it's not where we wanted to be here. On the other hand, maybe it's where we as viewers and casters wanted to be here.
Well,
maybe it indicates that we're going to be in for a crazy tier.
Okay, Bandit Heroic was not doable with helpers on day
one.
Yes,
right.
And so they had to break out of Bandit, and then they came back with players who were geared from Mythic Plus on like Thursday.
Bandit is boss 6, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And again, so to me, that's positioned in the raid kind of where that mid-raid or wall should be, or where I would kind of expect maybe a first real jump up, especially on Heroic. Okay, if I were to put you in the position of being the decision maker right here, what would you do? Are you eliminating 2 to 3 helpers and just saying, okay, let's get over the hurdle that way? Are you saying, hey, it was 1 wipe, it was 1 pull, let's run it back a few more times before we make that decision?
I'd be tempted to just pull again and say, look, we were 5% or whatever on the boss. That is within the range that optimizations, even just the experience of having pulled the boss an extra time, should mean that the helpers will do more damage on the next pull because they know more of what's going on. People can maybe optimize for slightly better talents. You can see THD doing that right here.
Right.
Those sorts of swaps, I think, should make this boss killable. And the reason I want to do that is after this boss, we can go to Soul Hunters or Fractalus. And I think Fractalus, at least, should be a boss where it'd be really important to check to see what the numbers look like on that boss, and if we can do that with helpers, without the check being impossible, because the actual mechanics on that fight are complicated but very solvable by weak auras, it looks like, by strategy. So if we can get this boss down, maybe we can get the next 2 down, and we can do most of our splits with, say, 6 bosses, and then save the Saladar splits for tomorrow or the day after with more geared people, maybe. Because my suspicion is Saladar Heroic is going to be a real brick wall.
Sprocket was pretty difficult during splits as well. I remember that fight being a little bit problematic. People just getting blasted off the platform fairly consistently while it was killable. You needed good helpers, right? You couldn't just have bodies. You needed people who were actually contributing on that and One-Armed Bandit. And this might just be one of a similar kind of feeling of a fight where you need your helpers to actually contribute a lot more than being, 15 dead people. But at the same time, I'm kind of with Dratnos. I would probably just give it one more attempt. If it feels like it's a little bit too hard, I think you probably just go back to normal for a little while and you wait for the final 5 bosses of the raid until after a couple days where people have a little bit more time to farm up.
Maybe. I think if this boss is not something you're feeling good about doing with helpers today, I don't know. Is it worth it running first 3 bosses splits? Because you don't really get much information about what's dropped there. So, who do you even trade?
You just go back. To
you would go back. You would just crush all your normal splits.
Yeah, you do something like that and just use the normal splits to gear everybody up, and even you're sort of just waiting for helpers to get geared as well. I don't know. I feel like you can't just leave after one or two wipes there on this boss, though.
I think it's one of those things that One-Armed Bandit Heroic. I remember that was like a 1 in 5 shot,
right,
for most of these race roll first guilds. If it starts to get much worse than 1 out of 5 pulls is a kill, I think at that point,
especially this early in the raid, right? Because like you guys said, that was the 6th boss, and this is the 4th. So if this boss is this hard, what does that mean about the next one?
Also, if this boss is as long as it is, right? Like, you got to then think about, okay, to your point, if we're killing it once every 5 pulls and it's a 9-minute boss, like, that's quite an investment of time just for every kill.
Gear matters a lot for this fight, though.
True.
People, at least in THD split, people weren't really dead, but at the same time, 5 additional item levels, 6 additional item levels on a couple of people, on some of the helpers, it does make a lot of difference. So I think this is a fight that gets a lot easier as we're no longer on Tuesday.
Yeah, and talents too, right? I mean, I have to imagine that, as you pointed out, like THD making some changes there, that he's going a little bit back towards more single target, right? If their issue is boss damage, and it wasn't necessarily the ads themselves, then you're just trying to look to pump a little bit more into the boss.
People might have messed up
their fight,
like their CDs if they weren't ready for like the damage amp timing.
Right.
There's a large damage amp window swings because it's a short amp. I think it's like 10
seconds.
It's like 10 or 15 seconds.
Yeah, so getting full value out of that first burn window, for instance, is potentially going to be something that'll be really important. This reminds me of, wow, this is going to be a really old reference, but N'Zoth. The brief burns that you get on N'Zoth during phase 1 is something that really mattered for killing the boss eventually, and even though you only could hit it for like 10 or 15 seconds, and then you'd have to go back and fight some tentacles for another 3 minutes.
It just makes me feel old that N'Zoth is an old reference. Like, that's crazy to me because
it's been 6 years.
But that's in the second half of WoW's lifetime. So for that to be considered old is like a dagger to my heart.
Legion came out 9 years ago.
Yeah. That's a scary fact for sure. Because I do think of Legion as sort of the start of the modern era. WoW in a lot of ways. Although Dragonflight is kind of the new modern era start with the. Looks like we've got ads. Near boss. Okay. Looks like we've solved that.
Why does he still have the circle though? So is there a second echo?
Yes.
Yes, we've got 2 echoes.
Oh no, this looks disastrous.
This will wipe.
This can't be good, yeah. So it looks like they were just trying to ignore the echoes and just cleave them down, but maybe the positioning here is not perfect because, this is indeed a wipe.
Oh my god, Fury Warrior on top. We're back.
Yeah.
Well, that was maybe the idea, right? Just stack them all, see if we can live through the damage amp. Like, if the healers thought we could pop cooldowns and just nuke everything, I guess that's one way to do it. You actually get the melee cleave, but
I think the boss takes less damage as well if it's next to the ad.
Okay. I only knew that I knew about there's like a 90% damage increase to both him and the Echo, but damage.
No, you might be right
as
though.
well?
If there's not a damage reduction, then that could be an idea.
Hold on, I've got a nifty.
You got your cheat sheet?
I got it, yes, courtesy of this man over here. Titles.
Yeah, printed off some cheat sheet.
Okay, the Echo must be more than 20 yards away, yes, but what happened? Tell us. Oh, or will reduce damage received and increase damage dealt. So it does both. It does both.
All right, yeah, so there is no way that was how it's supposed to look, is what we've concluded here. Yeah, you could see they were trying to have 2 Echoes up at the same time, so maybe there was a little bit of a taunt mix-up on which tank was supposed to taunt the next Echo, which one was supposed to taunt the boss. Whenever you're trying to do taunt swaps, and you've got 2 ads that need to be taunted by one and the boss by another, it can be very difficult to actually coordinate that happening. Some tanks can't even really do it.
Looks like one of the other splits actually has the boss really low after the first
maybe we can
100%
swap over
amp.
to perspective.
Dryne's split. They're looking good. Boss dipping below 50%,
boss
approaching
is like
40 here.
Boss is 55 coming out of the first damage amp, which is
very good.
I think that puts them in a good position, especially since they haven't committed lust.
Yeah, so while THD's group is going to go for round 3 here, see if they can get the ad splits correct. Things are looking good right now for the second split.
Yeah, another ad spawning for THD's split here. You can see a couple players going in there. Looks like immune soaking. Yeah, we saw some paladins horsing over there and immuning.
Yeah.
Sort of just reducing the raid damage by using presumably externals or immunes on the targeted player, and then a couple of people immuning with them to make that work, instead of having to do half the raid in and take a bunch of damage on that half of the raid. That Arcane Echo is getting cleaved down now, but we are seeing the Collectors becoming active as 1 minute into the fight. They've got swirlies to dodge from multiple directions now. Another set of ads will be spawning in just a moment here.
I regret to inform you, it looks like the Drynster split has wiped.
Yeah. All right.
Terrible news.
I'm not mad about it at all. I like that we're already,
we're coming up against the first hurdles of the race.
We're percent watching a heroic boss. This is very rare.
Yeah, this is indeed. You can see we've got our UI at the bottom with the boss, health and our B-Res and Lust tracker. Very much something we don't expect to use during splits, but yeah, I mean, this could be really exciting. A lot of people complain about the Race to World First, the splits side of it, but what if the splits become part of the progression? That could be kind of fun to watch.
I'm telling you, man, splits are better than people give them credit for.
Yeah, it can be pretty frustrating though. 'Cause then you have to reprogress the same boss
again. Ask me again on day 3. We'll see how I feel on day 3, but I'm enjoying this.
So here's Fired Up's perspective. This is still THD split, so same run.
Yeah,
the other split has wiped, so we're waiting to see which of these 2 splits are able to get the kill first on this this brutally hard 4th boss on Heroic.
Do you think? I feel like Arcane has to just be insane on this fight because you're able to just get so much resonance funnel.
So the thing that strikes me as making this a good firefight is, that last phase, you are full uptime running away. The boss is in Scorch range, so a Fire Mage can still be doing damage. Any other spec of Mage is nowhere near as happy. So I think that's the big reason that Fire is the consideration here for Fired Up.
It's interesting because, I mean, just intuitively, resonance and being able to have that insane Arcane Mage funnel that we see, that the reason that they're so good in Mythic Plus is because of it. You have a bunch of ads stacked on this boss, so intuitively it would make more sense. But yeah, I think that you're absolutely right, that 25 to 15% to 0 burn, being able to do damage on the move, I think is a super large consideration here.
Yeah. To be a mage and be able to jump for 60% of the fight. Well,
yeah.
I've heard some mages complain that they don't have enough mobility, which I think
come on,
dude, frankly,
it's ridiculous.
There's a mage in my guild that makes the argument that Feather is a better movement cooldown than Blink.
Oh my goodness.
I cannot believe it. I can't believe my ears listening to mages sometimes.
Tell them to turn on ice flows. Like, what were you talking about?
Yeah, I don't know what to tell you, man. It's tough out here.
I think something you shouted out earlier is especially true. I think the time spiral is going to be insane on this boss.
Yeah. Yeah, time spiral, especially if you're playing Elemental Shaman, time spiral for them is a huge deal in the last phase of this boss because it gives them Spirit Walker's Grace. So not only does it give them movement speed, it gives them the ability to do full damage while they are moving there. So
okay, so this is similar. First damage amp, right? We're hitting 50% on the boss out of that damage amp.
Nice.
Okay, I think
is looking solid here compared to last attempt. Yeah,
this is no Bloodlust 50% too. So I think that they are starting to index more into doing boss damage and less trying to overemphasize on the mechanics. They're trying to figure out what is the correct balance in terms of boss damage versus ad killing potential.
Yeah, the nice thing about the ads is you can solve a lot of damage with CC on them, right? If you just keep them stunned, that does damage for free. So one stone global can represent 100 million damage to all the ads.
Yeah, because these ads, they're not much of a threat until they reach their destination, right? And so, yeah, the idea that they stay alive for a long time is not a problem as long as they're controlled during that time. They will eventually fall to the cleave.
There's also specific effects that are good versus them. The Binding Shot, the Ursul's Vortex, the Ring of Pieces, the DK Grips. There's specific effects that are much better than others, and while you could throw a
Typhoon. We just got a Typhoon from one of our helpers. Let's go.
Yeah, Bursting Shot as well, landing on one of those. A couple of them are nearing their target, so those may require some switch, although it looks like Death Grip has brought one of them back. Ring of Peace is stopping the other from making it to its target, and we are now entering the second intermission, the Arcane Echo being brought back towards the middle of the room, away from the boss here, and we have the 3 collectors active once more, starting off on that one that begins at half energy, and then they'll be moving around the room, taking care of the others, which are getting multi-dotted up by THD, who is currently like 2 million ahead of anybody else on the meters. That is an impressive amount of damage that he's putting out there on that Affliction Warlock.
Affliction, not bad.
Not bad at all. I'm seeing in the other split some players are zoning out and sending some upgrades, so definitely starting to pull the trigger on increasing power level to make these bosses a little bit easier.
But if you're already sending upgrades on a character, I feel like that's because it's not your main.
Probably.
So it's at least been decided, this is for sure not my main, so I can go ahead and spend all my resources to try and help the split get over the
pretty much
the wall.
Okay, so what percent? Okay, so we're going to see Bloodlust here coming out for this split as well. What percent do we want to see the boss at coming out of the burn? What are you thinking?
So I want to see it 5% lower than it was last time.
So 25.
Something like that.
So it needs to be 20? Okay.
I think we could maybe do it at a little higher than that, but I think if we're a little higher than that, that would be bad news. We should be getting the Lust right now, though, for this split, as we have that damage on the boss, that damage amp taking increased damage here just for a few seconds before this last phase is going to start. And you can see the boss HP is starting to melt, but is it going to be enough to bring it into kill range here? 24% and dropping. That burn window ends at 21 on the boss. This is going to be right against the wire. All 30 players are alive, and that grip into the end zone starting on the players, but you can see is very weak initially. Fired up, able to still not have to move very much at all right now. That is quickly going to change.
I think this is going to be more of a balance, I think, in terms of damage allocation to the ads versus hitting the boss. I think that previously, whenever they first saw the ads, everybody was just going to be hard AoEing as much as possible, where now it's going to be more controlled. You're seeing that binding shot come out, you're seeing that leg sweep come out to try to make sure that the ads are getting stopped. You're going to see you can see a potential Ring of Peace come out, a Thunderstorm even, to knock all the mobs up, and just utilizing CC in order to make sure that you're able to cleave down the boss a bit more and just do a bit more damage to that.
Okay, only one Raider down at the moment, so still 29 alive. You can see some of those ads, though, crossing the halfway point. We're going to have to get some grips.
Boss is 6%.
Some CCs, yeah, that's the thing. They're just dunking on this boss at the moment, 6%.
Gate hasn't been pressed yet for most people. I think most people have the
oh, there's one ad, though.
Yeah,
okay,
got runner past the 50-yard line here.
Frost Nova, big Frost Nova. No!
Oh! Big blast wave.
Let's go!
Love to see it there.
Oh my god.
Tackled by Fired Up.
No, another one. It's got its solo health. We gotta kill it. Down again there. Another one.
Oh, and he alters back to the front of the room.
So that he doesn't hit. Oh, we've got people dying.
Yeah, we've got ads starting to reach
0.5%
as well.
0.3%. Nuke the boss.
And down it goes.
Let's go. Heroic.
All right.
Wait, your sucks.
That's your reward.
Pause.
We got some rings. Oh, we got some laboratory test slippers. Boots from other bosses is among the most dead loot this tier because everybody wants those boots off the Soul Hunters. So those may as well be
trinket?
2 bricks in the loot pool here.
The trinket's OP from this boss. Where is the trinket?
Well, we've got the breached containment glove guards here. So
pass.
Yeah, don't need those. Some non-tier gloves, it looks like. Very little interest in those. At least we got a piece of Zenith tier.
Okay, so 21% on the burn is what we...
Yeah, 21% is what makes it like...
Yeah.
So that's not great.
Hey, yeah, that was 21 and we barely got over the line.
Okay, so are you happy with a 1 in 5 ratio?
Well, that was not even 5, right?
Yeah.
So that was 4 or 3.
And that was their first time as well. The strategy has now been optimized, so now they can maybe know what to tell the helpers and how to assign all their cooldowns and damage and stuff.
He's pulled the Dune Crawler, I think.
Yeah, we've got some trash here getting pulled as they're out in the sands of Koresh, sort of the outside portion of the raid. They could be making their way to either Fractalus or the Soul Hunters. It looks like the Soul Hunters.
Soul Hunters, yeah, you can see the ring.
I think Fractalus is up towards the right. I mean, I think they could still go towards Fractalus.
Let's see
out of here.
Which way?
But now, after watching that heroic, I want to go back to the question you asked me earlier about why I think I undershot my poll predictions for Mythic.
Heroic is very...
It's not a good. It's not a good indicator. You're right. It's not a good indicator because we've seen some heroic, to their Mythic counterparts feel like a 5% jump, and we've seen some feel like a 2,000% jump.
I remember the 7 heal Gallywix versus Mythic Gallywix.
Right. Exactly. So no, I'm not saying it's the best, argument or evidence, but it does maybe, indicate the whole pendulum swinging back the other direction.
Could be. We can see those pull counts right now from all of us here. Got a couple of everybody's on the one shot on Plexus Sentinel. Lumathar, we've got...
You went 3 on Araz for Mythic.
Vibes.
Okay, well,
the vibes were good.
Now I don't feel like I undershot it as much anymore.
I think that, raid tiers, I think it's just hard to predict, generally speaking. I think it's just really difficult to predict. I think that bosses typically... You very infrequently, in my opinion, have a bunch of low health wipes from a Race World First Guild. It's either going to be one shot or it's going to be like a 15.
A full progression experience. Yeah, so for those wondering, the last 2 4th bosses we've had were over 100 pulls and then one shot. Between Liberation of Undermine and Nerebar Palace. So all of our guesses lie in the range between those 2 outcomes, right?
I can't justify it more than, it might happen.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Could be good.
Yeah, and then Soul Hunters, Kalamazi thinks Soul Hunters a 5-pull boss as well. Be interesting to see if that ends up coming
Council
true.
fights are so strange.
They are hard to predict, yeah.
That's true.
Yeah, then Tettles, you think Fractalus is going to be quite simple?
What does a hard Fractalus look like? For okay,
number
so like,
check.
Like yeah, exactly. A hard Fractalus looks like a number check that's
Yeah.
like almost unkillable. It very infrequently does it look like a difficult mechanics check just because of what the boss is. So, but if it's a really hard numbers check, then it's going to be, maybe even north of 100. Maybe require a nerf because of how simple it is. So, whenever you think about how are they going to have to tune, what is this camera POV?
Yeah, we've got Shaq here. Got his webcam.
We've got Big Poppy
I just
here.
got
It's who we have.
Why is his webcam there?
It's also the shadowing of it all, right?
Yeah.
Where it's like it's the dark room, dark cave room.
Yeah, over in the pro lab.
Yeah.
He's got he's got like 6 monitors up above him as well. Got the full spaceship if he needs it, which he's able to synthesize a lot of information at the same time and really put together all the variables to make all his decisions.
So there's a lot going on in this fight, obviously, because we got 3 different bosses going on. There's blaze lines, which is that we have to be, okay, explain this, because the hunt. It's the hunt, but you can increase the range of it, right?
Yeah.
And then it has to be soaked by some number of people, but once you step into the hunt, you also get a circle around yourself, right? So it's a spread within a soak, which is really interesting.
So you try and draw out a nice big line and then have a bunch of people spread within it to soak it for you. That's one of the more important ones. Like you said, these blaze lines, dodging those is important. And then soaking these puddles that get created. If you get a debuff, then walking into these puddles will soak them instead of just damaging you. And so you want to soak those down while you have that debuff. That debuff is stacking up on you and doing more damage, so it does eventually
It's over
get
your head.
dispelled
It's
as
like
well.
it's like that blue thing that it's like a blue debuff that appears over the player's
Okay,
head.
I saw it. Yeah, there he's going in now. And so
it looks like he's carrying something kind of.
Right, and so but it ramps damage on the person that it's on, and I believe we can dictate when it drops off with a dispel, and it passes to the nearest person.
Yeah, it jumps around the raid, so you can get a little bit of control on exactly how that's going to work. And those are, I think, the most important mechanics that are going on here. Then there's a couple of other things where it's like, okay, dodge this, soak this, but those mechanics are pretty apparent. And then we get our intermissions.
Okay.
Each of the 3 bosses has a different intermission that it'll do. So this is the Void Demon Hunter intermission here, where it's sort of gripping everybody in and also gripping in these orbs that need to get soaked before they reach it. But you can't soak too many, but you do need to soak some.
So something that's actually interesting about this boss as well is while you see that there's only one boss here available to be hit by Shakib, the other 2 bosses are flying above the arena, but they're still hittable. They can be hit by things like Starfall, multi-dotters, can hit them. Ranged DPS could, in theory, target them and hit them if they wanted to in the air as well. So melee DPS a little bit at a disadvantage in regards to that mechanic in particular.
What's dictating the intermission? Is it time-based or is it health-based?
It's time.
Okay.
Yeah, so they each take turns doing an intermission, and then if you get to the 4th intermission, I think all of them do it, and that's sort of the enrage.
Gotcha.
All 4 of them intermissioning at you. But yeah, you also need to, this is not a shared health encounter, so you do need to kill them all within a similar time frame as each other. So splitting that damage efficiently is important as well. You can see Adaris Duskblaze here is a little lower than the other 2, so they need to split some more damage onto the other.
But that's who did the first intermission,
That's right? Yeah.
So we will probably even some of that out with each of the. That's the tank mechanic there, right?
I-beam, yep, just aim that away from the raid.
The Vengeance Demon Hunter has a little bit more HP than the other 2, the Void Demon Hunter and the Havoc.
That makes
so
sense.
You need to prio the Vengeance Demon Hunter a little bit more as well. Also, a couple of other things. Silent Sigil, for some reason, is a mechanic on this. Getting silenced is not great. And the Blade Dance, applying a Mortal Strike effect, is very dangerous for the people who are in melee.
Yeah, there's also a Sigil of Chains, I believe.
Oh my god, it slows you.
As well.
It's grief.
And the intermissions on Mythic are the coolest thing as well. You get like chained Sludge Fist style to a partner. That you have to do the intermission while you're chained to them. All 3 of the intermissions having different movement requirements. So yeah, here come those Fell Rushes, those Blaze Lines.
The soak mechanic on this, the blue soak mechanic, this is going to be a throwback because I can't remember the boss's name. The boss where you used to have a couple people with the flamethrower and they had to burn the moss back. Do you guys remember that
Oh my
boss?
god, this is Spore. I want to call him Spore Gorger. The guy from High Mall, Bracken Spore.
Was this Warlords of Draenor?
Yeah,
during
Bracken
WoD.
Spore. It was Bracken Spore.
It makes me think of that fight.
Okay, so here's our next intermission.
From the past.
These lines aim at you from a fixed point, but then you can turn them by moving relative to the thing that's aiming at you. But this is one of those mechanics, again, where you probably don't want to turn them.
Oh my god,
and
chaos.
you instead want to run along your line if you need to dodge another one. That's probably going to be the way that they mostly handle these. And yeah, that's that second intermission there, the Havoc Demon Hunter intermission. That Vengeance intermission is going to be the third one that they'll deal with here.
The chain mechanic on Mythic is unreal.
Yeah, it's going to be very fun to watch, trying to navigate all these different... The intermissions are just so movement intensive.
Is the Sigil of Chains a Mythic mechanic too?
I think so, yeah.
Sometimes it's hard to remember what the Mythic mechanic is.
Very toxic mechanic.
Dude, the fact that it applied a 50% slow to you after the Sigil of Chains to you in was just the most annoying part of the entire thing. You're like, what is wrong?
Yeah. Now we're also losing space in another way, right? The green Soulfire rings, does that move in or no? Am I just...
I don't think so.
Okay. It kind of looks like it is ever so slowly, but...
It looks like the fight's actually being pretty clean by this split. It looks like they're going to be getting a kill here momentarily, one-shotting it even.
Well, we've still got a little bit of help to get through here. We are going to have to deal with that last intermission as well.
What's the enrage? I mean, look like
yeah, it would be the fourth intermission. So as long as we're combined around that 25% or lower on the third intermission, then I think we're chilling.
Yeah, I mean, maybe the damage check is going to be a little bit tough. I mean, it seems right now like the mechanics, just doing this fight mechanically, has felt relatively clean.
Okay, yeah, I've been watching a patch of ground for the past 30 seconds, and it hasn't moved relative to the ring, so I think the ring isn't closing.
It's not closing in, okay.
Yeah.
It's just messing with me.
Yeah, it certainly, like, the animation makes it look like it's closing in, but I don't think it is, because I've been watching a pixel. It hasn't moved.
Oh, okay. Thank you for investigating.
Yeah, we've got the Alienware monitors here that let me see that level of precision, you see. Okay, here comes the Vengeance Demon Hunter intermission. So it starts off with a leap over there, and then it aims a Feldev at your raid, and this is going to keep repeating here. So it's actually, on Heroic, I would say fairly easy as an intermission. Just use some movement abilities, and then dodge out of the way of this. On Mythic, you're going to be chained to a partner as you're trying to run super fast across the room. So
you're going to be chained to a mage, and they're going to blink. And then
yeah, exactly. A very common experience, I'm sure. But yeah, you can see the boss sub 25% here as we exit this intermission. So I think the enrage timer should be okay if we can avoid having any further deaths here. In this
the Venge is down to 15%. I can't see exact HP on.
Yeah, we have a combined total health percent of 20% right now. So that is a good sign. And yeah, because I do think that the last intermission, like if we would reach another intermission, that's going to be the enrage. I don't know how hard of an enrage it is, though.
Yeah.
I think we might just have to deal with all of them doing their intermission mechanics until it dies or we...
A one-shot, I mean, one-shotting this boss would be great, considering that Forge Weaver
and this seems like a very valuable boss. Like we said, the things that are determining mains, the boots from this boss are a huge part of it, so this boss being part of the set of bosses we can kill today is very important.
Are there any other gear pieces that are off this boss that are like potentially good? I'm sure there's something that's like fine.
I think there is some other good. There are some other good items off of this boss.
Obviously, the chase item is the boots.
I would be surprised if there weren't some Warglaives on its loot table as well. That would be
kind of weird, huh?
Yeah.
It's kind of like the time that they put a legendary strength weapon in that druid tier.
Yeah, that real. Okay, looks like this might be... Yeah, this is it. So this is the last intermission here. So you can see Fell Devastation, and those orbs are coming in, and we've got these lines that need to be dragged. And the bosses still have a decent amount of health here. We probably need to kill that Void DH first.
This is
We're trying to soak these orbs while the Fell Dev is going off in the middle of the room.
Oh my god, get the stars!
All this as well. Yeah, THD saving the raid here, trying to use those defensives and stay alive, but now he has to get out.
Oh no, one of those.
Star getting towards the boss.
Boomy got
Multiple of them reaching in here. Are they going to be able to kill these off? Most of the raid is starting to fall. A Feldev right into the middle of the room. The frequency of these orbs as well looks to be increasing. What a sick enrage. Oh my goodness. I love this. That is so beautiful of an enrage because it's just the mechanics of all three intermissions turbocharged until it dies or you die.
Now that is an enrage.
Yeah, 1000% how a council fight enrage should happen.
Yeah.
Right? Where you just start bringing in all of the mechanics at the same time.
All right, we're gonna take a listen in to what the team has been saying with this monster energy listen in.
I'm assuming
you don't want to do Nexus King? Come on.
I'm assuming Nexus King's gonna have some HP, but the thing is, I don't think mechanically heroic it would be hard for helpers on that boss at least until the end of the fight. So you'd be able to tell. Also, Fractalus might be a healthy boy. This is definitely doable. It's just it's a prune.
Just back up check.
Yeah, let's the group check.
I didn't even see you guys kick someone. Got it.
I would also double check, guys, that you're in, like, maybe this was the first time some of you have seen this boss. I just double check you're in the right build for this. It's like mostly 3 target. decent amount of 2 and some single, but like most likely it's going to be like a cleave build.
If you got removed, you'll still be paid for the bosses you did.
Yep.
We need 2 DPS, I think, for Hero Group 2. Make sure to let me know if you have the weak core in there. Okay, this guy's got weak core. Get like a nice Warlock, like 689.
That could be fun, Shaq.
Thanks for the summon.
Seems like a very specific request there, Shaq.
Yeah, you can swap over.
I can hop on my lock.
Oh, can someone make a Dornagal portal for me? I'm gonna go upgrade some of these weapons that were given to me from normal.
Rip some uppies.
Honestly, I'm gonna do the same.
Carved is guaranteed safe to spend, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess I can.
I mean, this character ain't my man. This guy's the guy who smells like shit.
I will do my duty.
But that could all change.
You upgrade everything without asking Bubba, you're getting blown up.
Oh yeah, of course.
Blow me up. Bubba blow me.
Huh? Spending crests on a waste.
Oh, this is a 2-handed stick. Oh. What the
Fire up.
Disgusting.
Yo. Do not ever say that.
Someone have a... I guess I can just go to Dornell too.
I offer you my aid.
THD, how easy is that version of Affliction you're playing? Do you need old tier set?
You need old tier. Without old tier, Affliction's bad. You use old tier forever.
You go UA, go.
You do your single target rotation and keep agony on 2 mobs.
That sounds weird.
I think it might have been what Fired Up said.
Yeah, I don't fuck with what you said.
Yep, I'm right.
Make sure to summon anyone that is summonable. Thank you. That is just awesome. For every summon you do, you will get half a ticket in the raffle for the boat.
Oh my god.
It says Riv doesn't have the aura, but it might just be a load screen angle here. Also, maybe if you downloaded the weak core earlier than today, Riv, or like earlier than maybe like an hour ago, just re-import it. Because something changed in it. I can relink it. I think it's this. Just go back on this website and re-get it. I'm sure he's in here too.
Does anyone have a barbershop mount?
Yeah, got you. Right here to the left.
Cut me up. Cut me up.
What you need, bro?
I like your legs. Like your legs, twin.
Hey, all I got is a yak. Is that good enough? What do you need else?
Just a little haircut.
I don't think barbershop mounts exist, bro.
Yeah, I was hoping someone had something.
Rivale?
Yeah, he just whispered me. He got it a few hours ago. He's getting it again.
Okay, perfect.
I confirmed in whispers.
My goat.
My goat.
So the plan on this fight is low-key to kill it, right? And then gone.
Ideally.
Yeah,
So
that is the plan.
Bro, just imagine me on a TED Talk, man. Holy shit. Can you relink to it? Yeah, bro, I got you. Look at that. I'll link it twice, too.
Just waiting on the Demon Hunter?
What would you give a TED Talk on, Chuck?
I don't... That's so
Probably
crazy.
Global's
I don't know why
Global's
people
been
don't
fine.
have it when they're signing
No,
up.
he has it. The problem is we had to remake them get it again, so they think they have it.
Yeah, that's fucking. That is so cooked.
Okay, he said should be good, so let's see.
Yeah, you guys start the side without me. I'm
Yep,
gonna
I'll
shout
check
that out.
fast.
Okay, we're good. We're good.
Timer.
Yo, Impact, you feeling good about that PI?
5, 4.
Was I getting it? Can't notice, mate.
Oh, okay.
Alright.
That's good.
Really good sponging.
I'm too fucking strong, bro.
I have both right now, but if you want to take one.
Mate, you should go for a sponge.
Okay, sure.
Yeah, but I think it would be good if I played 2 minutes. Otherwise, it's kind of wasted.
Okay.
I feel like I would flop.
How is it jumping for the hunt? Is it just towards the middle?
It's just backflipping through the middle whenever, like, whatever the middle is. I could just jump right now, away from me.
That wasn't towards the middle, right? That was on an
away
angle.
from me.
Yeah, I'm done listening to you.
Oh, it was away from you?
Oh wait, it would like he flipped backwards. Yeah, that's the way I was facing.
So like, purely deterministic on tank positioning.
We can test the next one.
No,
That
lip,
one
wasted
seemed like it
totem.
was.
Alright, I'll just walk this shit.
Alright, walking it.
Sputtle.
There's gonna be more puddles to soak here.
But we can check this one because he's tanking the boss and see where it goes.
Skip a do. Make sure you get in that shit. Probably
Making
prioritize
crazy moves right now, Skip.
It was just didn't seem like
Love seeing it.
it mattered where the tank was facing that time.
That one was easy.
Please soak the thing right in front of you. You're standing right there. Yeah.
I'll go soak that in a sec, lip. Okay, great. Stole it.
All right. So one more soak. Do this really quickly.
Good pass.
Skip a do has a million stacks.
I'll spell him.
Fired up's doing it. It's fine. Okay. So after this, everyone, you're gonna get spread out around the room. Ranged, you kind of want to be near the edge so you can soak some early ones. You want to get an early debuff, let it fall off, and then soak again. If a bunch start getting close to the boss, we can just have like lip like immune run through them or something.
I'm ready,
bro. Fuck lit.
Whoa.
Spread the fuck out, boys.
Yo, hey, I didn't mean that, bro.
My bad.
Soak an early one, and once your debuff falls off, you soak again. Lip just fucking slurps them up.
Lip is nothing.
Nah, I'm holding that shit.
All right, let's see how this hunt works. Like, try to like, I mean, it's in the middle, so is it gonna backflip directly? Try to have them like close to the middle. See what happens. Okay, it should be really soon. Everyone else ready to soak? Don't move the boss. Like, keep it here. See what it does. Maybe backflips into it.
Oh.
The hunt here. It did kind of, right? Okay, keep soaking. What even killed people last bolt? Like, what can you even die to?
Probably stacking with the hunt.
Give me that.
Yo, goop. Yep, thank you.
You'd have to be like turbo stacked.
Slow. Make sure you get some soaks here. Nick will get those too. It's fine. Slow. Hit the boss.
Take slows.
Damage is definitely good. Okay. We're getting the Fell Rush phase now. Everything's nice and soaked. Everyone spread the fuck out. Giga spread out. By the way, if you're a dotter, you should be able to keep redotting the other bosses in this phase.
Yeah, you just have to sit around this area because the Vengeance guy's way off.
Okay, second intermission is done.
take turrets.
I'm close.
Blood rate is
That's
pretty low.
Okay, void set. Make sure we get a stack here. Which one do we want to kill at the end of this fight?
I think the Feldev guy is most annoying.
Feldev's low-key annoying, yeah.
Yeah, Feldev is what kills you in that phase.
Probably Feldev, I vote.
Yeah.
I think we just go
Good
with
shot,
Feldев and
Feldef.
kind of feel it up.
That's
from there.
Ilmasaur or Dark Sorrow, by the way.
Let's get a dispel on can someone go grab from KSP?
I tried.
Dispel it now, it'll go on smacked, right?
I got it already.
Dude, the fucking Havoc DH has just ran out there trying to get it. That's a team player right there.
Shaq?
Aura.
No, I was trying to steal the thing from Lit, so it wasn't me.
Ooh, Impact's going dog form to get that shit.
Fucking.
Yep. Bark.
So this hunt, spread, always lengthen that shit so it's easier to spread. Actually, would have been super hype if the hunt was 30-man skilled crazy like the previous boss. That would be good. Just hits for like 500 mil. We're about to get the Feldev phase.
Dispel yourself.
Chase the boss around. Follow our players.
The fucking robot.
Yeah, that's the robot, bro. Talking to me.
Keep soaking here for sure. Feldev, follow it. Or you can outrange far, right?
Yep.
Okay, new one, jump, go. Oh, it's close, easy. We do want to kill Dark Sorrow first, but I think we want the other ones definitely low first. Like, ideally, Dark Sorrow dies right when that phase starts. And then we finish the other two.
Second pot.
That means we should save, like, healing CDs for that, right? Because doesn't it start doing stacking damage?
Actually, I've been to the.
Focus off of Dusk Blaze here, guys. I think we're, like, way farther ahead, right?
Oh, yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, we are.
Yeah, it's like 10% or more ahead.
Let's go.
Okay, get some soaks here.
I like how we just have Legion music during this boss.
I'm listening to that for sure.
Yeah,
Yep.
same.
It's just the Legion Demon Hunter theme.
Yeah, W take.
That's the dumb Demon Hunter boss, by the way.
Do not kill Dark Sorrow. Get the other two lower. Where did all this damage come from? We actually did so much more damage.
And twos with pot.
That's
Probably
holy cow.
Passion. Passion, maybe?
Send some upgrades.
Yeah, I went up like 4 levels.
Yeah.
Okay, so as
I
long as
grabbed
everyone
it.
has the new and updated
Loot
weak aura,
nuke.
it should also be giving you it should also give you Fractalus assignments.
I'm watching, so hopefully it's good.
Let me check the other group. Oh, they're at Fractalus. Okay, cool. I'm gonna go
You don't
to
know
them
the
real
skip
quick.
boom?
It's just my bullet.
Boomster. Playing it safe.
Step forward.
Didn't hear what you said.
You okay, Spit?
Yo, bro.
You haven't done an Arcane Dementius, right?
No. Just on this guy.
Oh.
Did you?
Nah, I'm just wondering if Barrage hits the far reds.
Oh. I mean, I can see it. Because it like chains, right?
Yeah.
All right, welcome back, and we are back from that Monster Energy listen-in. We have seen the Soul Hunters going down, and Fractalus is about to start getting pulled in some splits. You were asking a question right before we came on.
Yeah, when as we dive into Fractalus, I'll kind of pose it to y'all because from what I've seen of the bosses ahead of time, hi Azula, he feels formulaic in a way, or I don't know if that's the right term that I'm using. It's something maybe feels somewhat simple. So, but the question I asked was very flatly, where is the difficulty in this boss? What is the element of difficulty in this boss?
So he's known as the Tetris boss, but everything is kind of predetermined, right?
Yeah, so there's 6 lanes that you're trying to not fill all the way up with walls, but fill up a little bit with walls, and then you're breaking in the different lanes as well. It's very interesting conceptually, but then you can just put a world marker in each of the lanes and pretty much always stack in one of them and then have a weak aura tell you when to move to one of the other ones. So
I think it's a weak aura boss, yeah.
Yeah, I think very much this is going to be one of those bosses that is going to be all about just having a weak aura tell you exactly where to go, walk there, and the difficulty is going to be numbers check, damage and healing throughput.
Right, because as I understand it, there's 6 lanes, right? One is basically just dedicated to your tanks. So you're just never going to touch. If you're not a tank, you're not touching whichever lane is dedicated to the tanks. And then from that point forward, as we kind of dive into it, we'll get the initial pull. You're going to see immediately those lines that were created right in front of the boss. Those are denoting each of the lanes, and they're also marked with raid markers.
You see a weak aura that says safe diamond on screen here. That's denoting where the raid is supposed to be standing, where is supposed to be safe. It looks like somebody's going to blast a wall straight to the spot.
Probably supposed to happen there.
That was certainly not supposed to happen. Somebody doesn't have the weak aura or wasn't looking at where they were told to drop their wall segment. That's not how it's supposed to look, but so now Goop is actually getting targeted with one of these wall segments, and you can see the pie slices that he's actually supposed to go into. This is actually super sick. So he's going to that circle one, it says spawn on circle, and then he puts his pie slice there.
Yeah, exactly. So now those walls are building up behind them in these different locations.
Do you think it dynamically updates?
I don't think so, because I don't think it can know where they've been placed. I don't think there's feedback to the weak aura there.
How grief is it that Diamond got?
Yeah, they probably will have to have somebody who actually understands the fight, understand how to adapt to that. It looks like we've cleared all the ones that were on Diamond now, so I think it's probably been adjusted with those breaks that just came out. But yeah, that's the idea. Is some of the mechanics place the walls behind you, and some of them break the walls behind you. And the weak aura tells you where to go.
Yeah.
And then the rest of the time you stand on purple diamond marker and you DPS the boss.
Right. So and the main objective here is just not to allow enough walls stacked up in a single lane that they reach the boss, right?
Yeah. So there's a debuff on Mythic, which can make this a little bit more tricky, I would say, that there is some added difficulty in that.
Yeah.
It doesn't... Okay, it wasn't present during PTR testing. I actually don't really know how it feels, but it doesn't read like it's that much of a different fight texture-wise.
I don't think it will be. Yeah, I think this fight is going to be a numbers check on Mythic.
Yeah.
I think that's going to be the main difficulty of it. That might include some survival as well. You can see as you break those walls, you do get some of these circle spreads and some of those swirlies to dodge. And there are different types of walls. There's a wall that's present on all the difficulties, and then there's a new type that gets added on Heroic and another new type on Mythic. And the only difference is what happens when you break them, whether you're going to get, raid damage, whether you're going to get those circles to dodge or spread. Yeah. Those are depending on which type of wall you're breaking, whether it is those normal or Heroic walls.
Is a Tank Buster wall a Mythic mechanic too?
The tanks, I think, generate a wall on a tank mechanic, yeah.
Because there is a tank mechanic that generates a wall that it's three pieces of wall.
So here's the break line that we can see.
Yeah, we're going all the way to the far right side.
Yeah. Getting into that blue lane, and then here comes that knockback, and you can see that's going to break one wall. The null consumption comes out, very easy to spread with, and then we'll head back to that safe spot. And if we're targeted again, which we're not, then we'd be told to go away from it. And you can see, all of those lines going away from the safe spot, which lets the entire raid DPS in peace. So the question here is going to be that enrage timer, because right now we've just hit 50% HP, and the boss has been in combat for almost 3 minutes now.
Yeah.
I believe the enrage is around 5:30. So
hard enrage, soft enrage.
I think it's like a 5-second cast and then you're done.
It's a hard enrage.
Gotcha.
Yeah. We'll
see, that's interesting because as a quote unquote Tetris boss, like for me, it would be cool to see the enrage be that eventually more walls come out than you can break.
I think that is how it enrages. Is that
it is okay.
You can't break every wall that you spawn.
Gotcha.
And so eventually you are going to fill up the entire. And so it's at 5:30 that will happen.
Gotcha.
Even if you are placing them perfectly.
Yeah, because we can see some lanes are a little bit more progressed than others, and of course we've been keeping one lane safe the whole time. So I wonder too if at any point do you start filling up the diamond lane and move your safe lane to a different part of the room. Okay.
We're gonna switch which one the safe spot is for the end and move to one of the ones that's almost full, and then start filling up the one that is empty as a priority. So yeah, things are going to start getting fairly fairly encroached on. See, the thing about this boss is that you do also have some spreads that you have to do. So as you have less room to play because those walls are just taking up space, you will start having more and more difficulty actually getting that spread done. But yeah, you can see the safe spot has now changed, and we are now going to be over in triangle for the safe spot.
Okay, so yeah, we'll see walls start stacking up in the diamond lane. Okay, yeah, this space is getting now. I see where the difficulty's coming in.
Yeah. But I mean, look at this, 4 minutes and 20 seconds into the fight. The boss is at 25% HP.
Yeah, here come those wall-breaking knockbacks, and ooh, it looks like one is going through.
Oh,
a triangle there.
They put it on the wrong spot.
Yeah, and that's going to be a wipe there.
That's the so the beam contacted the boss there because there was too many of those wall segments, which
it's because they broke the wall, right? They broke a wall all the way down, I think, on one of the lanes.
Oh, okay.
Because it looked like people weren't going to the correct location there. So, yeah, this is going to be one of those bosses that is largely just about can you move into the correct location. There are 2 splits currently pulling this, and the other split, it looks like, is one-shotting this boss. So, yeah, it has died in the other split. So this is definitely, it looks like Forge Weaver going to be maybe the hardest boss of the first 6 for these split runs. We'll see if this first split here is able to actually get this boss taken care of as well, though.
Yeah, I mean, they looked good for the most part there until the wipe.
Yeah.
I'm curious where they killed on this one in terms of time.
Yeah,
like how close to the Enrage? Yeah, were they time-wise in that one?
About that, yeah. It seemed like the room that had been not too nasty. So yeah. All right, so will this split be able to kill off Fractalus? And the question is, what is the other split going to go do now? Because Tettles, you were talking about maybe not attempting Nexus King Saladar.
I mean, okay, I think you could attempt it, like in the sense of, you can maybe throw one pull at it and kind of gauge difficulty. Intuitively, the last couple of bosses, Muggsy during Heroic last season, Silken Court during Heroic in Erebar, those fights weren't largely done with helpers. Those were done with, maybe 5 helpers, upwards of 5 helpers, something like that. Where at this point, I think you would be more inclined to just go through the first 6 bosses with the largely more predominantly helper splits, and then get those out of the way. And if you think you can do Nexus Prince and Dementius with a bunch of helper groups, then you can come back and do that later. But I think that's maybe not something that you start on today. Just roughly with how the penultimate and final bosses have been looking the last couple of tiers on Heroic, because Blizzard has, I think, made it a point of emphasis to make those fights
like
a little
Mythic
bit harder.
light.
Yeah. So historically, Heroic bosses, after Mythic had come out, Heroic bosses were normally cleared pretty convincingly on day 1.
Mm-hmm.
Like not even particularly close, and you could easily do it with helpers. But I think basically since Razageth, that's kind of been a point of emphasis to make some of the in-tier Heroic bosses a little bit harder.
Which I think is the right call, personally.
It's to increase at least from my opinion, it's to increase replayability for like AOTC guilds.
I would say not just that, but also I think aspirationally it makes the pathway to Mythic feel more possible, right? Like if I have accomplished killing the Heroic final boss, now the idea of going in and trying the first boss in Mythic does not feel so scary.
Yeah. And I think that there being overlap between those levels of difficulty is really good for making that jump something that is possible.
They've also done a couple of minor changes too, where they've increased the item level disparity between tier in and tier out.
Right.
So that makes it a little bit harder. You used to previously go in with full Heroic gear. Now, if you rated Mythic the previous tier, now you go in with like normal gear. Mm-hmm. So it's a lot less good. Stuff like that.
Yeah, I think it's even like you come in with LFR gear now, and you used to. Come in with normal
okay. Yeah, maybe it's exactly that. Yeah, exactly.
All right, so we're going to see Fractalus attempted once more. And again, it's a follow weak aura boss, with the safe spot being Diamond, the 3rd slice out of 6, and then it'll move over to the 4th over there on Triangle, which makes sense because this minimizes the total movement that anybody has to do, right? You keep one of the middle spots safe. It does look like, once again, though, we are going to have a wall crashing
straight through
the safe spot there.
It's healable.
It is healable.
So it puts a dot.
Yeah, look at the dot. Look at the raid frames here. Oh.
Yeah. So it puts a dot on everybody who gets hit by it for 10 seconds, which is it's not good, but it's not the end of the world. That's what we got these healers for. They're healers heal.
That is what they do.
The worrying part is that it means we have somebody in the raid not following what their weak aura is telling them to do, which is going to be a problem not just for placing walls in the very first cast of the fight, but also for breaking walls all throughout the fight if those players are targeted. So,
I mean, you speculated that you don't necessarily know if it's dynamic.
Yeah, I'm not sure if the weak aura can tell if it knows if one has been placed in the wrong location.
Yeah.
Because if it doesn't, then somebody has to actually adjust and call, like, okay, if you see Moon, actually you're going to Diamond this time or whatever.
Do you think placement of these walls can actually ever be a point of failure for Liquid, like whenever they make this boss on Mythic?
I think on Mythic it's unlikely that the placement, like the reason would be is like, oh, somebody was spreading and got caught in the wrong location.
Absolutely not.
No, these are not the kinds of players who, I mean, like, hey, look, everybody can make an individual mistake, so it's entirely possible that once or twice somebody, you know, has a brain fart on a 16-hour day and doesn't put their wall in the right place. But I'd say more likely the way that you would ever see somebody misplace a wall is because of something else that goes wrong, and they like literally physically can't get there.
Yeah.
But at that point, they're also good enough problem solvers, right? Where, like you say, that's either where maybe Max comes in and just says, okay, next person, you know, so-and-so, when they come out, you're going to this, you know, marker instead to equalize it all.
Yeah, exactly. It's something. Understanding the fight is very important for. It's very valuable to have somebody in the raid who understands exactly where the walls are going and why. But it doesn't have to be everybody. It just, as long as most people can follow the weak aura, that's the most important part of executing this fight. But I would say those fights tend to be pretty unpopular fights among the player base because so many of your wipes come because like, oh, oops, somebody made a mistake, didn't follow the weak aura, and you know, oopsie.
Well, so after that first misplaced wall, seemed to have recovered decently, though we do have a couple people dead here, which is going to be problematic.
Damage check seemed pretty reasonable from the split that actually killed Fractalus earlier, so I think it's probably one of the situations where
you can have a few dead.
I suspect. Ideally, you don't have any dead, of course. But,
right.
It didn't seem like it was insane. You just need to really make sure that the last couple of Tetris pieces are placed in the appropriate spot, otherwise you can end up hitting that Enrage 30 seconds, 45 seconds earlier, and then obviously just wiping your group in that way, just wiping your group outright.
Yeah, here you can see again we're reaching that 3-minute spot in the fight. This time we have the boss at about 40%. So damage check looking good. We're on track for a 5-minute kill of a boss that has around that 530 Enrage, we think. We'll see if we actually run into that Enrage at all, or if it's something that... It looks like the damage check on this fight is less intense than that Forge Weaver one that we saw earlier, although maybe it's just because this one doesn't have as many other things that distract you from doing your damage, right? That, you know, ads and stuff that can lead you to misprioritize. This time, you're just always hitting this one target.
Pure single.
Yeah, though you do have some dodges to do, but not the end of the world. Another wall is about to careen through the safe spot here.
Yep.
Bang! The raid gets lobbed backwards. That is not at all.
Oh, dude, people might die here. Oh,
yeah.
God.
The tough thing about this, too, is like you have no options if you're not the person who's got the wall line, right?
Yeah.
Like, if you're standing in the safe zone, you don't have anywhere else to go to avoid getting hit by that wall.
Yeah, there's 3 healing it in this group, too, which, you know, it could be fine if you're prepared to not let your entire raid get smashed by a wall chunk.
Yeah, safe spot has moved now. It is triangle. You can see triangle is almost full. Diamond should have no walls in it. It has a few because of some oopsies, but they are now going to be heading over to that triangle location, breaking some of the walls there, starting to fill back up Diamond. 4 minutes and 20 seconds on this fight. That Enrage is approaching here. Another set of walls being spawned. And this time the safe spot at least has been respected. A lot less raid damage coming out. Still a few players dead. The DPS check with 15% and a minute to do it seems reasonable. It's going to be close, though.
Seems pretty good. I think pacing-wise, they're a bit more in line. I actually think that dropping the healers and, you know, opting into more DPS is probably the key point there, making the damage check a little bit more trivial.
Yeah, dropping healers definitely, especially because they were able to heal through everybody getting the dot. So.
Dude, this might be a fight that's like two or three healed on a...
Couple people getting low, though, again.
Yeah, things are getting a little bit sketchy here as we're crossing that 5-minute threshold. Means we don't have very much time at all left in this fight. Those beams nearly reaching the boss now. Last couple of walls are going to get spawned. And these can't
15.
touch the boss. Here come those spawns. The shock comes out.
Yeah, safe zone respected. All the walls over to the left-hand side.
And then the last shockwave slam. Going to spawn a bunch of walls over on the right. 5 minutes 30 seconds now is being passed, and the boss is going to die before this last set of walls, which I believe that was the enraged spawn right there.
Yeah.
So,
Okay.
all right, nicely done by this split. In the meantime,
Saladar,
Nexus King Saladar has been pulled by the other split.
So this fight has a couple of interesting mechanics. Probably the most notable and most interesting one is the fact that if you ever die or take lethal damage from this fight, you actually get mind controlled, and that can be problematic. There are a bunch of orbs that move across the platform periodically. There is group soaks that you have to maintain in phase 1. There's the tank Vanquisher that is really dangerous, and there's also really cool intermissions, which we're already seeing us go into this first intermission right here.
Yeah, so now we have 2 targets to cleave, a bunch of these circles to go and spread with. And those, it looks like, have been successfully spread. And now all of those locations have been marked as well.
So this is the damage amp part of this fight, right? Is the conversion from this to being 1 target to 2 target cleave?
I think it's the next intermission. Well, so there's an actual damage amp on the dragon that comes later. But yeah, we are right now in a fun 2 target window. So here's now the intermission.
Yes.
So we did a brief pre-intermission and now we have the real intermission.
This intermission is insane.
Yeah. So the raid has to split into 2, and we've got 2 platforms, one on the left, obviously one over on the right, and this Titan has to die. We got to focus damage into that. Bunch of other little ads here that do their own little things, but most important thing here is just killing off this and dodging all of these little mechanics on the side platforms and making sure to kill off the Titan, I believe, before it gets to full energy.
I don't see its energy
Yeah, I'm not
bar.
sure. Maybe I'm lying.
Just a tough UI by Atlas here.
Yeah. There is those lasers to dodge, little spinny lasers. Looks like those haven't claimed too many lives here. A couple of players dead on the raid frames you can see so far.
Look at all of
dread borders to
This
dodge.
is a beefy ad right here.
Yeah, absolutely.
This ad does have a lot of
He's kind of.
This guy's taking no damn, huh?
Oh, it is full energy now, and it's starting the cast of self-destruct. So yeah, it does have an energy bar, and then once that energy bar fills up, a 10-second self-destruct cast.
The other side,
Kill it with fire!
And
the other side's
bang!
dead. No! So the other side was at 25% whenever that side was.
Okay.
Okay, so now that the intermission is over, Atlas, having lived with
1v1's the boss,
is going to jump off. And there we have a wipe on Saladar, though, nearly to 50% on the first pull. I wonder if they'll decide to keep pulling it because it didn't seem too bad. I will say the part of this fight that looks the craziest is the last phase. It is incredibly
there's
dangerous looking.
Some beam dodges too that
they're
visually stunning. They're not as hard to do once you recognize the pattern that you're looking for, but they look crazy the first time you see them.
And we haven't seen the boss heal yet. Because the boss heals based on the dragon's HP at one point.
That's the damage amp, right?
Yeah.
Is after you come back from that intermission, the boss starts to drain the soul of the dragon. During that time, the dragon takes extra damage, so that's why it's a damage amp window. And then when that finishes, however much health is left on the dragon, the boss slurps that up and heals up. So you want to try and optimize your damage to do as much cleave as possible while still focusing into the dragon while it's taking extra damage.
Yep.
Looks like we're getting ready for potentially another pull here.
You also need a Mortal Strike effect.
Yeah, I wonder if that'll work.
Probably not, but maybe.
Maybe. I mean, that's what it does. It says prevents healing. You can see the other split is still working on the trash, but we do have a pull timer coming out for the split that is on Saladar.
Maybe we can go back.
Yeah, we're about to get into boss combat. We've got Atlas's POV. He is playing Blood DK in this split, doing a little bit of tanking. And this boss actually has some very interesting phase 1 mechanics as well that we joined midway through, so we weren't able to see as easily. You can see he's putting some world markers onto the 2 tanks here. So this boss has a tank combo that consists of 2 cones and 2 circles. The cones need to only hit the tank, and they need to hit different tanks each time. And then the circle needs to hit half the raid with each cast, right? There's 2 different circle hits, and it looks like actually they are just full soaking both of them maybe with the entire raid.
Wow.
But I think from reading the Dungeon Journal, I think what they want you to do is have half the raid in each.
Yeah, you're definitely supposed to like alternate who was soaking.
Yeah. So a group 1 and a group 2 type situation.
Yeah.
Looks like those claw slashes have been taken a little bit more effectively to the edge of the room this time around.
Those claw slashes, they do a little bit of damage to the person that it's targeted on, and then they leave that ground patch. All you have to do is basically just move out of the ground patch. But if you don't move out of the ground patch fast enough, then it ticks you and will insta-kill you. Yeah. So you have to watch out for that kind of situation here. Dodging these circles on Mythic are bullet hell. Like it's 5 times as many of them. It is demonic.
Yeah, the laser beams just shooting across the room.
Yeah, and like I said earlier, if you die, you get mind controlled on this boss too, which it causes a lot of problems because for some reason, whenever you get mind controlled in World of Warcraft, every single specialization in the game just wants to press a CC global immediately, and it just griefs you.
So the mind control mechanic on this fight is it's sort of similar to Sire Denathrius' Phase 1. You begin the fight with 3 stacks of this edict, and you need to clear them with these mechanics. If you end the phase, or I think if you would die while you still have those stacks, you do get MC'd instead. Yeah, you can see Oathbound has now been removed from Atlas, so he's successfully soaked enough mechanics.
But there's also an element that adds the stacks back, right? If you screw something up.
On Mythic, when you would remove a stack, it like creates a Kaiveza image that you have to look at, I think, before.
That's what it is.
And if you don't, then it just re-adds the stack back to you. Yeah, so I don't know. It's gonna be tough for you, Tettles, I imagine, to handle that mechanic.
Listen, I've prepared adequately. I've been in the lab practice like.
So, Nexus King here, obviously spiritual successor to Nexus Princess. Do we feel like it's set up to live up to?
Yeah,
the people are wondering for sure.
I think this fight has the potential to be an all-time banger. I mean, that last phase, we haven't talked about it yet, but once we get there,
and we start looking,
yeah, here's those beams.
Oh my god!
So this one's really cool because the boss is lasering the tank, and it has a Razageth-style damage explosion based off the damage that it deals to the tank. But also the boss is lasering into a portal, and then all of the other portals that you've placed with those circles start shooting out the laser as well. Yeah. All right, so we're into the side platforms. This time all 30 players are alive. It does look like we've had one extra person come to this side compared to the other, so maybe that was a little oopsie there.
Death on Wolf Disco there.
Yeah, looking at the groups. Maybe not how it's supposed to look.
They are able to get him battle res back up, so we do have all 30 players available. We saw last time we were in this phase, we saw a wipe basically to the enrage on the phase itself, the energy of these ads just reaching 100% and then just wiping the group. So we're going to try to see if these ads are going to be able to get killed off in time. Looks like Atlas's side was able to get theirs killed off in time. Dryne's side is nowhere near. I'm going to be honest, we're not even close right now.
Yeah, you can see the other side platform here. That adds
self-destruct
on health.
Is being cast now.
Yeah, 10%.
5 seconds.
Will they? They can do it. They can do it.
They got it down.
Mission accomplished. Got to clean up the rest of the ads. Yeah, and then we'll be heading back to the main platform. Okay.
This feels like Razageth, but
yeah, it does feel very Razageth-esque. Okay, back onto the main platform now, and this is going to be the part where Saladar will soon, after another set of mechanics, I think, start draining Voidwing here.
So I got a weird question, which I'm not sure we can answer right now. What does the boss start his next phase mechanics when the first group comes back from a platform? Or is he just kind of standing there? Like
historically, they start whenever the second group makes it back.
Whenever the second group makes it back. So it's kind of an intriguing thing that you could have one group try and delay their kill on the platform to the last second. Like, you'd want it to be within range, but...
Okay, here comes that drain. The boss says, "Forgive me, loyal steed. Your final command is to give me your strength." And now is starting to get drained by the boss while shooting out all of these projectiles to dodge. So Voidwing is taking bonus damage here for the next 15 seconds. And at the end of that, the boss is going to heal and kill the remaining health off of Voidwing. So they really want to get this boss a lot lower here, or the Voidwing rather, a lot lower than this. Let's see how much healing we're talking about coming onto the King here, because Voidwing's still at half health when this cast finishes, and Saladar jumps up to 77.
Saladar is back at 75%.
He just doubled his health. He went from 7.7 million to 14 million.
All right.
Like,
so we just nullified all of P1.
Yep. Now it is time for the last phase of the fight. These are the nasty, nasty mechanics. Those orbiting stars are super lethal. If you walk into them now, you'll die. If you get hit by these expanding rings, you'll take a huge amount of damage. You'll die if you get hit by 2.
You have to dash through pretty quickly.
Yeah, and you can see, it looks like they've got the placements in a pretty nice spot here. I mean, yeah, look at this beautiful, beautiful looking overlap.
Painsmith. It's Painsmith again.
And you can see they've now pinged the ones, so I think there might be all 3. Spawn and allocation.
Oh, no.
But what happened there? So what happens there is players get targeted by a line, and that line will shoot at them, and it'll go through players. It'll hit the first of those orbiting stars that it connects with. If that doesn't happen, and if it goes off the edge of the room, it will instead explode out there in space and wipe your raid.
Yeah.
So that's what we saw happen right there. So these galactic smashes, you basically spawn 6 stars, dodge all the mechanics that they create, and then you break 3 stars, then you break the next 3 stars, and you rinse and repeat forever.
And then you spawn some more. Okay.
Yeah,
Now-
you spawn another 6 and keep that going. Now on Mythic,
Yes.
on Mythic you can't destroy the stars.
Yes.
You can only, if you hit them with one of those lines, it instead changes the direction they orbit. And if 2 stars ever connect, it's a raid wipe.
Yeah.
You've got to be kidding me.
And so you'll start with 6, and then you'll go up to 12, and then have 18.
But you still have to hit a star.
Yep.
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
It's a boss.
So you can spawn them in one of 4 different orbits. You can spawn them in that Mercury orbit right next to the boss, or the Venus orbit a little further away, the Earth orbit, or the Mars orbit right at the edge. Those are the 4 valid locations.
What
So
about
on Mythic,
the Plutonian orbit?
Pluto, unfortunately,
That's
not a
that's
planet.
not a planet. Yeah.
Guys,
so-
I will fight till my grave for Pluto.
Yeah,
Well,
on this boss,
I believe that you believe that.
on this boss, Jupiter plus also not planets.
okay,
Yes.
fair
We're not
enough.
worrying about those for now. We've
Gotcha.
just got 4 to worry about.
I will say, I don't know what the damage check looks like. Mechanically, this boss looks like it's doable in a heroic split. Now, numerically, not really sure what the health is going to look like towards the end of the boss, but I think mechanically, it seems like the helpers are able to kind of go through the motions in a way that it seems like it's going to be achievable.
So it looks like their plan is to spawn a stack of 3 stars right on top of each other, and then you just aim all 3 of the lines at that stack, which is doable. The problem is if you're even slightly misaimed, that goes off the edge and it wipes the raid.
Which is what you saw there.
Yeah, exactly. Like I think doable with helpers maybe, but man, that is a lot of points of failure, a lot of moving parts for the strategy here. That last phase going to be super hard.
Did we see a lust popped there at all, or have they not allocated that yet? Because I feel like you would want it on the dragon burn if you.
That's got to be the
could.
most efficient for damage, yeah, because it is taking extra damage, right? If like each point that it has left gets healed onto the boss,
They lost
then
it. I mean, they lusted it.
Oh, did they lust it there? So, okay, I missed
Yeah.
that. Because I guess the other question is just where, at what time of the fight is that, right? And are cooldowns actually lining up well for that?
I did not see, but yeah.
Yeah.
But I think that damage is always something that, especially early on, each and every single pull, and each and every single subsequent pull, you just start to do more damage because you're min-maxing your movement a little bit better. You have a better feel for the fight, and it just is one of those things that continuously increases over time with the more attempts that you give on an encounter.
Right.
All right, so we've got fired up POV here. This is the other split. So this is the split that killed Fractalus in like 4 pulls instead of just one-shotting it. But they are now also on Nexus King Saladar. We believe
Salad bar.
Yeah. I mean, I agree. This boss looks doable, so it looks like they are going to try and have this be part of their heroic splits. At least for now. We'll see. Maybe they'll give up if they wipe
mechanically.
Yeah.
Like again, we don't really know what the damage check looks like.
True.
There was also some stuff where Muggsy last season was much harder. Also, it was much easier if you got down to like 21 players or something like that, right?
Yeah, you could cut down the raid size and make it.
Or maybe it's 26 players, something like that.
There were some breakpoints. Yeah, I think it was 24 that was where you would drop maybe one of the mines.
Yeah, you lost one of the mines somewhere. There's weird stuff that happens, especially towards the end of heroic.
It's not something usually like Liquid will do everything they can to avoid dropping from 30 players because 30 players is so nice.
They'd
for
rather do
maximum
30
loot.
liquid players as opposed to dropping down to like 26 or something.
Exactly, yeah. Something like that would be, or probably what they would do if they realized they had to cut down to one split is they would be like 26 players and 4 blaster helpers, and then they'd have 10 players free.
Which is common. I mean, I think that's what
Yeah.
Gallywix was like last season. Even though Gallywix was really hard, it was like 5 helpers.
Yeah,
5.
there was a legendary like healer helper they had on every single Gallywix
Was
split last.
Lucy, right?
Yeah. Which I wonder if Lucy's around again in their splits this time.
Probably.
Pretty sweet title to have.
Yeah.
The hero helper.
Yeah, hero helper, legendary helper, blaster helper.
Yeah.
Any of those titles would be pretty sweet to. Those cutter beams are sweet.
They
just
fight
look really cool.
This fight on PTR testing was insane.
I mean, it's an orbital laser coming down and slicing across the platform here. It is absolutely breathtaking.
Mechanically, everything felt like it was incredibly fast too.
Yeah.
On a boss like this. This tier so far has been pretty interesting because I think outside of Fractalus, most of the fights that you're seeing aren't really weak or bosses either. They're just like, oh, this is going to be a mechanics check.
Yeah, Fractalus is the only one that you don't use your brain to solve the mechanics. You use the weak aura. All
Which
the
is
other ones you got to think.
So funny because it feels like Fractalus was built to with the intention of not. It's like we don't want this to be a weak aura boss because we want you to live problem solve where each wall needs to go. But it also is perfect as a weak aura boss.
The problem is Fractalus is easy, but there's still a mechanic there that you can assign all of the thinking to that doesn't put it on any player.
Right.
So you just assign it to a weak aura.
Right. Okay, we're back into the intermission here. Boss health looking pretty good this attempt.
I saw okay, actually that was the other split that
Yeah.
reassigned people to try to balance out the groups a little bit better. They were moving people around it.
Yeah, because this is this split's first pull on this particular boss. You can see THD over on, I believe, the other side. Yeah, THD is on the other platform.
Oh, this is good. Okay, we get dual perspectives here.
The picture-in-picture, I can't really see what's going on with the ads, but you know,
Team dodging
there at least.
It's looking good. We do have a death on the other side. That's going to be their first B-res committed to, looks like maybe a Holy Paladin on the other side.
Okay, well, THD side is definitely killing their ad faster, because if you look on Fired Up here, yeah, it's about 20% on THD's side to the 30% on Fired Up side.
How many healers are they using this group?
I can see at least 7 on the frames.
Oh my god.
But okay, intermission 1 over on the other side, so they're moving back. Self-destruct being cast 5% with just 3 seconds to go. They do get it down though, just in time with everybody up. It looks like coming back towards the main platform.
Okay. So now here comes another bit of P2. So basically the way it works is you make it to P2, you do one set of mechanics, you go to your side platforms, you come back and do another set of P2 mechanics, and then the P3 push happens. It's a very, very strange cadence for these mechanics.
Bloodlust has been saved. I mean, look at this here. We're still holding on to that Bloodlust for a couple more seconds. Whenever the boss goes into that damage amp, that
should be laser time first.
Yeah.
Here comes that Dimension Breath. Ooh, and beautifully it looks like all of these are aimed nice and away.
Oh, we're just hitting the boss.
Beautiful. So they're just able to blast into the boss there. They've really figured out exactly how to place that optimally.
And
now the intermission begins. Let's see if that lust gets popped. Indeed, there it is. The time warp comes out. How low will they be able to get Voidwing? All 30 players alive during this burn, although soon they're going to have to start dodging.
In the last split, Voidwing was up 55% or so.
Yeah, so Saladar healed up to 77.
Yeah.
We'll see what happens this time around.
Looks like Voidwing's going to be a little bit lower even.
Yeah.
They are kind of crushing this boss right here.
10 seconds left in that burn, and we're already approaching and cresting the 50% marker here. 40% going to be where this ends.
Yeah, impressive.
Heals the boss all the way up to 74 still.
Okay, so they got 3%.
Yeah?
As compared to the other.
All right, now here come the first 6 galactic smashes. One of these targeted on Boomy. He's going to head over to that circle marker.
Nice placement. Look at that placement.
They're stacking them up like you were talking about.
3 of them getting stacked in melee there, in that Venus orbit, and 3 of them over in the Earth orbit.
Okay. But again, to be clear, this wouldn't be possible on Mythic. We wouldn't be allowed to do that.
Yeah, they would contact one another and they'd wipe.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then we can... Do we take any damage when we cross these rings when they aren't spiky?
No.
Okay, so that's the safe point. That's the Painsmith
Yeah,
element. Yeah. Oh, man, that fight was nasty.
So there's the swing that Dratnus was talking about. This is what wiped the previous group. It looks like everybody ended up contacting a star with that.
But it looks like we hit 2 from one set and 1 from the other. So now we'll have to correct that with our next 3. One person's going to have to aim at that other set of stars. Looks like a ping has gone out. Are they? Is this going to be enough? Oh, okay. No, we're okay.
Goop died, but
yeah, individual deaths.
Interesting. Maybe they actually were just fine with this. Although, yeah, okay, so we still have some stars going into this next set of smashes. This is not what I thought it would look like. And there are players being forced off of their orbit. Oh no, okay, so we've accidentally spawned some in different orbits from each other. And now you can see dodging these circles is going to be a little bit more difficult.
It's a wipe, but I see the vision here for the strategy. I see the vision.
I have one slight concern, which is we are 6.5 minutes into this poll and the boss is still over 50% HP.
So
I share that concern.
That's a problem, I think, for maybe a different day.
Maybe.
That might be a tomorrow problem if I had to wager a guess.
Yeah, this might be one of those bosses where the numbers check combined with the mechanics check means that getting an extra 10 eye levels on all the helpers and going and doing other stuff could be a better use of their time. Or, I mean, they've got 6 bosses on farm now on Heroic. We could just do some 6-boss Heroics.
I think 6-boss Heroics are the most likely situation and wait for helpers to get a little bit more gear.
And then spam a bunch of Saladars.
I mean, how many more Saladar attempts do you want before you're like, okay,
Yeah, I mean, maybe you want to pull it until you're wiping to numbers instead of wiping to mechanics. So they are still wiping to, the rate dying.
I mean, how much longer is on this boss?
Yeah, good question.
I mean, the boss was still pretty healthy there.
Yeah, I don't know what the Enrage looks like on this one.
Yeah. I mean, this is the nature of 685 helper split.
Right, exactly. Players they're basically still just in last tier gear today, but by this time tomorrow, even the helpers can can have gained 10 eye levels.
There's a situation as well where you actually have to start passing out loot. So I mean, you want to be able to kill Nexus Prince.
True.
Or Nexus King Saladar in this.
Yeah, so you get 4 hours from when the boss dies before the loot that drops from it becomes locked to the person that it's on.
Yeah.
So
it's basically like Plexus Sentinel is the start point of like.
Which was about 2 hours ago, I think, was when Plexus Sentinel died.
Yeah.
So we are going to need to hand out and allocate that loot soon. But you're right, it would be good to kill Saladar first. Saladar does have some good loot. Although there's a lot of good loot.
He has some of the best loot, yeah.
Yeah, there's one of the weapons.
Forge Weaver, I think, is also really good too. There's although they did nerf trinkets.
That's true, yeah. There was some trinket tuning recently, actually, where they nerfed some of the overperforming and buffed some of the underperforming raid trinkets.
Yeah, the antenna and the Forge Weaver trinket got nerfed.
Yeah. And they buffed some of the ones that didn't look like people were too interested in. There's also been some delve and dungeon trinket tuning in the past 24 hours, so everything currently in flux. You can always go check the Liquid Armory trinket sims. That's getting updated as these changes are coming in with the sims too. So.
And you can check one of our sponsors, Wowhead.com, for your up-to-date news in regards to trinket tuning.
That's right, on your Alienware monitor. Which we have a giveaway going.
While sitting in your Blacklyte chair.
That's true.
Under the light of a Philips Hue.
Wearing your Zenni glasses to make sure that you catching all the details on those websites.
With Coinbase on your second monitor.
And
Kraken and M.
Yeah. And also, Coinbase is also our presenting partner.
Yeah, Kraken. well worked in.
Yeah, they call me the master of segues.
Okay, back to the ads. Let's see if the reallocation has...
We'll go from one type of ad to another.
And that's exactly where I would... Thank you. At least it landed with... It landed... After all, they do call me the segue master.
You came back through.
I mean, they did. You were saying they reallocated some people in these groups, right, to try and get these ad phases a little cleaner.
I think a Shine got moved over from one side to the other. It's largely going to be Liquid players that are getting moved since they're going to be contributing the most amount of damage.
Yeah, although it's one of those things where anytime you have these side platforms and one of them is dying and the other's still at 30%, you start thinking, okay, maybe we should reallocate a little.
You know what we need? We need a Frost Death Knight. I think that's what we're missing here. If we had Frosty K, they'd be doing big damage.
It is interesting that there was so much hype, at least from what I was hearing, a couple days ago about Frosty K. I wonder how much of that was real versus how much of it, because obviously some of it could have been real and then could have gone away after the nerfs, or maybe just we're not getting any DKs in these splits, but we still will.
I think this is a real Frosty K fight, though. Like, I mean, looking at those platforms, I can't think of something that's better designed for a Frost Death Knight.
Also, a lot of their power does come from the set bonuses, which they're not going to have yet.
Yeah.
You got to be a little bit careful from over-indexing into what the damage meters look like right now, because they nerf some of the old tier set bonuses. They don't nerf some of the other ones. Some classes are getting a bunch from their new set bonuses. Some aren't.
Just for context for viewers, I mean, I was looking at some tier set sims. The hero talent tier sets that Blizzard has implemented this season, I think the average gain is like 20%.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. Like these are very polarizing in terms of just their absolute power level. And like Dratnos was saying, while you're looking at the damage meter now, that's largely the same as what the damage meter was in Liberation of Undermine, because you're still in that Liberation of Undermine gear. But once everything starts to get optimized, everybody's starting to get their hero set.
And some of the strongest Liberation set bonuses got nerfed to make sure that you would take them off.
Yep.
So you're playing with those nerfed Liberation of Undermine set bonuses on some characters.
Yep.
Or that's forced you to swap off, for instance, swap off BM into MM potentially on some of these fights, because that BM set bonus from Liberation of Undermine got nerfed.
Do we get a Catalyst charge week 1?
Oh, whoa. The boss
we should be on a Catalyst charge right now.
Well, the boss came out of that burn intermission at 52%.
Okay, that is a huge increase. And you know what? That number being that different makes me think that maybe the health got changed on this thing from last full to this, because that is a crazy reduction in HP on the boss.
Yeah,
either they're doing way more damage or it got nerfed. Yeah.
Take a look at Wowhead.com.
Yeah. Run the diff on that, because I mean, we do see live tuning of bosses sometimes here during the Race to the World First. I don't know if that's true news or fake news this time, though.
Also on Wowhead is a Season 3 tier set DPS estimate. That's what we're talking.
Okay, another set of these lines now. Will they be able to blow up these stars? Looks like 2 of the 4, so there are 4 remaining. 2 got blown up, but it doesn't look like the raid is wiped, so
that's good.
Yeah, it's hard to try. It looks like maybe only... Okay, there's 3 lines going out. Okay.
We get 3 star killers
so they're aiming at those 3 orbiting out there. All 3 blown up. Nice.
Nice.
So there is still 1 left over, but it looks like you could break all 6. Maybe if 2 hit the same one, you just lose one of the lines.
I
but
think that's what's going on. Yeah, the two hit the exact.
So yeah, you can see their initial strategy of just hard stacking these has gone away in favor of creating a couple of like sets that are close to each other.
Yeah, now you can't miss.
Making the dodges nastier, but it means that they're separated, so you can actually blow up all of them in theory with your Starkiller lines.
Yeah, now you just have to be able to use your eyes to tell which of the orbs are you taking that Starkiller to. This is going to be a wipe here, but I mean the boss is at 30% HP.
Yeah, will be a wipe. Oh, that's a good POV. So you have a red line.
Yeah.
When
yes.
as compared to other people having a blue line.
Dude, Blizzard's gone a long way with the VFX in the last 2 seasons.
Yeah,
it's like, dude, VFX.
It's fantastic
prior
clarity.
to Undermine was like, can't see circles, can't see swirlies. All lines are blurry. Now
So-
it's very defined.
I have a couple theories, all unconfirmed, obviously, because we haven't seen if there was like a blue post around a health nerf there. One option would be a health nerf on the boss. Another option would actually be affecting the dragon.
True. Yeah,
right?
you took the health off the
Because you don't have to bring the boss's health down. If you bring the dragon's health down, then he's just absorbing less. Which
Maybe
is
they
an
just did
option.
way more damage.
I think there's a
Or
chance
they
that
did more
just
damage.
Yeah.
Well, that was going to be my second question is, I noticed when they come back from the platform and they start DPSing the dragon, at least from Fired Up's POV, his main target was still the boss until the damage amp.
Which makes sense, yeah. Like,
Does it? Because is the dragon's health drain 1-to-1? Do you know? Because if it's not, then actually
I
making
actually
the dragon your primary target and cleaving onto the boss would be more beneficial even before the damage.
Well, it would depend. At 45%, but then the dragon would be 45%. Oh, I guess it would be 1-to-1 HP.
Well, it could be, yeah. Exactly. The important variable is for each point of health on the dragon, how much health does the boss gain? Because it could be 2 for every 1, it could be 1 for every 2, or it could be 1 for every 1, or obviously anything like that.
And like my cleave on my secondary target is not the same as the damage on my primary target. Right. So if that's the case, then yeah, maybe the swap is a strategy swap by the players saying, hey, just make the dragon your primary target the whole way through because of the value that it has when the health suck occurs.
Speculatively, I think that you could probably get 20% more damage onto that dragon there.
Probably could.
If players are better allocating their offensive CDs, if they're not panicking, trying to beat that self-destruct cast. Like if somebody's panicking and trying to beat the self-destruct cast and they press their offensive CD,
and they don't have it there now.
Exactly, they don't have the burn, then it's kind of cooked, right?
Totally.
Yeah.
All possibilities, and none of which we know.
I've never seen heroic splits be this entertaining so far.
Yeah, it's definitely entertaining. Although I will say the Smolder on Heroic Fiesta was fun to watch. That was a good time. Yeah, my guess is it probably drains the health 1-to-1 because that makes the damage amp relevant, right? Because
good point.
Then you're doing extra damage, at a rate of 1-to-1 onto the boss in that phase. Because if it's not draining at a rate of 1-to-1, then the damage amp's kind of weird. Like,
well, that in essence already is a damage amp.
Yeah, exactly.
So then you're giving it a secondary one for no reason. So yeah, that makes sense. So yeah, it very likely then is what Tettles is saying. They just have optimized better here after a few polls.
Yeah, it
People
looks
aren't
like
panicking.
We've seen some groups swapping around in some of our splits, and so they're taking a little bit of time before getting this next pull going. So we might be seeing them reconfiguring the groups a little bit.
Yeah.
Resetting maybe which specs are getting played too, figuring out which talents are actually going to be the most efficient for this, swapping in and out some helpers as well to make this more feasible. The world markers have also been moved, so the strategy is changing on this of where to place those galactic smashes, as we've learned exactly how that Starkiller swing works now. Because I think on PTR, if you had 3 stars stacked up, and you aimed 3 lines at them, it would blow up all 3 stars. And it looks like this time around, it only is blowing up 1 of them. So that is an important change. They've had to change the strategy around.
Okay, and so while they are swapping helpers in and out, we are going to be swapping casters in and out. Ooh. And before we do that, we got to talk some sponsors, and we got to thank our sponsors. We do have Coinbase, who is our presenting partner. We also have Alienware, Philips Hue, Blacklyte, Monster Energy, Zenni, RaiderIO, Wowhead, Warcraft Logs, and then we also have our charity partner in the Santa Monica Animal Shelter. Of course, as well, we do have an Alienware giveaway where we are giving away 3 27-inch 4K monitors. If you want to enter that giveaway, tl.gg/AlienwareRWF. I am Tettles, joined by Dash and Dratnos, and we will be back later with a new set of casters.
We lost a healer. Like we gained a DPS because we lost. Yeah, I know. I'm just saying, like we had 4 healers on that side, and now we have only 3. So we gained a full DPS. Also, all the new like helpers are like basically everyone we pruned was in that slower group. Summoning Shack.
How does this add-on work?
It just does it. Just look at your cloak. Is it higher on mobile?
No.
Then you don't have the add-on, mate.
I just installed it.
I had to like
Did you
relog for
reload?
it to work or reload or something. One of those two.
Reload, yeah, I mean, yeah. Like just need a load screen.
I
like,
did reload.
Another reload.
Do you have it? Does your talent tree have like buttons on the bottom
Oh,
and
no,
stuff
it's
for
there.
other specs? Yeah.
On the second reload it did.
Boom.
Boom. Check your cloak. Boom.
All right, doing a timer.
Truth
crazy.
nuke. Truth nuke.
Holy fucking insane time save.
You sure you don't want to go to the NPC on every guy?
I did it already once. That's where my Earth is.
Yo, mate, after we kill this on this bull, remind me to enchant the whip.
Bet.
Good. Big blasting. I feel like the boss is gonna be. I think we have the damage. I'm not super sure when it enrages. I know Boomy is. But I think we have the damage. Just gonna leave it on.
It's shortly after third Galactic Smash and the 6-star killer swing.
It would have been fine easily last bowl if we had the Immortal Strike, I think, and we just all lived.
Yeah. Yep, just live. Don't die.
That much. It is like so repetitive though. Like if the tanks can get the
KSP
position
didn't like
down-
that call.
He failed the don't die call.
Yeah, I mean, those.
If the tanks can aim Star Killer Swing consistently and the group knows where they're supposed to go, I feel like it is repeatable and not hard. But the tank thing, like if Star Killer Swing just looks different every time, there's going to be constant wipes.
Does the boss MCU before it cheats you?
I think that's how it worked.
Yeah, if you have caught, you're fucked.
That's it.
Or maybe the play is just to have the Star Killer Swings always
Let's move
directly
it.
in the middle of the room, and then the first 3 people
Oh,
have
those
6
blaze
things to
lines.
choose from.
Please get out with those.
Just away from the boss. Does one destroy the star?
One destroys a star, yes.
I mean, it should be.
Watch the raid, right to the raid. Big damn. Only like half the people were in that, so kind of a natty soak here. Oh wait, he got hit by the. Jesus Christ! All right, we'll get him up after the intermission.
Fine, first pull.
Nice. You're gonna be a knockback here. Ooh, damage is real good. It's way better than before. Hold CDs, by the way. Okay, be near star, by the way. If you get a purple circle, you're putting it on the edge near star. Give space for everyone, but close to each other. Just like that. Nice. Now the tank will shoot their beam into that, and then everyone else is watching. Get these blazes the fuck out of the raid. Nice. Now everyone is just looking at the beams. Look at the beams. One, they're all easy. Never mind.
We're safe.
Okay, you ready to go to your
One
sides
maybe
now?
on the front? No, we're good.
You can just pre-go to your
Oh,
sides now, by the way. Go to
For
your
new
sides now.
people, 1, 2, 3 are going triangle, 4, 5, 6 are going X, which I'm replacing.
You can already be there.
Hit the Titan.
Yep. Focus the Titan, everybody, and use cooldowns on it. Skull Titan is a little behind, but I'm assuming it's going to catch up. It's because
CDs are coming in a second.
we just have like a dead guy. I think we're still on track. Like if you have CDs rolling, I think we're chilling, and we can res that guy when we get back too. I wonder if even spreading out the planets even more will actually help them like differentiate.
I don't know if we're beating this.
We're
do damn.
I have touch.
Do damn, do damn, do damn, do
got it,
damn.
we got
Fine,
it.
fine, fine. Fucking blast.
I have touch. It's easy then.
Yeah, we're good.
Move over to their side, everyone. Then.
Okay, no.
How do you not kill it, man? If I can put it on
We
the
just,
ass.
we just had a dead DPS helper the whole time. Got MC'd in P1.
I think Boom was just slow on the touch.
I think we just had to.
I mean,
We can swap more.
Is that a good common, right, chat?
What's the Discord? That's fucking.
Oh, I got you, bro. There you go, bro. Thanks for the reminder, mate.
Yeah. No problem.
I can get 2-piece and upgrade a weapon. Need more damage as well.
You can do that before Mythic.
Yeah.
Did any dagger drop in this run? I guess probably not.
Yeah, there was one.
I'd probably want that then.
Okay.
Everyone eat the feast while we do this?
Yep. And then we're gonna pull very quickly.
1 second, let me enchant this dagger. Good.
Yep, doing a timer. Just again, 1, 2, 3. Groups 1, 2, 3 are going triangle. 4, 5, 6 are going X in the intermission.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
By the way, I'm not sure who's PIing me on the ad platform, but delay that by like 5.
Okay. Move out with blazes. Move out with these. Perfect.
Watch this Dragon's Beam. Gonna go through us during the Conquer.
Yep. Watch the swirlies here. One close to the left.
It's gonna be another close one when it shoots.
Get out with blazes. One more tank combo coming. Watch the dodges as well. Dodge coming close.
Pro tip, Eric, if you ever see Vanquish facing us, just don't move. Because the tank will move it away.
Watch it.
The pro tip.
Rebuff him. Hit the pros.
Come to the Discord, by the way, Eric. Happy to have you, bro.
You get this nether breaker. We're going to the sides. Over by the pings. Spread along the wall.
Okay.
It's just so easy for Pebbles.
Yep.
Yep.
Pebbles will move the portals.
Start going to your ads.
Yep. Go to your sides. 1, 2, 3 triangle. 4, 5, 6 X.
Only single target the Titan. Only thing that matters.
Yep. Watch your feet.
Rotating.
Alright, I'm back. Hit the Titan. This group is missing Eric. Wrong side, right?
Yeah.
Oh, wait, yeah, their side is...
Are you still on track? I think so.
Yeah, we are.
We don't need them.
Yeah, we're way ahead.
Jesus.
But I want them.
If you're on the side that just came down to the boss, we're gonna go meet them.
We definitely have the damage. Just don't stop. Only damn do. Perfect. Make sure you inch yourself towards star here. If you get one of these nether breakers, you are putting it on the wall near star. It's important in the last phase, by the way, if you get star killer, you don't have to go behind the planets. You can just go in front of them. It just has to hit one.
We're listing soon also.
Okay, watch the beams, guys.
Heavy wrong for that.
One
Okay,
bad
watch the
beam.
beam. Right through the raid, right through the raid, right through the raid. Watch it. It's gonna rotate.
Back
Don't
up,
get
back
hit.
up.
You can run away
Right.
from the bot. Dude, Eric is sketchy. I'll say it. Get him up.
And we're actually gonna have lines this time because it's boss casting ability.
I'm sure that.
Yeah. Just dodge during this. Fucking blast the boss. Okay.
You got the thing, Riku?
Yeah.
Nice. 10 more seconds here. Make sure Mortal Strike is up. Perfect. Okay. If you're ranged here, go near star. One goes on star, one goes on moon, one goes on skull. They're out now. And if you're a melee here, one goes on orange, one goes on square, one goes on diamond. Everyone else is on the boss in the middle. Now, reminder for Star Killer Swing later, you're about to do a suck and a dodge. It goes through you, but no matter what, your line has to go through a planet. Okay, dodge here, and then we're going to dodge back to the middle after the next two things. After this, and we go middle now. Go. Okay,
Framing
we're good.
Yeah.
Good. Now, Star Killer Swing. This Star Killer Swing has to hit a planet, or we die. Doesn't matter which one. It just has to hit one. Preferably hit the. Okay, that's fine. Watch your HP. Now another Star Killer Swing. It has to hit a planet if you get picked. Tanks aim it. It goes through you, by the way. You do not have to go behind the planet. It goes through you. Great job. Keep going.
W.
Okay, and now we're just doing that again. Go to the same spot. Star, moon, and skull. And then same thing for melee. Nope. We have some
It's
people.
holy cows. It's fine.
Yeah. Keep going.
It's doable.
Yep, just do the dodge here.
Can go mid after this probably.
Okay.
It's chill.
Star Killer, same thing. I mean, most of the deaths were just to raid damage, right?
There's a lot of raid dam.
Nick department, Loki.
It's still melee and range, like, only, right?
It should be, except I noticed that Fired Up got a melee one, right?
No, I don't think so. I just went later. Probably could have went quicker.
Someone went to the wrong side, yeah, for sure. I think it was the Paladin, right?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna check in on the other group real quick.
And placing the stars is like one shot.
These dodges
when they're
seem
placing
like
it close to each other.
Ideal.
Yep, they are not
The
ideal.
dodges are also awful.
I mean the rod is crazy. 2.2 mil every sec.
Why did it feel so easy this time? Just because it was properly.
I don't know.
That first one was like crazy.
Hell,
Should I look
yeah.
at it.
Do you see the enrage?
Yeah, the enrage will be right
yeah,
after
I
this.
think
If it follows PTR. Yep.
Okay. Taking a piss real quick. Okay, is this actually fucking? Yeah.
Yeah, it's free.
It's a make. Yeah, let's just keep doing it. Fuck it.
We should
Sure, we'll
probably
get
look at the first drops because something was definitely weird.
Need to print again as well.
Drop in a feast.
welcome back to the Team Liquid Race to World First. I'm Jack, joined with Kalamazzi and Zyronic as we're checking out some more heroic splits. But first, let's get a big thank you to our sponsors, Coinbase, our presenting sponsor, of course, as well as Alienware, Philips Hughes, Blacklyte, Monster Energy, Zenni, RaiderIO, Wowhead, Warcraft Logs, and our charity partner, the Santa Monica Animal Shelter. So, we've finally gotten a chance to get into some more heroic splits. We have had a chance as well to see all the mechanics for Dementius on normal difficulty. It's been a big day, and a lot of things we're kind of like learning as I guess as we've seen splits continue, especially when things are good, as we've seen Plan B get spawned, Kala.
I don't know what you're talking about.
You want to talk about that?
There's no...
What's
Plan B? You did not say a single thing about this before we started this cast. No,
I know.
Let's bring up Plan... No, I
know. That's the point.
There's no...
Talk to us about Plan B.
No, I don't know about it. You know about it. I don't know.
I don't know anything about it.
Well, okay. Actually, so Plan B is in effect because there were some nerfs that came into Warlock last night. We actually got double nerfed, apparently. Potentially, maybe. Which needs to be fixed, Blizzard. Please. When you nerf Destruction, you nerf Demonology again. So please, let's unnerf the double nerf and make us a functioning class once again.
It's like, to be more specific, there was a nerf to Eye Blast for Demonology about 2 weeks ago that nerfed it by 45%. The big nerf to Destro yesterday was they also nerfed their Eye Blast, the 2 set, for their new tier bonus by 45%. But apparently that second nerf also nerfed it again for Demo.
Yeah.
So Demo just lost like another 300k damage. So yeah, like he's saying, buff Warlock, everything will be good in the world.
We don't want to go to
get that fixed.
We don't want to go to Plan C. Plan C is diabolical. All right, we don't want to do that. All right, just let's go. Let's fix the nerfs.
So you're trying to not get Warlock to play Affliction, though, is that right? But you're the Affliction Guide Writer?
Affliction, we don't talk about Affliction.
I know what you're talking
they're still
about.
using old tier in a lot of situations.
Yeah, we're using
and
old tier.
that's usually a bad thing.
Of course.
Yeah.
Well, you know what's a good thing? Getting to see some Nexus King Saladar. We've been getting a chance to look at some of the pulls they have so far on Nexus King, and I mean, we didn't get that far when we did testing, Cal. And it's amazing to see how far that they've been getting on this fight with also a lot of helpers, too.
Wait, you guys were testing with my guild. What are you talking about? We got pretty far.
We didn't kill the boss, though.
That's true, we didn't.
We got close to it, but we didn't kill it because it bugged
Wait,
out.
did we just only test normal with you, though?
We did heroic, yeah.
Oh, yeah, that's right. We did heroic, but then I'm thinking of Mythic. We didn't test it with you.
Oh, okay.
Mythic's a different
Well,
animal.
nobody got far enough.
I tested with
Well,
I mean, Zyro. I watched Zyro splat on the floor 3 times in phase 1.
You were watching me. That means you probably also.
Yeah, I was dead first. Yeah, I was dead first.
That's a good catch.
Yeah, it's a good fight, though. It looks pretty cool, even on heroic. Like, the last phase is what we had hoped it to be. It goes for a while. The boss is transitioning at 65% along those lines when you get through that phase 2 burn. I expect phase 3 to be a long slog.
Yeah, and there's a lot to dodge, and it's also just really difficult to sort of parse all of the information that happens onto the encounter, which is really why it's so nice that they have Alienware monitors to be able to see everything. Yeah. And we are also going to be giving away quite a few of those Alienware monitors as well. I think it's at tl.gg/Alienware RWF. We are doing a giveaway for 3 OLED monitors that they have. It's the specific, I think it's the the 27-inch 4K QD.
Yeah,
OLED monitor.
4K
Nice.
OLED. It is insane.
I know. There's always such like dynamic codes for the monitors. So like
they have so many quality monitors. It's just like
they're gorgeous.
So catch me up on this in terms of like the splits they've been doing. Have we killed Nexus King yet, or is this their first attempts at it for the day?
This looks like I think there's 2 groups that are working on Nexus King right now.
Okay.
That are at least 2 that are running simultaneously, and I think the farthest they've gotten was, I want to say it was around like 20 or 30% last that I checked. Getting into that final phase, 31. There we go. Thank you. This was the final phase, having to deal with all the dark stars going out around the room, and I feel like this fight could just easily be an end boss on its own.
Yeah, and of course, looking ahead to the Mythic version of the encounter, the added mechanic in the last phase where the hitting the stars doesn't explode them, it just makes them change direction. That sounds pretty crazy. That last phase is going to be pretty wild, but we're kind of seeing the vision for the encounter here when they start pulling it on heroic. Obviously, the first attempts are always going to look the most difficult. Once they figured out a strat, they can then drop more helpers, get more loot, and the rest of the splits will be easier. But it's always fun to watch the first attempts on a new boss and see how they problem solve out their strategy.
Right.
There's a lot that they've practiced from their testing, and of course they've iterated that a ton in whatever meetings they go through since then.
Yeah, you saw them iterate upon their phase 3 strat a bit ago, actually. So they were stacking the stars, like the rotating stars, basically, like on top of each other when they dropped in phase 3. And the plan was just bring all 3 of these Star Cutter beams, I believe they're Star Blast Nova, something like that, into the star. All 3 players go behind the clump of 3 stars they dropped, but they realized that it doesn't work that way, essentially. Even though there are 3 stacked stars, all 3 beams behind them wouldn't break all 3 stars. It was like a weird pixel stack thing. So now they're spreading them out again. You can't stack them. On Mythic, it wouldn't work regardless because if they touch, you die. But on Heroic, it would simplify the mechanic a lot. So having to call an audible there and do it the way it's probably intended to work. But
So they're all trying to run behind the stars. Is that what they were trying to do? Because something that we figured out in testing is you didn't have to go behind them. You can stand in front of them and pierce through you. So that's usually a lot easier to do.
it seemed like when all 3 of them were stacked, they were going behind it, but regardless, like 2 players would die. Like there was no star intercepting the beam or whatever. They just die.
Okay.
So I'm not really sure. I don't know exactly, but they opted to move away from that strategy and call a brief audible, which I think is probably the play. So.
What do we have going on with THD here? Did he?
I think he's swapping Warlocks.
Maybe some splits again?
Oh, we're just doing another
Oh, they're doing another round of splits.
Possibly.
I like this because I think they spent, like over an hour, give or take, working on to Nexus King, seeing if it was going to be possible. But this is also sort of like the limit testing they have to do of saying, okay, sure, we're going to be able to kill this, but how much time is it going to take at this point? A very underrated kind of value of the race is how much time is wasted, how much time are you gaining working on a lot of these fights. Because we saw in Liberation of Undermine, lots of split runs going in to One-Armed Bandit, and it would take an insane amount of time week 1 with all the helpers that they wanted to have on hand and as few main characters that they possibly could to get loot maxed out for them. It's tough.
And the other thing as well is on day 1, all of your helpers are going to be pretty much the same item level you are going into the week, right? They're going to be high 680s, maybe 690 if they grind out and upgraded, maybe crafted last week on their helper characters. But as we get further and further into the week, people will have more gear for Mythic Plus. You get 701 gear for doing tins right now, which is pretty useful. If all of your helpers are around that 700 item level mark, once you actually get to Wednesday, Thursday, you can start doing those Nexus King and Dementius splits on Heroic.
It just keeps restarting and saying that over and over. Yeah. This?
Also, we have some transmogs that are coming up. We've been doing a lot of work with our charity partner, the Santa Monica Animal Shelter, at tl.gg/donate if you would like to contribute. They have been our partner, I believe, for 3 straight races, if not 4. And we already have passed our first goal of the Jenga. I can even see
we have
at the side as well.
Oh, I didn't even see. Oh, there's a lot of blocks
For
there.
some
That's
reason,
right.
in my head, I thought the giant Jenga would be like twice as high as that.
Well, it's about ISI. It's fine. I mean, it's still tall.
Yeah,
right?
that's maybe a little bigger.
Yeah,
All right, so first off, we have another Sonoma, or another Soma.
Do they think they have a character named Soma? I would assume so, right? This is another one.
Math checks out.
Sure. It's an Eridar, red Eridar. I like those. My favorite. I like the mace. I don't know where it's from, but it's decent. I don't like the hood though.
Yeah, this is part of the new. I don't really like the trading post hoods. They're not my thing.
It's not OG enough.
Yeah, I'd give it a. What do you think? 7 out of 10.
7.1.
Maybe it's the start of the race, and like we're not like into the thick of things yet. But I mean, we're looking at transmogs. Where's the sea shanty too?
That's true.
Oh,
this is from Soma Loria. He says, "Please rate my mog. I worked really hard on it." So, with that in mind, with a message in mind.
I know that name, so I'll change it to an 8.1. I can be bought this early in the race. It's fine.
I think it's pretty cool. I'll give it like a 7.5.
All right, I do 7.5 as well. Thank you, Soma. Let me see. We have a few more. This next one is Early Male Panda Rep this time. Yes. This is from Durgwolf, the Fabulous.
I mean...
Wait, this is the guild. We see this every year. It's I've seen worse.
Yeah, it's fabulous.
I mean, I have seen worse.
Yeah, that's true. I like the daggers a lot.
Oh, I know what those daggers are.
They have like fire feathers on them.
Is this like an Emergisil dagger?
It's gotta be.
It's like Firelands, right? Or is that something else?
No, that's not Firelands. There's no way that's Firelands.
These like chest tattoos.
Well, it could be Firelands.
Like a mog that you can.
That bird boss.
When I think of Firelands, I think of Volcano Spike, the sword. But I don't.
Right.
I don't remember what the daggers are from Firelands at all. The Mog heads in chat are probably like, no, that's from this raid.
Get Asmon on it. He'll figure it out. Yeah, exactly. I can only cite like a handful of cloth-based items, and daggers are not really a cloth item I identify with. So it's good though. 7.7. 7.7. That's why I give it.
I'd give it an 8.
All right, there you go.
7.1. It's missing some. There's like key features missing. I don't see like a chest plate.
Oh, interesting.
What?
Sorry, a little throwback to our first session earlier, Kalamazoo. Remember we were talking about Lumathar being a moth and stuff? And I was like, nah, it's not a moth. Well, this guy said it is, and he put in $15 and donated it to the Santa Monica Animal Shelter, so it's clearly right. And he said, look up Lepidoptera body. Also, another $5 donated.
I don't want to Google
Kalamazoo if Kalamazoo can pronounce Lepidoptera.
Lepidoptera.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's how you pronounce it because it's like a PT. It's Lepidoptera.
Oh, it's
Yeah,
an order. Okay.
Lepidoptera. It's like a dinosaur.
Yeah, Lepidoptera. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure.
Like
I think I might have ruined it because I said it first.
It's fine. I knew the word. It's okay.
Yeah.
Don't worry about it.
I bet you
Take you
did.
guys back to 10th grade biology. Do you remember your
Shit, did I get it right?
hierarchy of animal kingdoms?
I'm on
I just
top.
know we're
Oh,
on
no.
top. Yeah.
Genus, family, order, class.
Oh yeah.
Phylum, kingdom, domain.
Yeah.
I'm cheating. I'm looking at my.
Apparently
phone,
it's
disgusting
Lepidoptera. Lepidoptera.
That's what I said. Where's
No,
the $5?
We said
That's
Terra.
okay.
Yeah, come on, man.
Well, you said that. I just.
Yeah, you just repeated what I said.
I guess. Yes.
So we're starting at Lumathar. Presumably, have they already killed Plexus, Sentinel, and all the other runs, or is that just this run?
I'd assume not all of them. Maybe some. I mean, Nexus King. I might have spied a soft enrage at the corner of my eye on Nexus King a little bit ago. Maybe you guys didn't see, or a hard enrage at the end of that fight there. They might be splitting off to do some other splits and figure out Nexus King tuning later on, or if it gets changed, something of that sort, and they can split it later. If they think the boss might be changed, like health threshold wise, and you can split that boss later on, you definitely want to hold that to split later on, right? So I wouldn't be surprised if they're swapping back to doing some other, 5 out of 8, 6 out of 8 splits maybe, trying to get some gear done or some allocation done with their free time still. But Astral Antennas aren't bad, right?
Oh yeah.
Sure. Yeah. There was a brief nerf for it though, right?
Slight.
Okay.
I mean, 3% of the crit got taken
Oh,
off.
that's like.
It only gives 90% crit or whatever. Yeah, it's fine. Don't worry about it.
Also, if you're just tuning in, I know it's still day one of the race. We've been talking about some of the mechanics here and there for the fights. Lumathar is having these tether mechanics that you're seeing Goop get affected by right there. They have to run out of the raid to be able to break them, and once you do, you also are dropping off that living silk. You also have to keep in mind, if they're dropping it off in any of those previous living silk puddles, you do get stunned.
Right, so they're rotating around the room. Probably like just left or right side. Pick a spot, don't overlap. Because in Phase 2, the room starts to get smaller when the boss drops those pink pools under him, which are like slowly growing. And that's at the enrage of the fight, essentially, right?
Mm-hmm.
So.
And of course, this is the tank busters they also have to watch out for. Looks like they're marking in advance. Oh, they were going to be marking in advance where they were going to be stacking at, or maybe even aiming that tank frontal. But here we are, pushing into Phase 2.
It's got to be one of the most disgusting phase transition animations they've ever made for a boss. The boss just splits herself in half before going into Phase 2. It's insane.
Well, it's a worm, right?
It's a moth. It's a
well,
moth.
It's a Lepidoptera.
Right? Yeah.
It's one of those. Yeah, whatever he said.
Sure. So one of the big differences here in this phase in Heroic is that frontal is still a raid soak, I believe, correct? Mythic is the one where you have to split in 2 different groups, I believe. And at the same time, the boss does, on Mythic, apply a lot of smaller debuff circles to players, which you need to get out and spread. And it does a lot of damage. And that soak circle, spread... Actually, are they here?
Yeah, we're already in Phase 2.
Yeah, are those...
We have the Arcane Outrage, knocking players back, dealing a bunch of damage. And then this is where, I think it's the Writhing...
The spread circles are...
Those aren't spread circles. Got it, okay.
They're only in Mythic.
Writhing Wave, there it is. I knew it was like a double W.
In Mythic, when you're soaking this frontal mechanic, you need to spread out, otherwise you'll cleave each other with the mechanic. So yeah, that's a Mythic only mechanic. The Mythic version of this fight is actually really cool. A lot of the mechanics that happen a little bit slower in Phase 1 are just back-to-back chain machine gunned over and over again. Instead of just one web circle going in, there's 2 at a time, and your tanks have to break out 2 of them. There's also tethers going on during the circle, so you're on a pretty tight time in order to break them out. Of course, we'll get to that at some point later in the week. Hopefully sooner rather than later. But for now, Heroic looks like it's pretty easy, even with multiple people dead.
Mm-hmm.
The boss does take 25% additional damage in this phase, I believe, as well. So this is typically where you hold CDs, commit lust, and try and burn the boss down. But you can see how filled the room is in the back, actually, from that soft enrage. The boss drops those pools. So the longer you're in this phase, I mean, the less room you have. But the question is, can you overheal this fight on Mythic, possibly? Just make it a bit easier?
I think so.
Okay.
I think the big challenge on Mythic is just making sure you're executing properly in Phase 1, because Phase 2 is just you could play ultra safe if the
Right.
enrage is not that tight, and then you can overheal it as well for the exact same reason, and then you just kind of attrition out the encounter.
So we're looking for antennas here, right?
Yeah.
Unfortunately, I don't see one on the boss.
Return to the center
Unfortunate.
of the Manaforge. We need to determine our next course of action.
That's really the main point of all of these splits, right? Try to set up characters where they have as close to miss as possible, and that usually means having your trinkets plus a weapon plus your tier, and then like any very rare on top of that. On our other monitor, we do have 2 of those antennas, though.
Yeah, Dryny is in one of the groups that just killed Lumathar, and they have 2 antennas that drop right there.
It's huge. That's 2 potential characters.
That's right, and it also is just the making sure that they're not getting wrecked by RNG, for example, with how many splits they're doing, so they'll eventually get the trinkets that they need.
Was that a healer trinket, the Looming Silk?
Yeah, that Lumathar trinket's nuts. Probably not going to be used too much by Raid or Race to World First type stuff, but it's definitely your BIS and plus trinket that drops off the second boss, Lumathar. Puts a big absorb on 5 players, so your entire party in a dungeon, and it's like 30 to 40% of their max health on a 1.5-minute cooldown, so it's just an ultra safe trinket.
Cool.
Yeah, Lumathar's trinket being one of the bigger sought-after items this raid, right? That, in conjunction with the Void Glass Shard set and the boots from Soul Hunters, which we saw them kill on Heroic, actually, and it looked like 3 pairs dropped, 1 of each armor type. Maybe one was missing, but that's true. It shouldn't be that hard to fill a raid with Heroic boots, if that's the case every time. It could be RNG, but we also know next boss here, Soulbinder has one of the Void Glass weapons on it, but it's a staff, which makes things a little interesting.
I would also argue that, I mean, Ascendant's embellishes are just really bad. I mean, they've been bad for a
All
while.
of them bad, yeah. Like,
is it that much of a loss, losing out on it? I mean, I know it's World First. You want every little bit that you can, but I think if you get that staff, I think it'll be worth it, even getting rid of, like, the Ascendant's embellish for a lot of cases.
I think most classes can take a Dawn Thread or whatever stat is better.
It's not. It was like a 25k loss, I think, when I simmed it from myself. I mean,
just the Ascendant's embellish on its own.
Yeah, I think compared to like double Dawn Thread or Dust Weave or whatever, it's better.
So that's
right?
what,
But
0.04% or something.
it's not much. Doing 7 million damage over, right? Yeah, but
0.4. So it's not that much.
I mean, if you're in a spot though where you don't, it's a weird tier to craft because we're gonna have a second Spark next week, right? On Reset, we got a whole Spark week 1. We have a half Spark this week, and the other half's coming in on Reset, which is first Raid Vault, week 2 of the raid. If you are in a weird spot where you maybe even have like a Heroic Void Spire staff, there could be a world you might craft a Mythic staff for the max gain, but you'll probably know that like long term this is a waste. So I want a main hand offhand combo in the long run. That's a choice you got to make for progression early on versus later on, right?
It's super efficient just for saving crests, really.
That too,
'cause
also,
you only have to use 60 crests on the staff, which will use both of your sparks, and you can use the other 60 crests that you would have crafted on a second piece on upgrading other gears. That's 4 upgrades. That's a huge deal. So that's something that most people watching the stream, and like even people in maybe like just outside the top 5 guilds, should consider doing just to maximize gear for week 2. I don't think we'll see that happen for Liquid, although that's a choice they'll probably end up making later in the week. I don't expect them to send any crafts probably until like the weekend if they get to a particularly difficult Mythic boss that they need to. We saw that last race when they got to Styx Bunk Junker. That's where they decided, okay, we need every high level upgrade we can get to kill this boss. So they ended up sending it right then and there on everyone. I don't know. We'll have to see if there's a boss like that in this raid where they just feel like, okay, we need this damage. Do we think that the boss that they're heading to next year, Araz, looks like it's going to be that boss?
I think there's a very good chance of it.
If there's
there's been such a shift with Race to World First and these early bosses and trying to make them tuned with World First in mind, and then very sharply nerfing them right after the first kills, right after the first week.
I think Araz could be that. Yeah, I don't think Soulbinder will be. That boss seems pretty trivial, even on Mythic. There's a knockback and an extra debuff you have to clear. But I could see Araz being that. They buffed a lot of mechanics in that fight considerably a couple days ago. Everything hurts exceptionally bad. There's just added mechanics that have sort of like stop or pass fail checks on them by clearing the shields on the astral manifestations. The little ads that run around also in the void portals. It very well could be. And also that Enrage Phase 2, when you're being pulled into the void, that's very real. That's a real Enrage.
That's like the most hard soft Enrage I've seen. Because at some point, nobody can run against that. So you're probably only going to be able to last like maybe a minute unless you're somebody with a ton of mobility. Maybe you can like throw some evokers into the raid for some time spiral so people can blink or warlocks can port a little bit more. But like if you're a DK, what do you do there? do you
grip grip the boss? It's fine.
I guess.
It's utility, right? Yeah, you just perish, unfortunately.
You just get sucked into the void, unfortunately.
Yeah. I think I had 40 pulls in that boss, my prediction, actually.
You had 40?
Oh,
I
that's
was
right.
surprised. You guys had really low predictions. I think, Jack, you were the only one that was really close to me on the past couple bosses.
I didn't get a chance to see everybody's predictions, so I'm kind of eager to see what everybody has in mind.
Yeah, can we bring
Because
predictions up?
Because they always ask us every season, like, what are your predictions? And I made sure this time, like, right after we were done with raid testing, I just wrote all of mine down while it was fresh in my mind. Because there's usually like a month delay between finishing raid testing on PTR and then the raid actually coming out. So, like, I don't want to, like, time to influence, you know, my thought process. So, whenever we get a chance, I would love to see what everybody's predictions have been.
I put 111, I think like 40 or something.
I did like.
Wait, you put one for Soulbinder or Raz?
I think
Soulbinder or Nazrini?
I think so, yeah.
That's crazy.
I did that too. I did 111. I think I did like 35 for Soulbinder.
I think I did like 1, 3, 15, 20, something like that.
I went up like crazy after that, though.
Yes.
I did like 80 for Soul Hunters, like 100.
For Soul Hunters?
Yeah.
Okay.
I did 96.
Have you guys have watched them do that boss on Heroic, right?
I have,
I checked a couple of the pulls. That boss looks crazy.
And the thing about here's my argument for high pull count on Soul Hunters. Okay, it's phase 1 and then intermission 1. Then it's phase 1 again, then intermission 2. Then it's phase 1 again, and then it's intermission 3.
Right.
I think there's going to be a lot of wipes to just figuring out phase 1, figuring out how it's going to work, and it's going to be like a Tindril situation where they rack up a lot of pulls in that first phase as they figure everything out. And then there might be, you know, like a little timing here, some niche situation on those other phase 1s, but they'll have just figured it out at that point. And then it'll just be progressing those intermissions.
Also, you have to think about it. It's technically a choice boss with Fractalus, and everyone thinks Fractalus is going to be a pretty insane DPS check, especially with the changes that have been made to it since testing. What did they buff its HP by? Like 130%?
134, I believe, yeah. Right. A very large amount.
So, yeah, that's going to be an interesting boss to watch. I think Soul Hunters is going to be a lot harder than people think.
Yeah.
And
we
not
shall see.
optional.
Not really, no. Not if you have multiple boots dropping from that boss and tier shoulders. But
and juiced up boots that are far stronger than the normal and heroic versions too.
Yeah, Mythic amping your cloak by 50%, heroic 40, normal 30, and LFR 20, whatever that comes out in 4 months, right? So, you know. But I'm looking at LFR. What do you mean? It's right, my progression done, Zyro. Don't laugh.
You'll get it done before that.
Maybe. Possibly. We'll see. This year looks rough for us, so.
You can always join Incarnate.
Yeah, rate 10 days a week. Ooh.
Yeah, you know. 5 for the
I'm kidding,
first 2, and then 4 after that. Not that bad.
I wouldn't pass the trial. I'd fail in a day.
Nah, you could do it. I believe in you. You could always ask Courser for
traffic cones. Oh,
forklift certified.
Yeah.
That's right. That's my boy. Forklift certified.
And we'll see.
All right, so we're going to need THD to sandbag a little more here.
Plan B has been unveiled. Unfortunately, I don't know why he's. I'm not even mad. Okay, I'm not even mad. I don't know why he's doing this though. Why are you unveiling Plan B in Heroic Splits Day 1? What are we doing, THD? You're killing me here.
They got bosses to kill, okay?
That's fair. That's fair. I mean, this is known. This was known, to be fair, but
sure.
The tier was nerfed. They nerfed the wrong part of the tier set, basically.
Don't tell them how to fix it.
I mean, they're gonna just obliterate it now.
Do their jobs, man.
They're gonna obliterate it now. It doesn't matter. Like, I'll trade this fix for a demonology bug fix. How about that?
Now you're in the bargaining stage of denial.
Yeah, trade offer.
The bargaining stage of denial.
Fix my class. I do feel like out of the first 4 bosses, though, this fight changes the most on Mythic. Like, because you have all the astral manifestations being shielded as they brought through the void portals. The pillars need to die in the intermission at the same time, basically, as well. And there is the damage you have in every part of the fight, whether it's normal, heroic, Mythic, every phase 2. But it does feel like this fight became a lot more demanding on Mythic than when we killed it on heroic. At least to me. I don't.
No, I would agree with that. I think a lot of it's going to come down to the HP tuning on the boss as well, and how many phases they need to phase the boss in, right? It also depends on whether you could do like a 3rd intermission. I'm not sure exactly how much boss damage they're going to be able to do in those intermissions. I think just because of the way the last phase is designed, unless you can set up like a really, really nice damage phase into the last phase, I think you were going to have to save your Bloodlust for that last phase. Because something we saw in testing on this boss, even though the boss saw like insta transitions at 25%, what you could do is you could sort of whittle the boss down to like 30-35% before you got to that last intermission. that last damage amp, and you could get the boss way below 25% with that damage amp. That sounds like it was a bit of an oversight. Usually they just make the boss instant transition whenever it hits its HP threshold. Hopefully that's something that's fixed for Mythic.
They were able to do it on Heroic earlier
Well, they're
today.
doing it right
We'll
now.
see them do it right now. Actually, they're pushing past that 20% barrier. 25 is normal phase push. Coming out at 16%. The boss has a knockback, though, towards the end as well, but you can carry Lust into this part of the fight. And, yeah, we should see it right about now.
Yeah, they're starting the last phase
Yeah,
at 12%.
here's our
because they
tournament.
carried that,
Yeah.
that damage into this last phase.
Yeah, and this is how you do that, right? Like, if you have to time it so you're coming out of that phase with Lust into that damage amp, and then you just nuke the boss into the ground, essentially eliminating half the fight.
Yeah, I mean, he set it down as a demonic circle, too, so he's just going to stand there, turret,
ride it,
and then the boss will probably be dead before he even has to use it.
Just ride the wave back. Yeah, I mean, that's all you got to do. But this phase, to clarify, will not last much longer than this. It lasts for a minute and a half, and you're getting pulled in full throttle. There's no stopping the pull. So, but thankfully, we don't need it. That works.
This is one of those very few situations where a time spiral is actually incredibly valuable for a warlock. Normally it's worthless, but every single time you get a time spiral, you get to port back to the furthest spot from the void. That's pretty nice.
Just like Roundsy, very good there as well. Felt good.
You will need it now.
Warlocks are talking, but their mobility.
Yeah, Plan B got beat by an Evoker baseline, by the way. I don't think he's been nerfed at all. The more I look at it, just to throw that out there, you know.
How many people do you think are going to die this week to not knowing that little gap is right there?
Oh,
on the
that's a
right
good
side?
call.
I didn't see that at all, actually.
Thing is very hard to see. There's another one right here too. That's really hard to see because of the purple on purple.
So I saw them doing skips on like pipes just before Forge Weaver as well, and like some people were like falling off the pipe and dying and everything.
Yep. You can do some gateway skips with them too. It's pretty nice.
Yeah. This is a pretty neat area as well. I don't really realize what the lore is for like busting out of the forge and then having to like work your way around.
It just looks pretty, Jack. That's all you need to worry about. Don't worry. That's true. It's fine. Looks good.
All right, we've got some of the hardest trash in the instance here. These crabs are very annoying to deal with. There is a skip on the right here, actually. There's a little crevice you can go through to go to Fractalus here, but obviously we're going to be killing Soul Hunters here, try to get some of those boots on our Raiders.
Yeah, I am curious to see how many drop here when they kill this. We saw 3 earlier in there. At least 3. It might have been like a scroll down, see the 4th pair of boots, but if you're able to get your full raid stacked in 40% damage amps, that's pretty solid. Not enough to say, hey, we're skipping it on Mythic, but it's definitely pretty good.
Right.
40% damage amp on the Reshi Wraps, right? So
Yes,
5%
yeah. I
of
mean,
your damage.
you're right, yeah. Still very impactful.
That's right.
Does it affect the shield? How does it
would imagine it would, yeah.
Yes, because the Reshi Wrap procs a heal effect, and then if there's any overheal, then it produces a shield.
Got it, okay.
So there's a lot of different ways that your effective health is increased this season. There's the Void Glass tier set, or the set bonus basically, that is proccing shields onto your allies with healing effects. There is the effect that we just talked about with the Reshi Cloak, producing those absorbs. They added some buffs to the Nexus King Command Trinket, which is marking an ally, and if you heal that ally, then they give you like an intellect buff out of it. It's almost like an on-use trinket, but you sort of just play into it. And then any overhealing that's done to that target also produces a shield on top of them. So there's a lot of different like little ways that you can increase the effective HP. Lumathar trinket as well.
That's pretty useful. Having those little extra toys that you can do to help someone else in your group out a little bit more like that in the trinket slot specifically is always interesting for Mythic Plus later in the season, because sometimes you'll even see DPS players swapping over them to live through certain mechanics.
That's the thing too, is it's haste and then it's a minute and a half on use for the Lumathar trinket. So there is, you know, some value that somebody else can get out of it. Even if it's like just a tank or something like that, just providing an extra absorb for the team, because it's 30-40% of your health on a minute and a half cooldown. I know it's going to be clutch if anybody's doing... well, it's going to be really clutch whenever they start doing those hard mode Tazvesh deathless runs. Because when you have a trinket like that with a minute and a half cooldown, you can easily be using it every time there's any sort of danger, because you can go 100 to 0 very, very quickly in hard mode Tazvesh.
Was there confirmation on that being daily?
No.
Or weekly? Did Ratnos lie to us?
Nobody's entering yet. Well, a day hasn't passed, so how do we know?
We would need someone to... Well, so the thing is, PTR lockouts work differently.
Yeah.
Because they want people to be able to test it. So hard mode Tazvesh lockouts were resetting daily for attempts on PTR. We don't know if that's how it's going to be on live. And I don't think you want to brick a character on day one of a tier trying to test that out.
You're welcome to.
Somebody will. I mean, I'm gonna break it anyways. Why not? Let's go. It doesn't matter. Walk in there, jump off the edge. Let's go. I'll find out for you.
But
Sure.
I think that's a really important point to bring up is hard mode Tazavesh being an extra option for gearing this tier, because they then have to go and theorize that your hardcore World First Raiders are going to do that for an extra piece of Myth Track gear on everyone in your group that can actually complete it. So that means they have to tune the Mythic bosses that much harder in order to compensate.
That's true, and I mean, it's going to be pretty necessary for them to attempt it just to get that additional loot, because bosses like the Soul Harvesters are going to be insanely difficult. Right here, we've already seen at the start of the fight those debuffs going out onto the players. You can see a few of them at the very top of the screen with that Void debuff over their heads. They're going to start slurping up those Void puddles, but they also are taking a heavy dot, and they're getting a negative heal absorb that has to constantly be spammed throughout the fight. And whenever they dispel them, it jumps to the nearest ally.
Of course, in the meantime, they also have to soak every single one of those hunts that goes out too, so another group soak that you have to worry about. But as long as you're keeping the room clean, this phase is pretty easy, right? Make sure that people are going and soaking those void zones, and you'll be pretty happy with your situation. Another set of hunts are going to come out here, another set of void circles, and again, new debuffs, go out and soak. Looks like they're doing a good job of keeping this room clean.
Yeah, and worth mentioning, the bosses don't share health here. Actually, you can kill one before the others, but you don't want to do it too early, or it becomes a little chaotic.
They get mad.
Yeah, they get a little frustrated.
Their soul actually pops out, and it's like this little visible bit of fell crystal, and it starts radiating damage constantly onto the raids. You could probably live for like, I don't know, 15 or 20 seconds before it starts overwhelming you on top of all the other mechanics you got going on.
I believe this is the last void step we get before the intermission as well here, and it's worth mentioning each boss has its own unique intermission, right?
Yeah.
The first one has the blue orb soaks that come in. Second one has, I believe is it frontal soaks, or which one is it?
It's a bunch of frontal
It
lines.
starts with soaking the Void Star.
Oh, it's Fell Rush.
Second one is the Blaze Line, Fell Rush.
Yeah, and the third one is the huge
Twilight Devs.
Yeah, it's the big frontal. What do they call it?
Yeah, Twilight Dev.
Twilight Dev. Okay.
Twilight Dev. The boss jumps across the room. Twilight Dev's behind him. Very Final Fantasy-esque mechanic. I like that one.
Yeah.
The Mythic version of these intermissions is absolutely
You have the alphas.
Yeah, so just to give you guys an idea, a little head start preview of what the Mythic version of this encounter looks like. It looks exactly the same. You got to soak all the Void Stars before they get to the boss, but everyone is chained together in groups of 3. And you're chained in a line, so there's 2 outside chains and a middle chain, and you have to guide each other around the room while you're soaking Void Stars. If you go too far, you yank your teammates and do a ton of damage to them. So it's a lot of individual responsibility on your tiny groups of players.
But it's more, I'm a middle person, right? That's the alpha. He like drags the group around essentially, right? Yeah.
Well, other people could drag the alpha too.
They can try. Well, I guess that's true.
So that's the problem, is that you should have an alpha for each group, but some people can rebel.
Won't be me.
Yeah, rebelling would
you're
cause
not
a
the
wife.
alpha.
You don't really want to do that.
Okay. All right.
Go where I tell you.
Yeah, well, you know, it's fine. It's fine. Also worth mentioning, when you soak those blue pools there, I believe it's a stacking debuff per soak, right?
So it's not so much for what you're soaking, it's just the longer you have the debuff on you, the more damage you take, and the larger... I believe actually the negative heal absorb is the same, but I think the damage ramps up with each hit.
So you can dispel it and jump to somebody else, and they can then soak, correct?
Yes,
Yeah.
and it's always the nearest target. So usually what we were doing on PTR was having a certain stack amount, like 8 or 9 stacks, then we would dispel them, and then whoever gets that debuff, it's their job to help out with those soaks. Whenever they get to 8 or 9 stacks, you dispel, they go to the next person. And as long as you have all 3 people who are active on the field, really, you can clear these out extremely quickly. And with the extra effect of seeing that debuff above their heads, it's usually pretty clear as to where everybody's going and like who is going to soak the other item that's out there.
Makes sense. All right, phase 2, second intermission here. So this is going to be just the Fell Rush dodges here, correct? Which might not seem as bad on Heroic, but like we talked about, when you have 3 players chained together and you have basically twice the amount of lines going off on Mythic here, it becomes utterly insane. Like, think about this.
Look at the line movements.
Yeah.
Just look at how much of the lines are moving. So ideally, you just run along your line to further just stay out of the group.
Yeah, but then you yoink somebody else at the same time, right?
There's a lot of very illegal movement going on
Yes.
here.
Many crimes against your raid team are being committed right now.
The people just swiping across the entire raid with their line every time.
And you've seen a lot of raiders or a lot of the range especially, who are standing very far back. Since they're not in the dead center of the room, it's really beneficial to have people in that intermission on the opposite side, like far away, because those blaze lines, they have a starting point too. So you have like a fulcrum, or I don't know what is an axle or something that you can turn it very easily and make sure it's facing away.
Yeah, the closer to the edge of the room you are, the better chance that most of the line is facing out of the room, giving yourself more room to dodge in. So I think we're going to see a lot of ranged spreading out along the edges of the room whenever they get there. But here we are. We're going to kill the boss. How many pairs of boots are we going to get on our raid?
4. One of each. One of each.
That's a lot of loot.
That is
I see 1.
2 pairs of boots.
Is it 2?
3.
3, okay.
3!
Yeah.
So there are 3. That's
one
male.
Cloth, male, leather.
Male. Oh, yeah.
Is that champion?
It's definitely cloth.
No, it wasn't champion loot, right? Am I crazy? I thought it said champion. Regardless, so 3 pairs of boots. So that also, I mean, that was the same we saw last kill. 3 out of 4 armor types?
Yeah. Well, Dryny's team is also about to get a kill, too, so we'll be watching for that as well. We'll have to see what kind of loot that they get as a...
If it's 3 guaranteed boots per kill, that's great.
That's
like one of
insane.
each armor type. Yeah, it's very, very good.
Insane.
I think one of the concerns is tier. I mean, they're going to do splits regardless, but I feel like one of the concerns is tier. At least like for guilds aren't doing a million splits, is how do you get these boots on characters as fast as possible without LFR being open, and certainly with the actual like percent being lesser for lesser difficulties, right? But if 3 drop per kill, that seems fine.
There's gonna be an unholy amount of splits.
Unless
if
it's 10,
3 per kill.
1 per 10 players in the raid, which will also be a thing too.
That's probably it. Could just
it probably
work
is
like
that.
Works. It could just work like tier works.
Yeah.
Because there was a lot of extra loot on that boss. So that was like 10 pieces of loot off that boss, right? Or maybe 9. I think it was 6 plus the boots. So if they do work like an extra drop like a very rare drop, that would make a lot of sense from that perspective. I like that they're seemingly that common though. I think it would be too steep of a gearing requirement if they were actually weighted like a very rare item, and there would just be no chance of having a very geared player going into week 2 or just even into Mythic week 1.
Right.
If that was also something that you tried to get on every single one of your raiders. You know, in addition to also having the trinkets you want and getting your tier and getting a good weapon.
There's a lot of lockdown slots.
Yeah.
There's
like, so many.
What? 2 slots you can sort of flex gear in the season? It's like what? A tier off piece and I think bracers, but they're crafted too. Yeah. Very, very interesting.
We're looking at the kill for Dryny here on our other monitor. How many pairs of boots do we have?
Saw at least 2.
I see 2, yeah. Okay.
Okay.
No, 3. There's 3.
Oh.
2 leather, 1 male.
Okay, so it's not varying armor types, but that's not bad. Okay.
I mean, if you're getting...
A 3 is still plenty. That's fine.
I was going to say, 3 guaranteed is a lot.
But who wants leather? Who's wearing leather?
Like a Mistweaver monk.
That's not
They're pretty good.
Gloves,
Monk's
boots,
the one druid you'll have in your group.
Boots. That's not...
Yeah, cloth and plate are definitely...
Your resto druid.
Cloth and plate, that's what you're looking for. Those are your premier slots. It looks like this raid.
If they fix their tier set.
I think it's going to be like that even if they don't fix the tier set.
I mean, we'll see. I don't know. Yeah, it might be the case.
Who knows? Maybe we'll see like 6 elemental shamans.
That would be a surprise. That would put mail back on the menu. All right.
That was good timing for the cha-ching.
Have we seen an Ellie shaman in any of the splits so far? Have we seen how much they're popping off on like pure single target?
I haven't seen any.
They do
not that I've noticed.
Ton of damage.
Well, it's time for you to break out Xyleaf.
Nah, man, I'm already Warlock, man. I already got the Ecodome trinket. I'm chilling.
That's true. He looted it like last minute before we came on shift here?
It was the last dungeon I did before the shift. First Ecodome 10. Gosh. Get that. I don't even know what it's called. It's like
Azakarian Poplia.
Yeah, that's the one.
Parapodia?
Yeah.
Parapodia?
Parapodia.
You got it.
Parapodia sounds better, actually, yeah.
I can say some of these words. Let's see. I got you.
Feels good knowing.
What's that moth thing again?
Oh.
The Lopidope?
Yeah.
Lapatera.
Lapidopod. I don't know.
Yeah. Never mind. Anyways.
Anyway, Fractalus.
Yeah, interesting boss as well. I mean, not a whole lot to it. I'm expecting this boss to I'm hoping and expecting it to be utterly insanely tuned diabolically on Mythic.
Yes.
So there is the Mythic mechanic that adds the third wall in. Basically, you break a wall in this fight. Every wall you break, whether it's normal, heroic, or mythic, does damage. I believe the heroic wall applies blue circle debuffs, which cause you to shift out and spread. I believe
when they get broken, yeah.
Yeah, whenever you break them with the frontal mechanic that comes out on a handful of players.
Backhand.
Yeah, the backhand basically.
So it's like
knocks you through them.
You get like a pillar of light that shines over your head that shows when you're gonna break like a certain wall, and then I think you have like a dark icon above your head when you're gonna make like a normal wall.
Right. I'm pretty sure the actual Mythic mechanic applies like a debuff whenever you break the wall as well.
Mm-hmm.
It's like a third colored wall. I think it's like
it's a big
razor barb. Yeah, basically, yeah, right. So when you have the option of dropping different walls in different places, but assumingly it being rinse and repeat, getting the same number of walls and clears out, it shouldn't be that hard to actually find a strategy that works every time, right?
Like with the weak aura?
Yeah, some kind of add-on, right? You know?
This is one of those encounters that I feel like I actually would have liked to see this boss next expansion after they do the weak aura revamp, where they kind of just change how add-ons work, because the actual mechanic of this encounter with the spawning of the walls is really cool, and it sounds like it's a puzzle to figure it out, but it's really going to be solved by weak auras. So in order for them to make this encounter difficult, they're just going to have to make it a ridiculous numbers check, because the weak aura will tell them where to go with their mechanics. It'll still be probably an insanely tough DPS check, and those are always really fun encounters to watch.
Ooh, maybe also a tough heal check if they're having the entire raid getting smashed by those walls right there.
That's not ideal.
Yeah, that light icon you see above Dryny's head, that shows when the knockback is coming in, and the wall breaks are coming in as well. So there, he just broke the wall that was in the team's like safe spot where the entire raid is standing. That adds a lot less pressure for the team. And then you can see those dark circles above players' heads to his left when new players are spawning additional walls. Of course, when they get hit by those walls, they also have some pretty nasty debuffs, so you can see his frames already highlighting for the prio target healing that's required.
I like the general idea for the strategy, even if you didn't have a weak aura that would solve it for you, is though, you keep your entire raid group in one of those 6 lanes. You can see everyone stacking in lane number 4 if you were to count from left to right. They're going to just spread out their walls everywhere, and when they break the walls with those backhands from the boss, they're going to leave all of the walls in lane 3 there as much as possible, and then when they get 5 walls in lane 3, the group will move from lane 4 to lane 3. Lane 3 will be the new safe spot.
Right.
And then they'll start stacking up walls in lane 4 afterwards, and that gives you the most time just to deal with the boss before you hit the soft enrage of accidentally putting 6 walls in one lane, which will just cause him to instantly enrage and wipe the group.
Yeah, 6 walls is the enrage in this fight. That blue beam like extends through the walls the more you put there. If it hits the boss, you die. Right? I believe around 540 is the enrage where he spawns enough walls and where it just reaches him anyways, like regardless. But that's like your hard DPS check around 540, we assume, or just making a mistake and 6 walls are in a row and you die. But at the same time, this fight does have a decent bit of RNG to it. There's times as a DPS you don't move at all. You don't get a wall, you don't get a break, you stand there and patch the boss down from 100 to 0. It happened on PTR, which makes things a little interesting. But on Mythic, with all the raid damage coming in, there's a decent bit of defensive usage. Like, you have to at least rotate some defensives, Jack. So,
What you look at me?
Like, that's your thing. Defensives hit him, right? I mean, like,
good. It's fine.
I got to hit 1 or 2 non-DPS buttons over the course of this RNG poll, right?
I'm glad I was able to bash that into you.
All of our defenses are off the GCB.
Yeah, but my finger has to move to the button, and I'm old. Like,
is that an ending resolve off GCD?
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Yeah, you know, Dark Pact.
Well, like, it doesn't,
Well, I know
it
Dark
doesn't
Pact.
encourage
You know,
GCD, but it's
Mortal Coil's not. That's true. And you got to be near the boss, actually. In melee.
You have to be in melee to Mortal
It's
Coil?
like 15 yards.
It's a pretty short range, yeah.
Yeah.
It's like a 30% HP heal.
On a
Something
45-second cooldown. Yeah, it's pretty good.
On a 45-second cooldown? That's crazy. That's like a Healthstone.
I could also press Shadow Bolt, though. You don't understand.
That's true. Very true.
That's why it's so fun doing farm reclears as any other class. Better mobility defensives on everything.
Yeah.
They're like, oh, I already learned how to do the fight on hard mode. This is easy.
Every fight is hard mode when I'm in, Jack. Don't worry.
I'm super excited to watch the hard mode.
You're making me rethink this offer.
How many failures do you think we're going to see in hard mode Tazavesh this week?
Depends on how often Cal's streaming it.
Yeah, well.
Okay, I meant from the Raiders.
Oh, my
Going
bad.
tonight.
My bad. I cannot wait. Okay. Usually, the Race to World First has these moments where, you know, we've seen the fights like 50 times. I'm still hyped about the fights right now. It's always fun for the first couple days. Then, you know, it kind of gets into like, all right, Fractalus number like 20, right? Then they go to M+, and, you know, those aren't as high as stakes. But then we're going to get into Tazvesh hard mode. And the stakes will be so high, especially when it's a full group of mains. There's no helpers whatsoever. I hope that they have like a 99% win rate. But man, that like 1% fail is going to just feel brutal.
The question is, when do they do it, though? Right?
Instead of M+, I think, you know?
Do you do it instead of M+, or do you... I mean, I guess they go hand in hand, though, right?
I think it's kind of like a...
thing?
Nexus. Well, how far do you think? Here's the first question: how far do you think they get this week? Monday night. Where do you think they're at?
On Nexus King. If it dies Monday, I don't know.
No,
It depends.
I don't think they kill Nexus King this week.
Okay. I mean,
and I think that they.
It could be a Silken Court kind of boss where you clutch a kill on Monday night.
Maybe. But I think that's where they would do the Tazvesh hard modes around like a Sunday Monday angle when they realize how insane Nexus King is going to be like tuned or set up, and they're like, okay, well we need to get some more juice, and then that's where they make the attempts.
I think it's hard to compare from previous tiers, right? Even though every single raid this expansion,
Yeah, for
raid
sure.
boss raid, we've had completely different tuning throughout both of the raids, right?
Right.
Like you said, Silken Court died Monday night, week 1. Muggsy died Saturday night.
Yeah, and then Galley died with Sunday.
And then Galley,
yeah.
Galley was a one-day boss. A little unfortunate, but
right.
That was shaping. If Gallywix was anywhere near the difficulty of Ansarek, if it was half the difficulty of Ansarek, we would have been in that raid for like 3 more days.
You know what? That's fair. I'm going to change my prediction. I think they are going to be on Fractalus / Soul Harvesters. Soul Hunters? Soul Harvesters?
I think they're on Nexus King. They might not kill it.
I think they're on Fractalus or Soul Hunters on Monday.
So-
I think raid's
okay.
going to be real hard.
There's
It's the end of the expansion.
There's one thing they did differently this tier that I like a lot. They actually spent a lot more time during week 1 prepping for this raid week than they did in Liberation of Undermine. They spent a ton of time doing as many Mythic Zeros as possible and paying viewers and helpers Mythic Zero trinkets. Because what you can do is you can upgrade those Mythic Zero trinkets all the way for not that much investment. And what's the highest eye level of a Mythic Zero trinket? Does it go up to 701?
701.
Yes, it does. It goes, I think it's like 705 or 704. I think, roughly.
So it's the equivalent of like a 4 out of 8 heroic track item, or 4
Give
out
or
of 6
take, I
track
think
item?
it's 3 out of 6, yeah, roughly.
And 3 or 4 item levels on a trinket is not the biggest difference. As long as you have the effect of that new tier of equipped trinkets, you're getting most of the value. So if they have those trinkets on the characters that they end up picking as their mains for the tier,
right,
they theoretically wouldn't really have to go back into Mythic Plus unless they really feel like, okay, we need that extra 3 or 6 eye levels on a trinket.
That's fair.
It is
That's
true,
a
I
really good
guess.
argument for it.
I will say the one thing about Tazvesh, though, the longer you wait, the higher chance of duplicate items you get, possibly. Like, if you do Mythic, like 4 or 5 out of 6, give somebody a Void Glass Staff or whatever, and they loot a 2-hander from Tazvesh, and someone else could have used it, that feels terrible.
That's true. So
you can't choose the loot.
Yeah, Tazvesh has a wide loot pool, and there's a lot of options.
It's like 5 weapons in there, 2 for casters.
Well, there's also
So
things like boots.
Yeah,
you know, there's things like boots. I think there's, I don't remember.
No capes, but probably a belt.
Okay, yeah, I don't think there's a cloak, but I think there's a belt. There's a couple, like, there's quite a few good trinkets. There's 1 or 2 bad trinkets as well. So that is a fair point. You can kind of, you could be successful and still get no value from it.
There's so many hits, though. I think it's just way too valuable to do it. It'll only take you about an hour to an hour and a half. If you're depending
A lot shorter for me, about 10 minutes.
Or you could just have somebody die to a void zone that's
Speaking of that,
invisible
do
in
you
the
wanna
first
run
2
one
minutes.
Do you want to run one
Absolutely not.
I got an alt. You can bring your alt.
Absolutely not.
Yeah. How are your vaults today, Zyro, Jack?
I got tier in both my vaults that I did.
Okay.
Yeah.
Was it a full vault for everybody you pulled tier out of? Like 8 slot or 6 slots? Or?
No. So on all of my characters, I was extremely lazy. I did 4 delves and 1 Mythic Zero.
Okay.
And I got her hero track tier on all.
Where was the tier? A hero track, the delve slot.
Yeah, delve slot.
Okay, Jack.
Yeah, I got a tier chest on my priest. I haven't checked Jackhammer or Rain Jacket yet, but I'm sure they got some good stuff. I got my delves done. At least 1 slot on Paladin, and I got 2 slots on Shaman.
Very nice. Okay.
So hopefully,
I'm happy.
2 Ps on Shaman would feel really good. Shaman's my dark horse this season. We haven't.
You've been saying that, yeah.
Yeah, I'm very hopeful that we're going to see it. I know we have Ellie looking really strong this season, but they did make some undocumented last-minute changes to Farseer Shaman, so it's ancestors, the grandma and grandpa, actually feed your Cloudburst and your Ascendants. It does a really strong amount of healing. I'm hopeful.
Well, they also buffed the tier pieces, like the tier sets, like crazy, like Farseer Elemental Shaman.
Yeah, they also did it for healers as well. It's a 25% healing buff. Yeah, 30-second cooldown, and then you get an 8-second window where you do 25% more healing. So you can align that with your Cloudburst totem all the time, and stack your 15-second cooldown with your 30-second cooldown with your Cloudburst totem, pop off like crazy.
Yeah,
Very
that
good.
tier set's going to be insanely good.
Yeah.
When was the last time we had our Shaman in the raid, though? like as a main rain healer had been. Do we have an Ansharek or no?
No. We had Shaman get used on Nexus Princess Kaiveza.
Oh, for APT,
mission.
right.
A little bit of APT, but it also did fantastic.
Link was
spread
good.
healing.
Right, that's okay.
I don't think it was even Link.
Wasn't it Link? Oh,
so
you know more than I do about this.
So it was a double preservation of Okertir, and they did all the stacked healing. And they benched Dryny on Holy Paladin because a lot of Holy Paladin's healing profile in Nerebar was focused on stack healing. But the Intermission was all this spread out healing where, you know, you had blaze lines on people and you had to spread out. So that's where, you know, Ascendant's Cloudburst was just insanely valuable. So I believe it was Sevi that they had on Shaman to help out with that Intermission healing. So Paladin was doing more overall healing, but Shaman was bringing the right profile for the areas that they were struggling with.
They were also abusing Off Totem to reset their tank deaths because they were so single tanking.
That's right as well. That's right as well.
A lot
That's
of
right.
in that fight.
Yeah, they ended up doing the solo tanking strat. Good call.
Yep.
I said APT. What do you?
No, you're right. That's
Don't
why,
tell him
that's
that.
why
Praise me, Jack.
My bad, Cal.
Praise me, please.
I apologize. I was wrong. I was thinking about
APT,
Healer Brain.
Is that K-pop song?
I don't.
You remember the last time APT was used for that kind of stuff?
Oh, I think I actually know this. Yeah. Unat, right?
That was
just Onks.
That was just Onks.
Yeah. Because they
Oh, you're right. That okay.
But it was in that expansion.
It was Stone Legion Generals. They did it for healers. For Master
Yep.
Spell.
Okay.
That's more recent, true. I was also thinking of Battleford as Arlor.
Uh-huh.
Oh, it was
because they were using it for the tanks there on
Bonsamdi.
That's right.
Yeah, I remember that. I remember that.
So instead
That
of tank swapping, they would just drop APTs, let the tanks rot out, and then they would just res and then reset their stacks.
So
There we
we're
go.
into the second phase here on Nexus King. Now, we saw previously in their most recent groups, they decided to just stop pulling this boss and go to a new group. We're going to see some further attempts in this group and see maybe if it was just a group composition issue, maybe the last group wasn't as strong as this one is. They were wiping too. You said Enrage at like 30% in the last phase?
I saw something on the side monitor that might have been a hard Enrage. I don't know if you guys caught it. I don't know if we saw it on the main broadcast. I mean, it's not like it's hidden, but I don't think we saw it. But the entire room was filled with spikes, and they were popping on the floor. It was the entire room. So that might have been a DPS check we missed. I'm not sure. This group does seem to have a lot more damage. Like, Forge Weaver was no challenge there. Soul Weavers died, or Soul Hunters died pretty quickly, so we'll see how far they can get here.
Yeah, you saw that Manaforge Titan. That's the damage check for that add intermission phase. You still had another 10 energy
Look how
to
low the
go.
boss is, actually.
Boss is at 20%.
Oh,
Yeah. Well, keep in mind.
Right.
The Voidwing is going to get eaten very, very soon.
I do want to... Go ahead, sorry, I didn't interrupt, Jack.
So the King's Hunger is going to happen pretty soon after this point, and that's where he's going to just start sucking the life out of the Voidwing.
What if they just kill the boss before he does that?
That was my other that was my other thought, but
on one
isn't
other...
there supposed to be a mechanic that would just like trigger the heal or something like that?
I think it shields at... Yeah, I think it's 10% shields regardless.
I was going to have to say, 'cause that'd be an insane strategy.
He looks like he's taking 99% reduced damage right now.
Yeah, he is, yeah.
So
he's eating him up.
Here comes that big damage amp right about now. It's actually taking it right. So this is where you see big cities being popped here as well. You want to get the dragon as low as possible because he's going to siphon the remaining health out of the dragon back into himself. I will say the threshold I saw last time in previous cast was 42 on the boss and 38 on the dragon. The boss is at 9 right now. So we'll see how low he transitions here. It was like 65-ish beforehand. The burn's going to be over momentarily here. Let's see how low the boss actually is when he transitions.
So the boss, so Voidwing has 3 billion HP.
That's so low. That's so low.
Yeah.
This is dead. Yeah, that's insane.
But keep in mind, they still have to make sure they actually break the stars properly. If they don't do that,
Right.
it's pretty much just an instant group wipe. It's either going with the spread strat here, making sure the stars are a little more spread out now. Okay.
You see, these are all going to rotate one direction here, right? And we're going to have...
Ooh, they lost a lot of people there.
Yeah, I think you got to go for like the triangle method.
But also, they lost a lot of helpers, not too many mains.
This looks pretty easy to dodge, though, the way they have it set up. This is pretty nice.
Now you can just gate through that as well if you want there. But yeah.
They're kind of setting up like a Razageth suck, and they're just having to set up... I mean, if they had a Warlock Gateway, that would have been insane.
Yeah,
for that.
Gateway right before those stars spawn would have been really nice.
Yeah.
I think they might
Boss at
supposed to have one.
10%.
Yeah, you're going to have those Star Killer swings coming in right about now.
Watch for the pierce. Let's see if it pierces.
See if they go behind or not. They're not... Yeah, look, they're not even going behind either, right? One, two, three, pierce. That's huge.
Oh,
yeah.
Who was that?
That is huge.
That was Goop.
Huge plays.
All right.
Yeah, I mean...
Sub 5%?
They just made this phase insanely easy.
New set of Sparta spawning. Yeah, spreading out in a triangle here, similar to what we saw from Nexus Queen, or the Nexus Princess Kaiveza. This makes it so everyone gets sucked into the middle of them. It's harder to dodge now, though. But with the boss this low, you're chilling. Now,
Boss dead.
Show us the loot.
Why did the boss not suck them in there? Or was
because it works just like Nexus Princess did, right? Where you get sucked to the middle of the 3 that you put down.
It just didn't look like there was any suck happening, but maybe it was just because it was a triangle.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
It's the center of that triangle.
Yeah.
Because they spawned them all 3 right next to each other on the first one, they get stuck to the middle one, and you're just in one of them.
Hover over the loot, Granny, please.
That's such a good strategy. Hey, Nexus King Command.
Hey, boys, this is normal.
That trinket.
Oh, it's normal.
Oh, it is. Okay, I was gonna say.
I knew I saw
That's
champion on
great.
Soul
Well, the
Hunters.
stars weren't moving.
Yeah. Okay. However, that's essentially what you want to do on Heroic still in the last phase, but you're going to have more sets of spinning stars as well.
Yeah. That's super chill, at least.
I knew I saw champion boots on Soul Hunters. I knew it. I knew it.
Well, the mistake is you just didn't have the new Alienware 27-inch 4K QKey monitor.
No, didn't. I should have.
But you could get one if you enter right now at tl.gg/AlienwareRWF. You too, Kalamazoo, could go into the Alienware arena and come out as a champion with a new OLED monitor.
That's a good tie-in there. Champion. Very nice, Jack. That was good.
I tried.
Nice.
You are still a champion in my book, even if you don't win this giveaway.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Oh. So do you think we see Heroic Dementius here? Or Mythic Dementius? Normal.
Yeah, let's see Mythic Dementius.
Well, I'm down for it, but I mean...
I would love to see Heroic Dementius today.
Did you guys watch the cinematic that was leaked like 2 minutes after the patch launched? It's the Dementius kill cinematic.
Oh, the one that we saw the last tail end of. I had no idea what's going on in cast. Yeah.
Have been slowly cobbling together bits and pieces of it. It's kind of like when you see a movie and you only see like bits and pieces of the movie over and over again. You don't actually see the entire thing, and someone's like, "Have you seen this movie?" And you're like, "Yeah, totally."
You're not gonna believe me when I say this. All right, prepare yourselves.
Okay.
Zalatath betrays us.
What?
I'm sorry.
Who?
No.
The thunk.
That's
we
insane.
were working together, and she just up and betrayed us. Like,
Yeah,
wow, that's crazy.
What was that ethereal guy's name?
Which one?
Star Lord, Nexus Lord, dude.
I don't know.
Yeah, he
I don't know.
he gets like evaporated.
I clicked through all of the quests.
I
He
need
gets, like,
to get
munched.
my Heroic Crest campaign on lock before raids. I just I flew through
Yeah.
it too. Well, there you go. How unsurprising.
So we were talking a lot about how Demo is just turbo nerfed.
Real quick though,
But we're looking at Tronako at the top of the meters.
could I just let you guys know
What's
that you guys probably didn't read the quest text, right?
No, absolutely not.
Yeah. Okay. So you know how he convinced Illyria to team up with Zalatath?
Sure.
The player convinces her.
Uh-huh.
They're like, "What do you think, champion? Do you trust her?" And you're like, "Yeah." Like, all over again. Crazy. Because we were also the problem when we spawned Unat and freed Zalatath from the knife. And we're like, "Oh, the knife betrayed me."
So
who would have thought?
This is my first time actually watching Dementius. I was doing a lot of Mythic Plus earlier. I heard that they did normal earlier. What are your guys' first impressions of this encounter? If you've already watched it, what do you think?
Oh, I love this fight. I really do. So
I think it's really cool.
Right there, we saw that reverse gravity coming in. Players get knocked up, and then they slowly start getting dragged towards the boss. This is such a cool area because your allies will soak those positions and then allow you to slowly sort of get dragged back down to Earth. Here, we're going to have another round of those living masses coming out. And this is kind of like the Amir Jasil seeds on the Farak fight, where you got to kill these ads. They spawn a little extra action button for players to pick up, and then you use that when the boss hits max energy to survive the incoming damage from the Devour. Here's going to be that antimatter that players need to soak, and it's just constantly just adding some more damage, and then the more that you're soaking it, the less of a final explosion that you're going to have.
Okay.
And, yep, there's the reverse gravities again. Players just got to make sure they're spawning that. But as I was mentioning with the collective gravity, they got to make sure they spawn that safe zone, and you can see they have 4 stacks of it. And that's because they have to have more stacks of gravity than the boss has of growing hunger. Otherwise, he's going to overwhelm the gravity and munch the raid.
You have to cultivate more mass every phase, basically.
That's right.
I'm
You
very
gotta
good at that.
You gotta eat.
Keep feasting. Yeah, there
Dude,
we go.
Just looking at this boss room, you know what it reminds me of more than anything?
Is it? I think I might know.
Diablo 3.
Oh, okay.
Belial.
Yeah, sort of actually.
It looks
I feel that, yeah.
just like that. I think that's really cool.
That is pretty cool, actually. I do like that. Yeah, pretty true.
If they got a final Devour, by the way, since they need an ever-increasing amount of gravity, since half the raid's on one side, half the raid's on the other, they would actually have to stack the entire raid in the middle, pop all of those collective gravities together in order to survive one more round. So Here they were able to beat it after only 2 rounds of Devour, but I think on Heroic there's going to be a third, and they need the entire group to sort of like collapse together.
Right, and keep in mind the Heroic, there's debris on the ground too. It keeps filling the area also.
Yeah, there's this shattered space, I think is what it's called, that is debuffing your allies, and then putting out these circles, and they just kind of pop, and you just make sure you don't stack on people. But yeah, like you mentioned, on Heroic, they're setting up this permanent area denial, which gets incredibly, incredibly annoying. We're also going to have some permanent area denial onto these platforms, too. This is the first of the Void Lords that we have to end up fighting, our Toshion. And he's going to be casting this, I think it's mass ejection. So you're going to watch for like a frontal from the boss coming out. Once he spawns that frontal, not this cross, these are some of the ads we got to get killed, but the frontal is going to set up a permanent debuff on the space. There it is, mass ejection. And with their positioning right here, it would set up a massive line that they'd have to run through if they were going to dodge certain areas of space. Now they don't have to worry about that, thankfully. But look at how quickly they cleared out 2 ads of those Void Wardens. Super insanely fast, so that they have vertical movement and they have lateral movement to make sure that they're dodging any of the effects. And as you can see, they got the knockback coming out from Dementius, so he either throws an entire planet at you on one angle, or he's doing a knockback, so you have 2 different ways that you have to dodge or sort of fight against. Heroic has an extra ad, by the way, for this Conqueror's Cross.
Okay. Oh, does it actually?
Yeah, so it debuffs everybody, deals damage to them, and stacks a slow. So it's just like
that's interesting.
Immediate prio kill. But I wasn't able to find out yet where that Null Binder, I think is what it's called, spawns. So it could be like an Void Warden spawn that's really beneficial and you just, kill it anyway so you can move around.
Right.
Or it could be in an awful positioning where you don't really gain much benefit. Could be really big for Raiders, especially range DPS, to have to just prio target swap very quickly to something that's way out of the way.
Yeah, I can see that being pretty crazy, actually, with all the stacking debris as well. They do get Artosian down here. There's going to be a second platform with another Void Lord on it here. We're not going to see pretty far past that, I don't believe. Most of the raid is dead, but it is cool seeing the flight over there, at least. The Cosmic Singularities. I think it's a thing, right? Oh, that's a word, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Cosmic Singularity. I played the
black
Magic
hole
set. Yeah, pretty cool.
That's a black hole right there.
Yeah.
There's another one right there. Yeah, they were not kidding about the scale of this encounter, though.
That's very
This guy is massive. Okay.
Is that Stormwind?
It's gotta be.
Is that actually it? That's super cool if true. Pargoth, that's my boy right there. He gonna take him out. I know this. They're not lasting much longer. Pargoth over here.
Well, we're probably gonna have a wipe here from TOG's perspective.
Yeah, they're probably.
If we swap over to Dryne's POV, we have another group on Artosian, the first ad at 20%. We can swap to here and see if they get a little bit further. Quite a few more players alive for them as well.
Yes, they think they are in a much better position, but they do have some Raiders who are also down. It might make it a lot tougher for them to survive this area.
So they've been getting basically 2 frontals per platform and 2 pushes, right? Is that roughly the time we're seeing? Okay, got it.
So usually, well, what happens is they'll have an extinction, which is the big planet that you have to dodge, and then they'll have the knockback, and then usually they'll spawn another Conqueror Cross, which is another set of ads.
Which is like the whole, yes, it's repeating basically, right?
Yeah, and so they're kind of on a struggle moment right now, where if they had all mains, they would probably just have 1 round of the mechanics, be done. But what's really difficult is that they're almost able to get past that and almost able to beat that check, but not quite. And so I think that they just have to plan around dealing with 2 rounds of frontals, 2 rounds of ads to play ultimate safety, unless they just have a lot of damage on one of those attempts, and then they can deal with it. If we ever jump to like the second POV of like Dryne and his team, they ended up using Bloodlust to deal with some of those ads, and it made it a lot easier to start clearing through that area. But at the same time, it makes the last phase ultra hard because then you don't have Lust for that damage amp.
Right. Ooh, okay. Well, this fight's already insane on normal.
Yes.
Heroics.
Well, that's the interesting thing, is that Heroic puts a lot of pressure on tank positioning, and then a little bit, I would say, on player positioning. Because phase 1, they just have to make sure they're running those circles that they get for the entire raid, just kind of off to the sides and like off to the corners. But in this intermission phase, this phase 2, it's a lot of pressure on the tank positioning because you're going to see this Stardust Nova coming out from Porgoth, which is just going to set up this debris field of garbage. And I think he's even positioning it off to the side in anticipation of it.
So is it always the same cadence? Is it always wins, then dodge left or right, then wins, then dodge left or right?
Reversed. It's always the extinction, which is the big planet, wipe you out, and then a knockback.
Okay, yeah. So it all. So you can know in advance which ads you need to kill based off of the mechanic you're dealing with, right?
Right.
Okay.
And you just saw that
the front was telegraphed.
You also saw that like circle that went out onto Porgath, and that's just going to leave a debuff on the ground on heroic and higher. So it's always the same sort of sequence. Extinction, you kind of just watch for which arm is coming up. So it's a lateral movement that you have to do. So you always want to clear the top part of the cross, the north part of the cross, let's say. You clear that out first, and then afterwards is going to be the knockback, and that's going to be where you need to clear out like the left or right arm of the cross, so like west or east, so that you can better sort of position yourself.
Okay.
And so if you just kind of mark the ads in advance, you'll have a much easier time. And then entering into phase 3, boss gets a 50% damage taken amp for 15 seconds. Makes it way easier if you have Bloodlust, and you get really ahead of the damage check.
It's just for the first 15 seconds of this phase?
Yeah.
They didn't really get that much of the boss's HP down in that 15 seconds.
Yeah, and it's also because they didn't have Lust. They used Lust way early. And there's also another like 20 or 30 second follow-up window where the boss is spawning these planets. So there's a lot of time to chill at the very beginning. I mean, healers should be absolutely adding a lot of damage when you get right at the start of phase 3. Because then you have these Desegni lines, these dark halos coming out. And you have these 3-second debuffs every time you get hit. So you have to run through the first one really fast, let your debuff drop, run through the next one, run away from the final one, just to be safe.
Ooh, we're wiping here for sure. So it's cool. It looks like, you know, the circles you have to, just like you said, for DeSausage back in Sofo.
Yeah.
You have to wait before you go through them. Now, can you port through them or blink through them? Or is it something that you have to wait for?
You can blink, yeah.
Yep. All
That's
the same
interesting.
tricks.
So we know they have the capability of making it so you can't blink or port through lines. They do that on the first boss in Dawnbreaker.
I was going to say that, yeah. Unless that's a bug. But I mean, it's surprising in Dawnbreaker, but yeah.
Maybe that's a Mythic mechanic. You never know.
I mean, it could be. There could be more rings on Mythic as well, or a faster
That's
cadence of them all, right? But
really interesting. There's a heroic mechanic to the tank debuff I was talking to you guys about before. I didn't get to see clarity because it's worded very weirdly. Here's the tank buster right here, and it's a circle that goes out. The quest text of it says, or the dungeon journal says, that it drags players up to 20 yards towards that location. I don't know if it means that it's always going to drag the raid, or if the raid just needs to be really far. My impression of it is that it's just going to drag the raid no matter what. And if somebody was going to walk into the boss, they instantly die. If you walk into those black holes to the right of Boomy, you instantly die. So you'd have to be at like a diagonal kind of position to get dragged towards the tank and not get killed in the process.
It looks from his POV like it was just if you're in the circle. I mean, let's look at the raid.
Yeah.
Do they get dragged in when this debuff goes off?
Well, that's heroic and higher. Sorry.
Oh, it's on heroic and higher. Okay.
So we have to wait and sort of see what that is going to end up looking like.
Well, this is looking like it's going to be yet another wipe here, unfortunately, showing how difficult the encounter is
Yeah.
on really normal.
I mean, you still have the encroaching like sides of the pool on the edge of the room, which is like Razageth, basically. That's the softened rage, which coincides with all these stars becoming supernovas. Basically, when they all turn that darker color, like on the left side of the screen there, that's basically a bad star. You can't go in there. You die. He takes 4 stars and makes some supernovas each in between each Devour cast. So basically, a third Devour, you are dead, the room's full. So you have less and less space to move, less and less space, safe stars, and it's a simple beat the boss or he beats you kind of thing.
Absolutely. And as you can see, that's it where it is. The rest of the raid is going to be wiping up here. We'll have to see what they're kind of talking about as they're going to be adjusting some of those strategies and everything too. But before we do so, it also means we're running lower and lower on time before my raid is coming up.
Oh, you're raiding tonight.
That's right.
Are you killing heroic Dementius?
I wish. One of 3 rounds of splits that we're doing tonight at least.
Fun.
Yeah. So before, Cams is going to come on in my place and join you guys for a little bit more, but also wanted to give a huge shout out to all of our sponsors who are making this event possible. Our presenting sponsor in Coinbase, as well as there it is. I lost it. As well as RaiderIO, Wowhead, Warcraft Logs, the Santa Monica Animal Shelter, our charity partner once again. We have Blacklyte, Monster Energy, and I kind of lost the rest of my list onto that one.
It's the first.
Unfortunately. I know.
We'll
I
get
know.
time
It's
to learn it.
day 1 onto that one. Philips Hue and Zenni, as well as Alienware, were the ones I missed out on. You hate to see it. We're going to be swapping out to Cams, who's going to be joining these guys back on the couch, and I'm going to hop on over to my own raid. So we'll take it on over to a Monster Energy. Listen in.
Careful, Feliveth. Oh my. Getting knocked. Alright, kill these ads.
I'll get the middle one.
Nice.
Soak. Circles to the edge.
Right. To the back.
I've got you. We're in Dementius' domain now. So stay
Very
close
clean as full.
and listen to me.
Yep, super clean. Getting knocked, don't get knocked off. Kill these ads. Yeah. Everyone's soak now. Everyone's soak. Okay, and then these people get to the back, and then everyone's going mid. Drag these people down. Everyone's going mid. On the gem, on the... Out of the middle, back to your sides. Getting knocked, careful, do not get knocked off.
Push boss right. Yep.
Hit the boss here. Careful KSP, I might. Pretty close. Alright. Dragon riding here. Mount up and let's go. Watch the rocks.
You've done well so far. Surprising, but we're not done yet. Follow me and try to stay alive.
Starting at the right again.
Spamming your ones, you won't run out. Go through the rings, Have to go through the rings. Land on the platform. Okay, getting this exact same mechanics here. We're gonna kill first the one on the ping. Killing that one on the ping in the back. Ping in the back. Kill this one first.
Watch the boss model.
Go left
It's
and right.
behind us.
Okay, try to kill the one on the front now on this ping, so we can go through on the side.
Go left.
Going hard left. And then afterwards we go front left. Hard left. Front left now, front left. Somebody else roar if you have it.
Push back now. Run.
Hit this. You have to do the same. Just kill the ad probably. We probably have to kill one of the side ones, so kill the one on the ping to dodge the next meteor.
How was that?
Perfect. Okay, now we're gonna go to the last platform.
I think that was the ad AoE, right? Oh, maybe not.
We get the damage amp insta, by the way, here. Like as soon as we land, I think. And Exile, you and I go to the opposite sides. So the difference in this phase is that the suck-in...
Less.
The second, there's things that are rotating around the center of the room. You want to be in one of them at a time, okay? Because it gets rid of it after we soak it for Devour. So just, I'm going to mark THD. You guys can follow him around for that Devour mechanic.
I don't know what that is, but it's all good.
It'll be, so see these things that are rotating? And soon, like where these things are spawning, I think these are what we soak when we go in for Devour. Like we stand in them. Does that make sense?
Okay.
Like, do you know how we did it in phase 1? Like it's the same, it works the same way in this one, I'm pretty sure.
I'm be near this, right?
What is that?
Do we?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I'd be
and
near
I move through the first one first, and then moving left.
Yeah.
The second ring.
Yeah.
Just watch your debuff before you go through the rings.
Okay, Devourers, we want to be in the same one here. We want to be in the same one. So let's follow THD, blue marker, blue marker. It moves. So
it moves, careful.
Stay inside of it.
Okay.
Oh, it's blowing up. Watch out, it's a spread.
Yeah, and so then that one is now gone, and then you do the other one. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay.
Wait, can we stand in that Gibbs? I guess he doesn't auto.
Blowing up.
Blowing up.
AoE circle does some damage.
Got some ring
over here.
So move towards this one.
Next one's to the left.
Devour's not for a while, so like we're kind of AFK for a little bit here.
We're gonna go into this one that's slowly moving.
We might have
nope,
another
we're
set
not.
of dodges, because it's not for a while. The boss is at 59 energy.
Oh, is it the energy?
It needs to go to 100, yeah.
Okay, get near that ring.
Second one's on the right.
Nexus to Devour, so we need to find a safe one and be together. Follow THD, follow the box. And you just come in now, XL.
Come on in.
Yeah.
Slowly move
follow
right.
it.
I'll get away from it.
Ah, the room is getting smaller. Anyone feeling amazing right now? Rings over here, first ring. Second one's on the right. La la la. First ring.
Ring.
Not available. Second ring's on the left.
We have two reses.
If the Warlock in group 3 or the Reptile in group 3, you guys can throw out some reses, that would be great.
Can res as well, just tell me who.
Just res DPS. Prides is good, Shadow Priest.
Got him.
Thunder, Rastin, the Arcane Mages are good. Scarf Death.
Yeah. This is the Enrage, right? The Enrage is coming up.
Yeah. We have to log over and trade loot, I think.
Okay, yeah. We're logging over to trade loot. Where was it posted? Oh, I see.
Group 2. Alright. I'm on break, so I'll chill here.
Yeah,
Yep, did we get everyone knocked when we got safe there?
For the Devour?
From the boss auto? Yeah. I'm pretty sure everyone got knocked when we were all getting safe from the Devour,
On
like
the
right
first
after
one?
it ended. Second one.
He shouldn't melee for like a second or two after it finishes casting, I think.
I pressed log out, my game is frozen.
Yeah, same.
Just wait 1 sec, guys.
Yeah, I
We're doing loot in a
FX
different group. We'll be right back.
Yeah.
By the way, never step in those fucking circles. They instantly kill you.
Yeah, I learned that one the hard way.
Supernova fall off mechanic?
Yeah. I mean, it has the same visual as a fall off, so I assume so.
Yeah. We're just dying. It's booming at the start. Rezone.
Rezone, he said.
Let's try and boom his group.
Trade me all the loot. Trade me all the loot before you log over.
I'll hold open the way so you can make your escape. But to do so, I must remain on this side of the portal, which would lead.
What did I tell Ranko? I assume so. Or did you have more bags because the trade was full?
Some sacrifices are.
Yeah, it's heroic after you just queue up and then refine, and that should be it.
Did they have anything else?
No, I was just asking. I couldn't hear because I saw the trade was full, so I wasn't sure if you traded everything. Yeah, everything's good.
Yeah.
Yeah. Look, I need to ask Baba something. Where is Baba? Do you know for the loot sheet, do I just paste it over the stuff that's already there, or do I put a new one? I guess I put a new one. Okay.
Are the people in this group trading Sang right now?
Yeah.
Okay.
Litter doesn't have the weak aura?
When need to re-download.
Yeah, I whispered him.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Glitter, are you in Discord and getting the weak aura? Glitter, can you hear me? Glitter, hear me? Are you in Discord? Okay, one more check, and with no response, we need to replace them. Yep. Still looking for one person for Liquid Happy Hill.
Get out of that circle and then get in it after the explosion. Get in now. 2 people will get reverse gravity here. Go to the back of the room.
I ripped. Just taunt back.
Yeah, I taunt him.
Scarf, just go help. Go stand in
Soak
those
those if
circles.
you have the mass. Maybe one more tank knock. Tank knock here, watch shit. Don't get knocked off. And then you'll be killing 2 more living masses. Watch your spreads here. Get out of that circle. Go in now. 2 people will get reverse gravity right now. Go to the back of the room with it. Don't stack. After we do the reverse gravities, if you go to the purple and star. Purple and star.
Be in the purple circle here. Perfect.
One more smash. Then just we'll probably ignore these masses, honestly, but
yes.
Yeah. Very important here to go through the rings. You don't want to lose your buff. You can spam your one as much as you want.
Mount up.
Mount up, mount up, mount up. Let's go.
So stay close.
Wait, the rocks? Rocks are coming.
Anyone been hit by a rock yet?
Follow the rings.
Well, if you get hit by rock, you will die.
Oh, guess not then.
Can you actually get hit by this
Keep
beam?
spamming your ones. Keep spamming your ones.
Probably.
And landing on the platform. Landing on the platform. Okay, we're killing the 2 Void Lords in the center that are next to us. 2 in the center that are next to us when they spawn. The 2 in the center.
Okay.
Okay.
Let's fucking go.
Yep.
That's good. That's really good. Go
Okay,
left.
Hard left. Hard left. Alright.
Yep.
Oh, I just watched 10 people walk off on my screen.
They didn't actually walk off. Don't worry
I
about
know,
it.
just
Okay, go to the front left now. Front left. We think we're back, maybe. Rally, front left.
The knockback is happening now.
Aurora.
Okay, we're gonna kill this one here when it spawns, okay? The one on the ping. Kill the one on the ping so we can go to the right.
Go
Run
right.
Run right, run right. Everyone run right. Hard right, hard right.
You've done well so far.
Okay, we're doing the same thing again.
Not done yet.
Mount up, follow the rings, follow the rings. Fly through the rings, follow the rings. Use your space bar after you go through the last one here to fly up to the platform. We're going up towards the platform. Land on the platform, start hitting the Void Lord. Same thing again here, we're killing these 2 that are close to it towards the center. Be on the Void Lord. Starting with the one to the Void Lord's right. Killing the one on the ping first.
Keep pressing him.
Don't be in a circle
Watch the
on the ground. Don't be in a
boss.
circle and look at the boss. Going to the right.
Go
To
right.
the right. To the right. this, we
After
either
the
go
planet
top
goes
left.
through, go back left.
Yeah, back to the
Go
left and go
left.
up.
Right here if you have it.
Push back now.
Kill the Void Lord. Kill the Void Lord. Send cooldowns. And once we kill it, I think we just auto go.
Yep. Yeah, for this phase for sure.
Yeah. Perfect. Okay. As soon as we land, we're lusting.
Yup.
Okay, and your guys are following THDs marked with a square in this phase.
Thank the light you're alive.
The Manaforge is stable. What of Dementius?
In hand, but not for long. We must keep him from regaining power.
Your continued struggle is meaningless.
Watch the rock that lands on your head. Go to the ring.
Devour, follow THD. Okay, good. Watch the explosion. Watch the explosion. Try to move away from it.
We're sacking ball. Ball. Right.
Watch the rings here. Rings.
Battle.
I went the wrong way again.
Rallying. Use Hellstone Health Pot. To do those rings again.
Rings.
Respawning. This is the first one.
Yes.
Supernova, just be away from that. Be away from that exploding star, and then we're
I'll take
doing
that
a
res, yeah.
Devour.
We're going to this one. I'm pinging
Follow
it.
THD. Nice, good job. Thank you for helping. Alright, there's new splits posted for Heroic.
My people, we are finally avenged.
Do not savor this victory for too long. With Dementius' defeat, the Dark Heart is on the verge of collapse. I'll hold open the way so you can make your escape. But to do so, I must remain on the side
Thank you for coming.
which would leave you trapped in here. How selfless of you. Some sacrifices are inevitable, I suppose. But fear not, Illyria. I always find a way to survive.
You guys know who has the raid? Is it Pure Joy? Yeah. Message Pure Joy. Or they're still on... I think they're still on the boss.
They just killed it.
Oh, okay, great.
Over the heroic channel, right?
Are we in the Happy Hill heroic? Is that the one that we're going into?
The happy run.
Happy Hill, yeah.
Yeah, group 2.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Liquid Race to World First. I'm Cams, joined by Kalamazi and Zyronic. We've got the Warlock squad up here, so I brought something nice for each of us.
Oh my gosh. This is my 4th day.
But I
Take it.
Okay.
That's the Warlock shift. On the count of 3?
Hold on. Let me get my talent under it. All right. Ready?
All right.
What flavor is this? Ultraviolet? Okay.
1, 2, 3.
Oh, I was a little slow on mine. The cat's here. Do you want one too?
All right.
Cheers.
Oh.
Yeah, nice little
yes.
purple drink for us.
I haven't had this flavor yet.
Ooh, I love this one.
Okay.
It's kind of candy-ish.
Little grape soda flavor.
Yeah.
It's ultraviolet.
Okay.
Yeah, and what else is also kind of ultraviolet is Dementius.
That's
I
true.
think we got like Warlock.
It's true.
Fell, demon stuff going on, and I was gonna pull it on normal, but we did not get to pull it in the pug I was in. I lost power.
Talk to me about that pug, because you were talking about that run. How many people were in that run?
How many people?
Yeah, how big was the group?
20-ish.
And how many pairs of boots did you get from Soul Hunters?
Just one cloth
Just
pair.
one.
Oh, I wonder if it.
So we were trying to figure out how that drop works from Soul Hunters, because we saw several 30-man kills, and all of the 30-man kills we saw had 3 pairs of boots drop. If you only saw one on 20-man.
Are you sure you had 20?
It might have been like 18 or something.
Okay, that would make more sense. So it might be like a chance.
Yeah, like a
that's
up
cool.
to 10.
increasing chance, but 20. Yeah.
Okay.
Like 80% per second pair. 18. Interesting.
Yeah, for people who don't know, the not so optional boss anymore, the little demon hunters, they drop boots that buff your cloak, your Reshi wraps, and they're a very powerful item. And I believe they scales with the difficulty too. So like a normal one's not that great compared to a mythic.
It's 20% increased damage on your Reshi wraps, or 20% increased effect, then 30 on normal, 40 on heroic, 50 on mythic. So it ramps up pretty heavily.
Yeah, and if you're just joining us or just kind of tuning in, the Raiders are doing splits. It is day 1, so they are doing, I believe, normal right now. And I don't know when they'll do heroic, but yeah, they're just churning through the splits. I think we saw a bit of heroic earlier, but no
little bit,
Dementius
yeah.
kills in the world, I believe, on heroic.
I don't
Nexus
think
King.
so. Yeah, I think
Ooh.
Nexus King is the closest they've gotten, like 15%. I think was like their best pull, but that boss seems like it's no joke on heroic. I wouldn't be surprised if I don't think you want to commit too much time to it on day one. Whether the boss is maybe they think it's overtuned and like they knock the health down for just everybody doing heroic, or it's fine, you just need more gear. But I think you have more splits to do on normal and heroic. You might as well do them. They get them all to Nexus King and figure, okay, do we want to come together for this? Do we want to just try and split it again? Maybe they change the boss, but don't waste too much time on a fight that's day one, maybe too difficult for splitting, right?
Yeah, I mean, they're definitely just feeling out the difficulty of the raid on day one, and it seems like it's tuned pretty hard in terms of normal and heroic difficulties compared to the other raids that we've already seen this expansion. Their plan coming into the day, of what I know, is that they were going to do 6 simultaneous normals. They've kept with that. If you look at their Discord, they're in 6 different voice channels that are all available. You can see them publicly that they're in there. And then they were going to consolidate down to 2 groups for heroic. In their first attempt at doing those heroic splits, I guess they just thought Nexus King was a little bit too hard.
Yeah.
So we're back to the normals, getting more gear, giving their helpers specifically more time to do their Mythic Plus, get their characters geared up, and hopefully by tomorrow, all of their helpers plus the actual Raiders characters will be a little bit more geared so they can do the heroic kills a little more easily.
Yeah.
Yeah, the race is like one of the biggest thing, maybe like the thing that encapsulates it all is like time management. It's like how efficient can you be at all times? Because right now Mythic's out. So like if they wipe on this boss here, they just cost like a Mythic pull later down in the week. And like like you're saying, if they waste a lot of time on a heroic Dementius just trying to figure things out, that's just eating into Mythic progress. So you just want to do things as efficiently as possible. And yeah, I makes sense to start with normal. I was surprised to see them go into heroic.
I was too, honestly. I thought we'd see more normals before heroic, but maybe they just want to test the waters, see where it was. If we can split it early, maybe why not? It does make, I guess, some loot allocation from normal a little easier, maybe, depending as you people get. But it's hard to say.
Did you notice something that just happened 10 seconds ago on the leaderboard? We had a second guild attempt at Mythic Plexus Sentinel. They didn't get very far.
I'm actually curious how far melee mechanics got, because that's I would assume an intermission, probably 67%, but I don't know. Like they had, I think, what, 7 or 8 polls on it. I think we saw somewhere, maybe. Possibly.
I didn't see.
Yeah, I think they had like 6 polls or something like that. So definitely not just a joke.
No, I mean, I feel like quite often, though, don't get me wrong, these guilds are all incredible. You know, they're insane. But I feel like quite often, guilds do try to go in to get like a world first kill early on, which totally respectable. I'd do it too. And they're like, man, this boss got to 80%, which is destroying us. Then Liquid Echo goes in, and it's like a steamroll.
Yeah.
Because they're 15 levels higher than everybody else with full tier sets and things.
Yeah, they're basically full heroic geared by the time they get into Mythic.
Right, but then you hit a Styx Bunk Junker or a 3-heal Rick Reverb or something like that. Oh, okay. So it's still up in the air if that boss is actually like overtuned or just like, yeah, we hit some pulls 680 and called it a day, right?
Do you have a where do you think this raid ramps up to like the Styx level? Do you think it's Forge Weaver here? Yeah.
I think Forge Weaver or Raz is going to be the first real test in this raid. It looks like a really cool boss, has a really great enrage mechanic, which is, you know, a pretty important staple for a difficult boss. And I mean, the mechanics themselves, the positioning check is pretty tough. The DPS check in each intermission is incredibly difficult. Like when we were testing this boss on Mythic, we actually killed this boss in my guild.
Yeah.
And, you know, we're like a world rank 60 guild. Testing was arguably a lot easier this time than it's been in other raid tiers. But since raid testing, they've increased a ton of numbers on a lot of these bosses, this one also being one of them. They've tightened down some of the requirements. So for instance, in the intermission during testing, you had 3 seconds to kill all 3 of the pillars in. Now it's only 1 second, or you just start taking pulsing AoE damage. So the actual like coordination check on that boss is going to be a lot more difficult on Mythic, and I think it's going to be something we'll see them wipe to a few times.
Okay, awesome.
I hope so.
When I was actually watching your guild PTR testing of this, and I just kept like clipping parts and sending it to my wife. Like, look how cool this mechanic looks. Like the thing in the middle there just looks so awesome. This raid visually is incredible.
Purple's just the best color.
Yeah.
To be honest.
Yeah.
This raid's got a lot of purple in it.
Yeah, that's fair.
This purple-blue mixture, beautiful. Yeah, for people who don't know this boss, right now they're kind of in the intermission here, and they're split up. There's these, I can't remember the name, little pillars.
It's like pylons.
The pylons?
Yeah.
Yeah, the collectors.
They
that are
basically
split
try and
across
collect
the
the
room.
orbs that spawn, and they launch them back later on, right, yeah. They're all shielded in phase 1, and in phase 2, they're basically unshielded, and you have to kill them all. On Mythic, we need the diagram at the same time, I believe, correct?
Pretty much the same time.
Right. But here, not as challenging, can kill them sort of one at a time for the most part. When this phase ends, though, the boss does this like weird channel in the Forge here. You can see the boss at 27% here. He has a damage amp, which starts right now, and they're usually allocating Lush to this burn, which they are right now, and this is where the boss disintegrates. On normal, it's probably going to die almost in the burn, but this is where you get a lot of damage in, because if you don't push the boss pushes at 25 regardless.
Right.
But if he's in the damage amp, he'll keep taking more damage in the burn. You can push him super low into phase 2, essentially skipping half the phase.
Hey, I think the boss is pretty much already dead here. He's sub 10%.
It's over.
Starting phase.
Yeah.
Now you can see this suck towards the void. It ramps up over time. You start getting pulled more and more and more quickly. You really don't have as much time as you might think in this phase. You might be able to live in this phase. We were thinking maybe a minute 15, maybe a minute to 30 in some extreme cases if you can like abuse time spiral ports. But you can see it's starting to pull Draini here very, very quickly.
Yeah, and they've got to cleave down all those ads. And I wish Draini would turn around because there's this awesome graphic of a black hole that's sucking him in. He's too busy hitting the boss. But yeah, that fight, visually insane. I hope it is a banger on Mythic.
Any ritual forges? I don't believe so. Trying to hover over the loot. He hates hovering over the loot. I've seen it multiple times. He skips it all, doesn't even hover.
It would be nice if he made the loot window a little bigger. Like maybe during dinner, somebody should go over to his PC and just drag the little anchor on the loot window down so we can see all of it at once. That'd be kind of nice.
Yeah, so for those who don't know what splits are, this is like the first thing they do in prep for the Race to World First. Sometimes there's a week where the hardest raid difficulty is not out and they get a whole week to do all this prep, and sometimes lately it is all at once. And right now it's all at once, so even though the hardest raid difficulty is out, the raiders are doing the easier difficulties, and they have a bunch of people helping them. And if you want to help, you can just go to Group Finder, look up Liquid. There's tons of groups in there. You can sign up. They give you gold. And what they're doing is they're just stacking the raid with as many people as they can, with as few Liquid raiders as possible, to increase the amount of items that drop, and then they're just funneling all those items into the raiders. And at the end of it, they use some spreadsheet math, figure out which characters kind of got all the items, got all the set bonuses, probably the boots from this upcoming boss, and the good trinkets, and then that becomes their main. And it's like consolidating multiple times into the perfect Mythic raid, where they then have, they have like 30 players, so they kind of have everything covered. If they need a stack of boss, they've got it. It's pretty crazy how much this has ramped up over the years, but we've almost kind of gotten used to this, like 3-4 days of splits, but it did not used to be like this.
No.
You're not only just getting the company of the raiders for joining and helping out in these raids, you get paid in cold, hard gold.
Yeah, gold, to clarify.
130k for a full clear of normal. I think it's 350k for a full clear of heroic. So, and you can do it multiple times depending on your characters. Obviously, you have to be unsaved, and they'll check for that. You'll also need to download a couple of weak auras so you don't accidentally ninja any loot or anything. But yeah, get in there, help them out. They'll be looking for people for a ton of time over the next few days.
The next few days.
They'll also be looking for helpers for Mythic Plus at some point too, I'm sure.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
they'll have to do a lot of Mythic Plus at some point.
We were talking about it last, I guess when Jack was here, Camps, as well, about Tazavesh being Mythic, or the Deathless run, giving a myth piece of loot, which we assume is still a weekly lockout. We were discussing if they want to do it earlier in the week or later on in the week. What do you, without going into it, what do you think? Is it early better, later better?
So, wait, sorry, for what I was...
Tazavesh.
Tazavesh?
So, a full Deathless clear as a myth item.
I'm going to assume that's like they're going to do all the splits, be as powerful as possible, and then do that before Mythic.
I think that's optimal if you can do it. But it's also a weird use of time. Because my thing behind it is, what if you do 3 or 4 bosses on Mythic, 4 or 5, and, all right, end of the week comes around, let's do our Tazes, and a weapon drops you already have. Or you can't allocate loot as well. It is myth loot, but I feel like I'm also overvaluing it a bit too, maybe.
No, you're not. It's definitely extremely valuable. I don't think it's something that can be overstated.
I could be wrong.
I think it might be understated from what people are talking about.
I'm down for that.
I mean, think like every group basically gets a Mythic boss kill for 5 people.
Right.
And it
more than that.
Yeah, cool, because the
5
items
pieces instead of 4.
Oh, true. Yeah, and none of them will go to waste. I mean, if they do it right away, I mean, I'm sure you have to get like insanely unlucky to get an item that you can't equip. I don't know. Would it be like a ring or something?
Versus
terrible?
waiting till like Monday, and then.
Oh,
Because like if you wait till Monday, then like, you go on, you have a weapon on you that you got from the raid already, or one or a few slots, right? There's few that you can even use this tier. There's are flexible, right? Let's say you have a
Kalmazi,
weapon.
you're thinking about it from your guild's perspective too much, right? If it's not like if they get handed a heroic weapon and they're split, it would have gone to somebody else if you replace it with a mythic, right? These guys are going to have multiple characters that get those weapons. So even if they do replace a heroic weapon with a mythic one that they get out of Tazavesh, you're still perfectly happy with that upgrade.
But what if you look like a mythic Void Glass Spire from the raid, and then go and loot a one-hander at mythic level 2? That's weird.
That's true.
That's what I'm saying.
I think that's just RNG. You can't really.
I think that's the answer.
Now that being said, I do think hard mode Tazavesh is a little bit easier than people are giving it credit. Like, it's definitely hard. Don't get me wrong. The fact that you have to go through the entire dungeon without dying a single time, that's the hard part. But the thing is, the things that you're going to die to in the dungeon largely aren't going to be things that are a gear check. As a matter of fact, some of the testing that a lot of people have been doing, or the practice for hard mode Tazavesh people have been doing, they've been purposefully unequipping gear to make it even harder than it will actually be on live, taking off like both your boots and your bracers. It's essentially making your character like 630 item level.
Right.
Most of the things that you're going to wipe to are missed kicks that one-shot the group, like on Hillbrand, the first boss in Gambit. If you put an orb in the wrong slot on hard mode, it just kills your entire group. That's a mechanics check. That's not really like a numbers check. Having more gear isn't going to solve that problem for you. The thing where the gear is really going to come into play probably is the last two bosses. Captain Hooktail, very, very tough boss. Lots of damage on the group. The fact that you can't just clear the ads with one single breath makes it pretty tough. And then, of course, the thing that I think people don't know about hard mode Tazavesh is the final boss, Celia herself, actually has a 5-minute harden rage. If you hit 5 minutes, it just one-shots you. So gear will help there. It's not a particularly tough enrage. If you don't mess up the intermission, you should be fine. But still, having a little more gear might take a little bit of the pressure on that final boss off of you.
Interesting.
Yeah. So they would probably kill, what, 3, maybe 4 bosses in Mythic before going in there? That's not like that many items.
I think they could do it before Mythic.
Yeah, I think so too. But if they were to do it after, I mean, they wouldn't do it. You know, they wouldn't wait till they're on Dementius. They're going to do it sooner in the Mythic, like raids or like boss lineup than later. And I don't know if like the Mythic items, they'll be more powerful, but I don't think it'll be make or break for the Tazavesh. Like you said, it's probably going to come down to little mechanic checks outside of the DPS check. Do you happen to know like how tight it is?
So, at like 700 eye level, that was removing pieces of gear, removing gems, removing enchants on PTR. You would kill the last boss in like 4 minutes 15 seconds.
Okay.
If you had people like who know the rotation, which obviously Liquid does. So that shouldn't be too much of an issue, especially once they're done with heroic splits worth of gear. I think if you're somebody that's not going to be super heroic geared, the DPS check might end up being a little difficult. But, of course, as you gain tier, as you gain new trinkets, I think new trinkets, by the way, are absolutely insane compared to previous trinkets.
Some of them are very
It
good,
should
yeah.
be okay. Like, dude, the comparison on some trinkets from this tier to last tier are ridiculous. Think about your on-use trinkets from Liberation of Undermine compared to this tier's trinkets. Direct comparison, House of Cards versus Araz's Soulforge. House of Cards, int base, like 8,000 mastery on use. Ritual Forge, it's a crit base, sure, but it gives like, what, 40,000
I think it's like 40,000k or 40k, yeah.
And yeah, it decays over time, but like that's 40,000 main stat versus 8,000 secondary stat is a completely different world.
If you compare that with a class that's very bursty, like which most classes want, that's utterly insane in that small damage. And we've seen a lot of damage windows this raid tier, multiple fights. Nexus, King, Dementius, even Araz have those damage amps, right? So if you can get a bunch of classes just pumping damage in that 12, 20, half-minute window, that's huge. Those profiles are really relevant, right? So, yeah, very true.
Well, speaking of profiles, if you go to tl.gg/bluerwf and set up your account, your profile, you'll have a chance to win 10 of the signed Race to World First jerseys from the guild members. Also, some TL merch coupons. Again, that's tl.gg/bluerwf. Create the account, join the event, and complete the first quest to enter. Some great giveaways
I have an
during
account.
this race. You have any account?
The quests are very easy.
Oh, yeah?
Good, simple.